Affaires courantes ordinaires.
Daily routine of business, tabling of documents.
Il est mon devoir de...
It is my duty to lay upon the table, pursuant to subsection 7(5) of the Auditor General Act, the Spring 2024 reports from the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development. Pursuant to Standing Order 32(5), these reports are permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 83-1, I have the honour to table a Notice of Ways and Means motion to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Implement Certain Provisions of the Budget, tabled in Parliament on April 16, 2024. Pursuant to Standing Order 83-2, I ask that an order of the day be designated for consideration of the motion.
Yeah.
Introduction of government bills. Statement by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committee. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present in both official languages the 9th report of the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage in relation to Bill C-316, an act to amend the Department of Canadian Heritage Act Court Challenges Program. The committee has studied the bill and, pursuant to Standing Order 97-11, requests a 30-day extension to consider it.
Pursuant to Standing Order 97-13A, a motion to concur in the report is deemed moved, the question deemed put, and a recorded division deemed demanded and deferred until Wednesday, May 1st, 2024, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Introduction of Private Members Bill. Ms. McPherson, seconded by Mr. Desjardins, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Pension Plan. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am extraordinarily proud to stand today and bring forward a private member's bill that would protect not just Albertans but all Canadians' pensions. The pensions that Canadians deserve through the Canadian Pension Plan, they've earned. Workers, seniors across this country have earned those pensions. And in Alberta right now, those pensions are under attack. And I have heard from so many constituents across Alberta who are deeply, deeply worried about the Danielle Smith plan to take Alberta out of the Canadian Pension Plan. I'm honoured that my colleague, the hard-working Member of Parliament for Edmonton-Griesbach, is seconding my bill, and I look forward to discussing this bill with all members of this House and getting the support from all members. You know, Mr. Speaker, this bill strengthens the Canada Pension Plan Act to give millions of Canadians who contribute to and receive benefits from the CPP a say in the future of their CPP. It protects the CPP from politicians who would gamble with their retirement security. Canada needs and deserves financial security in retirement, and the Canadian Pension Plan is a critical component of financial security, but we know it's under a threat by the Conservative Party. Danielle Smith is threatening to withdraw Alberta from the CPP, and this will harm Albertans, but it will harm all Canadians. And given the Leader of the Official Opposition's clear attacks on the CPP for a number of years, back to when he was in high school, in fact, we have to be very, very clear that protecting the pensions of Canadians needs to be a priority. Mr. Speaker, what this bill does is it allows every province to have a say in the health and the security of the CPP, and it will, in fact, give the power back to Canadians to protect their CPP. The NDP will continue to fight for pensions.
I actually agree with you. The member from Kingston and the Islands is rising on a point of order.
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker, the opportunity to introduce such legislation doesn't come along very often for members, and I find it extremely disrespectful when Conservative members are yelling at this member to, quote, do her job. Could you please ask that?
I thank the honourable member for his intervention, but the member from Edmonton Strathcona continued, and this chair gave her the place to continue with her statement. Ms. McPherson, seconded by Mr. Desjardins, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall this bill be debated a second time? At the next sitting of the House. I see the honourable member from Vancouver Granville is rising on his feet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had risen earlier to table a document. The chair may have inadvertently not seen me. I would like consent to be able to table the document if the House would give that, and then table such document.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Adopted. The honourable member from Vancouver Granville for tabling the document.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to table in both official languages Canada's official report as part of its 4th Universal Periodic Review, as well as official response to recommendations received from the United Nations member states. The Universal Periodic Review is a peer-reviewed process before the United Nations Human Rights Council. Through the Universal Periodic Review, the human rights record of each country is reviewed by other United Nations member states. This provides an important opportunity for countries to discuss their domestic human rights frameworks, as well as measures taken to promote and protect human rights in their country. Canada is strongly committed to the Universal Periodic Review process and engaged closely with provinces and territories, Indigenous partners, and civil society to prepare these documents, which I am pleased to refer to the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. The honourable member from Manistee Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition from constituents in Abbotsford and also in the broader Fraser Valley region of Surrey. Constituents in British Columbia are seeking a direct flight to Amritsar in India. Canada has a has a large diaspora population from the Punjab region. These petitioners are calling for a direct flight so that they can pursue business and see their family much more quickly than they currently can. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson Caribou. I rise to present a petition, and I'd like to recognize the member from Courtenay, Alberni, my friend and colleague who provided me this, because it relates to people in Kamloops, Thompson Caribou, and these are people who have requested an increase in tax credit from $3,000 to $10,000 for volunteer firefighters. So I appreciate him, the member from Courtenay, Alberni, bringing this to me, and on the behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson Caribou, I table this petition. Thank you.
The honourable member presenting petitions. The honourable member from Courtenay. Speaking of which, the honourable member from Courtenay, Alberni.
Well, thank you. First, I want to thank my colleague for the kind words and for his advocacy. Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to table a petition on behalf of constituents of mine from Tofino and Howsett and Clayoquot Sound. They're citing the concerns around migrating juvenile wild salmon stocks that are under serious threats from pathogens, pollutants, and sea lice originating from open net cage farms. They cite that wild salmon support First Nations cultural traditions and complex ecosystems, including contributing to coastal forests, which produce the oxygen we breathe. They're calling on the federal government to remove open net open pen fish farms from BC waters by 2025, to include with legislation aimed at immediately stopping the transfer of PRV-infected smolts into open net pen fish farms and completing the transition of open pen fish farms to land-based closed containment by 2025. They're also calling for a transition plan, Mr. Speaker, that includes a conservation financing package that compensates First Nations and businesses that would be impacted by the removal of open net salmon farms in their territories, and as well as the local businesses that would be impacted, Mr. Speaker. Pacific salmon runs on British Columbia coast are in a state of emergency, and this is very important that the federal government listen to these petitioners. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member from Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions to present today. The first is actually from constituents from Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston. I'm not sure why they've asked me to present it, but in any event, it calls to the attention of the government that there was an abattoir. There is an abattoir located at Joyceville Institution. These are farmers who have signed this petition, and what they're concerned about, Mr. Speaker, is that that they used to bring their livestock to this abattoir at Joyceville Institution, but since the abattoir has been closed because the last individual who was running it had canceled their contract, they now have to bring their product out of a local area. So what they're asking is that the federal government open up the RFP process to allow individuals to access this abattoir so that it can continue to be used and to support local options so that they don't have.
I ask all honourable members, please, to only take the floor when they are recognized by the chair of doing so. I invite the honourable member from Kingston and the Island to please continue with the presentation.
To reopen that abattoir. I don't know why the member from Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston didn't present this, but I'll do it on behalf of his constituents.
The honourable member from Kingston and the Island is very much aware that when we're presenting petitions, we make no comments about any other members. And precisely for the reason because members aren't in a position to defend themselves, and so it's important. I'll ask the honourable member just to withdraw that part of the comments.
I will withdraw my reference to the member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the honourable member. Is the honourable member from Kingston Island finished?
No, I have one more petition, Mr. Speaker, signed by Canadians. This one is an issue that's already been dealt with, but nonetheless, I see the need for their voices to be tabled, and they call to the attention of the government that the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement will assist Ukraine in rebuilding after they defeat the illegal invasion by Vladimir Putin. They bring to the attention of the government that the Conservative Party of Canada is not supportive of Ukraine, and they are therefore asking, I'm just representing the words in the petition, therefore asking that the government of Canada and all parliamentarians to reaffirm our unwavering commitment to Ukraine by swiftly adopting the updated Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement, of which we know has already occurred. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And the Conservatives vote.
The honourable member from Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Mr. Speaker, I'm truly blessed in life to being able to have had 6 children. They're absolutely one of the best parts of my life, but unfortunately, all Canadians don't have the same good fortune. In fact, 1 in 6 Canadians at some point in their lives have some sort of fertility problems. So I'd like to present a petition on behalf of Fertility Matters Canada with 5,300 signatures. The petition calls on the government to develop a national fertility strategy and in collaboration with provinces to build a more equitable future for fertility care in Canada. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Orders of the day.
Government orders, ways and means.
On the budgetary policy and on the amendment of Mr. Poilievre.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am grateful for the opportunity to rise and speak today to the Ways and Means motion, budgetary policy. More specifically, I appreciate this opportunity to comment publicly on yet another awful budget, tabled in this place by the Liberals, which shows just how out of touch they really are. We've had 9 years of deficit budgets, which have led us to the mess Canadians are facing today. Budget 2024 also shows that this Prime Minister has learned nothing from his mistakes over those past 9 years. He continues to push inflationary deficits, which drive up interest rates and make life more expensive for Canadians. By continuing to add to his massive debt, he is endangering jobs and social programs like healthcare and education. In fact, after 9 years of disastrous governance, Canada will now be spending more on its debt than on healthcare for Canadians. The failures of this Liberal government are clear in this budget. They pushed off issues, kicking the can down the road, and now those issues have come home to roost. Housing, crime, immigration, inflation, to name just a few, are the issues created by this government. These issues did not materialize overnight. They were well known to this government years ago, yet they stuck their heads in the sand, content to spend more and more money on their pointless policies to support their divisive and destructive ideology. Now that these issues have become full-blown crises, they've conceded that there may be a problem. But rather than address the problem, they've decided to repackage their old policies in an attempt to fool Canadians into believing that they are taking action. It is hard to know whether they are simply overestimating the positive impact of their policies or are completely disingenuous in their intent. One of their plans in this budget, to repurpose federal properties to provide thousands of homes, has come up short. As reported by Blacklocks, the government has found less than 400 vacant federal properties, many of which cannot be used for housing. Some of these properties include Parks Canada parking lots, a former National Defence firing range, and an empty lot near a remote Coast Guard lighthouse. The review of federal lands has been a promise of this Liberal government since 2015. In that election, their platform stated, and I quote, "We will conduct an inventory of all available federal lands and buildings that could be repurposed and make some of these lands available at low cost for affordable housing in communities where there is a pressing need," unquote. Now in 2024, after they have created a housing crisis, they've decided to go ahead and finally start the review. Their budget states, the federal government is conducting a rapid review of its entire federal lands portfolio to identify more land for housing. Perhaps I should have included the definition of rapid here in my speech. They're hoping that Canadians have forgotten that this is a 9-year-old promise that they are attempting to repackage as a new initiative. Putting aside the fact that this is an old promise in a new package, this measure is not a solution to the housing crisis. This Prime Minister is asking Canadians to believe that he will build thousands of houses in old parking lots and firing ranges. This is a sign of desperation. He wants Canadians to believe that after 9 years of ignoring the problem or introducing policies that have made the problem worse, he will now make the housing market fairer. He is the one who stole the dream of home ownership from a generation. He is the one who broke the system. Now, after breaking everything, he wants Canadians to believe that he will somehow find the capacity to magically fix it all. But he's had more than enough chances, Mr. Speaker. Chances to make life more affordable, which he has failed to do at every opportunity. Conservatives gave him a chance to cut taxes or to avoid raising taxes on all Canadians, but he carried on as planned and raised the carbon tax. He also continues in his efforts to gut and block Bill C-234, which would take the carbon tax off for farmers. Yep. And he continues to ramp up spending in the hopes that Canadians will not see it for the pitiful attempt at buying votes that it is. But Canadians are not fooled and are fed up with the irresponsible spending of this NDP Liberal coalition that is driving inflation. Instead of using this budget to demonstrate that they understand the effect their disastrous policies have had on Canadians, they are doubling down on those same failed policies. Adding $40 billion in new spending will only add more fuel to the inflationary fire. The repeated promises from this government for fiscal restraint have gone by the wayside as they continue to spend unsustainably, trading away Canadians' futures for their own short-term political gain. Like many of my colleagues, I had the opportunity this past week to speak with constituents. Three main themes were raised following this budget. The first concern I heard, I have already outlined in my speech: deficits and overspending. The cost of government has skyrocketed under this NDP Liberal coalition while they spend on their pet projects. This is going to have serious repercussions for our children and grandchildren's futures. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost for any generation. I also heard about the wasteful spending. Many are watching what is happening in parliamentary committees, and more specifically, the Government Operations and Estimates Committee, of which I am a member. Canadians are shocked at the massive outsourcing contracts for Liberal insiders and the historic levels of corruption being uncovered by Conservatives, all while the NDP Liberal government tries to cover it up. Favoritism by this government is rampant, with their funneling of tens of millions of dollars to Liberal insiders and their companies. This is particularly insulting to Canadians, as they are struggling with a cost of living crisis created by this Prime Minister. But while Canadians are asking for too much, it is clear his friends can never get enough. Finally, a major concern brought up to me is this government's underlying commitment to the carbon tax, a tax which does nothing for the environment but adds to the cost of everything. As we enter spring, my constituents are seeing the full cost of the carbon tax across a winter on the prairies. The carbon tax drives up the cost of gas and home heating, which are vital for Canadians living in rural Canada. These increased costs also extend to food and other goods, which businesses pass on to the consumer. This passing on of the cost of the carbon tax from businesses to consumers is a simple idea to understand, but it seems only those outside of the government benches can wrap their heads around it. These added costs are putting more pressure on Canadians who are struggling with the Liberals' cost of living crisis, and this budget does nothing to alleviate that pressure. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, it will come as no surprise that I cannot support this budget. It is more of the same failed policies from this NDP Liberal coalition, which refuses to acknowledge its failures. Instead of having the humility to acknowledge their shortcomings, after 9 years, they refuse to take any responsibility and continue to blame everyone else except themselves. Canadians are suffering, and this government is refusing to help them. Conservatives will bring common sense back to government after the next election, and that next election cannot come soon enough for Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the Honourable Deputy House Leader.
On the topic of acknowledging shortcomings, would the member agree that the Leader of the Opposition should not be hanging out with Diagolon?
The Honourable Member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today, as we debate this budget, we are seeing the results of this government's disastrous spending addiction. After 9 years of this government, as I've said, we've had 9 deficit budgets, and Canadians are struggling, and this government has no solutions. That member and his party should start listening to Canadians to understand what they need. Thank you.
Question et commentaire.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, thank you. It's almost the same, but I appreciate the speech from my colleague. We don't always agree on everything, but we were told that the Conservatives would be a decentralizing party, but when it had the opportunity to prove it, they voted against an amendment that just asked this House to respect the Canadian Constitution, Mr. Speaker. The Bloc Québécois asked that jurisdictions be respected. But the Conservative Party voted against this amendment. My question is very simple, Mr. Speaker. Why did they vote against an amendment from the Bloc Québécois that just asked that the Canadian Constitution be respected?
Carleton, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do appreciate the question from my colleague. Conservatives do believe that the federal government should respect the jurisdiction of provinces. What we have seen from this current government is repeated attempts to override provincial jurisdiction. We know that Canadians deserve a government does not overextend themselves in an attempt to micromanage their lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I like the Honourable Member, but of course she lived through the dismal decade, as all Canadians did, of the Harper government, where the fiscal management was basically thrown out the window. $116 billion in liquidity supports for the banking sector to prop up their profits. $30 billion a year, according to the PBO. $30 billion a year given to overseas tax havens because of the notorious Harper tax haven treaties that basically eliminated the fiscal capacity of the federal government. That's $300 billion over a decade. I mean, the Conservatives have no lessons to give anybody in terms of fiscal management. They were terrible. But I wanted to ask my colleague a very simple question about pharmacare. There's 17,000 people in her riding that have diabetes, that are paying up to $1,000 a month for medication. Now, Mr. Speaker, as you know, the risk of stroke or heart attack or death is 4 times greater for people with diabetes than for other Canadians. And yet Conservatives are blocking at every single step the pharmacare supports that would mean a difference of up to $1,000 a month in supports for people in her riding, 17,000 in her riding. And my simple question is, why are the Conservatives blocking this life-saving medication that would make such a difference in the lives of her constituents?
Here. Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank my honourable colleague for the question, but I will simply say this. The NDP, in my estimation, have sold their souls in the desperation for power. They have abandoned their constituents for the vanity of their leader. The NDP have a big decision to make when the time comes to vote on this particular budget. Will they stand up for Canadians and be an opposition party, finally holding this government to account for their abysmal record, or will they continue on with their coalition? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to ask our honourable colleague if perhaps she could tell the House and tell Canadians, and hopefully those on the other side that might be listening, chances are after 9 years they still are not listening, but just the pain that her constituents are going through because of the insane policies that this government has levied against hardworking Canadians in her riding. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek, with a quick answer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to perhaps repeat some of the things that I noted in my speech. As I said, today we are seeing the results of this government's disastrous spending addiction, and after 9 years of this Liberal government and 9 deficit budgets, Canadians are struggling, and this government has no solutions. We see millions of Canadians going to food banks, housing costs have doubled, rent has doubled, and Canadians are desperate for change. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat. Continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Spending last week in and around my riding of Medicine Hat, Carson Warner, 2 things were abundantly clear. The first, that spring has finally sprung. People are out enjoying outdoor activities, redding their lawns and gardens. Farmers and ranchers are busy seeding and calving. The second thing was that despite the spring bloom, the economic outlook for most people was absolute gloom. And the reason for that gloom, Mr. Speaker? The state of our nation's finances after 9 years of these Liberals and the troubling path of wasteful spending and ever-increasing debt. Let's talk about deficit spending. And that means that it's when this government spends more money than it brings in revenue from Canadian taxpayers. Remember, the governments have nothing unless they've taken it from you first.
Exactly.
This government's insatiable appetite for spending means they seek to tax and increase taxes on most everything, even your carbon footprint. And that footprint got 23% more expensive this year, as we know. And the Prime Minister and his radical environment minister are hell-bent on continuing to make it even more expensive. Even with all these extra taxes, the Liberals still overspend. Under this Prime Minister's leadership, Canada has seen its deficit spending increase significantly. In 2015, our federal debt was $616 billion, accumulated since the country was formed in 1867. Today, it has doubled to $1.2 trillion. That's over $30,000 per Canadian, thanks to this Prime Minister borrowing more than all of Canada's previous Prime Ministers combined. In fact, it will cost Canadian taxpayers $54.1 billion in interest just to service our national debt this year. That interest payment is more than the government spends on the annual provincial health care transfers. It's also about the same amount as the government collects in the GST. And maybe the GST name should be changed to the DST, the debt servicing tax. The alleged intentions behind this spending was to create sunny ways, to grow the middle class, to create fairness for all generations. These are all nice sounding words, Mr. Speaker. But in reality, when a Prime Minister does not think about monetary policy, nice words quickly get replaced by nasty results. Housing costs have doubled. Interest rates have risen faster than any time in our history. Mortgage payments have doubled. Down payments have doubled. Rents have doubled. The cost of gas, groceries, and home heating have skyrocketed, and people can't afford to eat, heat, or house themselves. This growing debt means that future generations of Canadians will be burdened with higher taxes and higher interest payments. And that is why I, along with most Canadians, shook our heads when the title page of this mess of a budget reads, "Fairness for all generations." There's absolutely nothing fair about the Liberals wasting Canadians' money to buy the support of the NDP as a way of spending their way in their own way to feed their addiction to power. There's nothing fair about running up scandal-ridden bills, changing an election date to secure pensions on your way out, and then leaving that bill for our children and grandchildren to pay. It's not just Conservatives who are critical of this Prime Minister's years of deficit spending. Economists and the banking sector have warned, or the financial sector, have warned the Liberals that their spending is the major contributor to Canada's high inflation. Current Bank of Canada Governor Tiff Macklin cautioned that this excessive spending will make it harder for the bank to lower interest rates. Even former Bank of Canada Governor and Liberal supporter David Dodge says the federal budget hurts the fight against inflation and said Budget 2024 has the potential to be the worst budget since 1982. I wonder who was in charge back then. Oh yeah, it was another Trudeau. Speaking about inflation, more than 40 years ago, American economist and statistician Milton Friedman had this to say, and it holds truth to today. And maybe our Prime Minister and Finance Minister need to listen. Inflation is just like alcoholism, he said. And in both cases, when you start drinking or when you start printing too much money, the good effects come first. The bad effects only come later. That is why in both cases, there is a strong temptation to overdo it, to drink too much or to print too much money. When it comes to the cure, it's the other way around. When you stop drinking or when you stop printing money, the bad effects come first, and the good effects only come later. That is why it's so hard to persist with the cure. Every country that has had the courage to persist in the policy of slowing monetary growth has been able to cure inflation and at the same time achieve a healthy economy, end quote. Besides the inflation problem this Prime Minister and Finance Minister have created in Canada, we also find ourselves confronted by the concerning trend of decreasing productivity. What's more, while this government continues to spend our productivity as a country, which is effectively how we efficiently produce goods and services, is not keeping up. High productivity is key to improving our quality of life, increasing our wages, and maintaining a competitive edge globally. However, Canada's productivity has seen a decline, a sign that we are not maximizing our potential. As Deputy Bank of Canada Governor Carolyn Rogers noted in a recent speech in Halifax, and I quote, "Back in 1984, the Canadian economy was producing 88% of the value generated by the U.S. economy per hour. That's not great, but by 2022, Canadian productivity had fallen to 71%, end quote. Further, a recent Financial Post article observed that over this government's time in office, labor productivity has declined by an average of 0.8% per year. So how can this government then, based on the entirety of the budget, plan on, by recent standards, strong labor productivity growth? In reality, Speaker, it's a fudget budget. Make up the numbers to try and make the budget work. So, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are treating productivity as just a number that they can manipulate to make their budget look slightly less horrible. Productivity is not just a number. It's about how well we can sustain our quality of life. We must confront these challenges head on, and it starts with demanding accountability and prudent financial management from our leaders in government. It starts with treating our proud resource development sectors and all the family supporting jobs they provide with respect, instead of using them as a scapegoat. Exactly. For example, after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, Germany asked Canada to be a trusted supplier of LNG. Other countries have also made that request. And what's our Prime Minister's response? Oh, sorry, folks, there's no business case for that here in Canada. And look what's happened with that. Our American neighbors stepped up and are reaping the benefits. Their productivity went up 2.6% last year, while the Liberals were happy to see ours decline. Since 2019, the American GDP per capita has grown 7%. Canada's fallen 2.8%. This is the single largest underperformance of the Canadian economy in comparison to the United States since 1965. Stats Canada recently published a report which confirmed that Canadians have gotten poorer under this government. Our GDP per capita is now 7% lower than it should be, meaning Canadians are $4,200 poorer per person. Well, these Liberals, with these Liberals in charge, we should not be surprised by these numbers. We also need to be investing efficiently in areas that genuinely boost productivity, like skills training, technology, and innovation. We need to ensure that spending will bring about real sustainable growth, not just a temporary quick fix. It's about finding a balance between supporting our current needs without compromising the ability of future generations and Canadians to meet theirs. A balance between investing in our country and ensuring we're not reckless and recklessly adding to a mountain of debt that would be impossible to climb down from. Mr. Speaker, the path forward requires courage, leadership, and discipline. By advocating for responsible spending, investing wisely in our future, and boosting our productivity, we can ensure that Canada remains a prosperous, vibrant place for generations to come. The time to act is now. The time to fix the budget is now, to ensure that Canada's financial health, productivity, and the hope of Canadians is not just restored, but allowed to flourish. Conservatives are ready, Mr. Speaker, and able to make that happen. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the Honourable Deputy House Leader.
I know that the member has a history in policing and has received numerous awards for his work in policing prior to coming to this House. I'm wondering how, yes, I think that's a great accomplishment, and I applaud him on that too. I'm wondering how he feels about the fact that the Leader of the Opposition associates with Diagolon.
The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
Well, quite honestly, the answer doesn't deserve, or the question doesn't deserve an answer because it's not true. And secondly, I think that to spread the misinformation and disinformation that seems to happen on this side, on the other side a lot, is not helping our dialogue, and it's certainly not answering the questions that Canadians have about what's this government doing with the economy and how are we going to climb out of the hole and the mess that they've created for the rest of Canadians.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Bloc, since 2019, has always voted against the budget, will continue to do so for this one, notably because in this budget there is no plan to reduce financing of industries that are making incredible profits, unprecedented profits, namely the oil industry. Will my colleague vote against the budget because he is, like us, against funding of oil companies with the people's money? The honourable member for Medicine Hat.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I can confirm that I will be, and my colleagues, I'm sure, will be voting against this budget unequivocally, but it won't be because of what the member suggests. Anybody in Canada has to do is look at the amount of revenue that the energy sector creates for this country and sustains our growth for infrastructure and spending that we need to do to keep our country going. So, no. The reason he's suggesting is a fallacy, and the truth of the matter is that the energy sector is a major contributor to our GDP, and it's a major contributor to the revenues that our government currently enjoys spending.
Questions and comments? The honourable member Courtney Alberni.
First, I also know that my colleague was an esteemed police officer, and we heard from the BC chiefs of police and chiefs of police across this country when it comes to the toxic drug crisis that they see it as a health issue. They don't want to go back to criminalizing people in my home province, Mr. Speaker. They asked for more tools to deal with public use. They cited that diversion is not what's killing people, but it's actually toxic fentanyl. They've called on more safe consumption sites, and we look at Alberta, Mr. Speaker, where we're seeing deaths skyrocketing, 17% increase in toxic overdose deaths, over 5% in British Columbia, Mr. Speaker. So my question is also, Mr. Speaker, we had Petra Schultz from Mom Stop the Harm here in Ottawa yesterday, again asking for a meeting with the leader of the Conservative Party. She lost her son, Danny, Mr. Speaker, 10 years ago today. So through you, Mr. Speaker, will my colleague urge his leader, the only leader in this country that won't meet with Mom Stop the Harm, to meet with the mothers of lost loved ones due to the toxic drug crisis? And does he support the chiefs of police in British Columbia?
Member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
What I do support, Mr. Speaker, is a plan, an effective plan that actually makes a difference for the well-being of Canadians. And it doesn't include the term safe consumption sites. There is no such thing as a safe consumption site. There is no such thing. I spent time in the Lower East Side and Hastings some time ago, and East Hastings, and talked to addicts as they're killing themselves in front of you, and you ask them the questions, and they say that, you know, people don't want us to get us healthy. The system doesn't want us to get healthy. They call the people driving around looking after them poverty pimps. Why? Because they don't care. They say we don't go to consumption sites. They're not what they are taught to be, or thought to be. The reality is this: we have an overdose crisis in this country. 2,511 people died in BC alone last year. Unacceptable. Why? Because of drug policies. You know, and so we need a balanced approach. We need treatment. We need addiction services. We need all those things that happen. And wasteful spending on a budget like this government is doing doesn't allow us to spend that kind of money, and we misdirect it in services that they think help, but safe supply is not the answer to this problem. Thank you.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming
debate, the honourable member for Richmond Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today to share with Canadians, and especially my constituents of Richmond Centre, the significance of Budget 2024. And with this, Mr. Speaker, I'll be also sharing my time with the member of Vancouver Granville. Budget 2024 is a roadmap that outlines the path towards a more prosperous, fair, and sustainable future. A future that is not only for our young adults, but for our future generation. This budget has four main focuses: building more homes faster, lowering cost of living, being fair to every generation, and building a climate-resilient generational economy. Through Budget 2024, our government is introducing a bold, fiscally responsible Canada housing plan to unlock 3.87 million homes by 2031. Housing is a necessity, and it is the foundation of stability and well-being of individuals and families. As our communities in British Columbia and across Canada are growing, Canada is expected to experience the most growth amongst the G7 countries in 2025. Our federal government is taking concrete steps to support the growth of our community and economy. In Budget 2024, our federal government is unlocking home buildings on public lands to utilize our federal resources and address Canadians' housing priority. We're proposing a $1.1 billion federal funding to convert these underused public land into homes. We're also proposing an additional $15 billion in new loan funding for the apartment construction loan program, bringing the program's total to over $55 billion. This investment would help build more than 30,000 additional new homes across Canada, bringing the program's total contribution to over 131,000 new homes by 2032. While we are spurring housing construction across Canada, we are providing over $6 billion to launch a new Canada Housing Infrastructure Fund. This fund would not only accelerate construction, but also upgrading of infrastructures, enabling water, wastewater, stormwater, and solid waste infrastructure that will directly enable housing supplies and help improve densification. That means also more housing near transit equivalent to accessibility. Through Budget 2024, we're leveraging the Federal Public Transit Fund to take action that directly unlocks the housing supply where it is needed most. And to build all this, we propose to increase the number of construction workers by creating new opportunities for apprentices and recognizing foreign credentials. In Budget 2024, Mr. Speaker, we're also making it easier for Canadians to rent or own homes by introducing initiatives such as the Tenant Protection Fund, the new Canadian Renters Bill of Rights, the Canadian Homebuyers Plan, and the updated version of the Canadian Mortgage Charter. We're making sure that the renters in Canada have better rentals protections while enabling them to use their rent records for credits and much more. An important initiative that our housing plan is moving forward is to establish a national flood insurance, a subsidiary of the CMHC to deliver flood reinsurance. This will help communities in my riding of Richmond Centre by improving flood preventions and insurance. It will also help put many Canadians and their families at ease in Richmond. Most importantly, we all have seen the significant impact of housing accelerated funds that have brought to communities across Canada. And I'm quite proud that in January this year, I was pleased to announce with the City of Richmond a bilateral agreement to fast-track more than 1,000 housing units over the next 3 years and 3,100 homes over the next decade. These agreements provide $35.9 million to eliminate barriers to building housing we need and faster. In Budget 2024, we're providing an additional $400 million top-up to even further the impact of Housing Accelerator Fund. This budget is making housing more accessible and affordable for Canadians across the country, and also equipping Canada to compete even further in its economy to the highest growth amongst the G7 countries in 2025. Furthermore, Budget 2024 is also a plan to lower the cost of living for Canadians, and we are continuing our leadership in making sure every generation has the support they need to succeed. The Canadian Dental Care Plan continues to roll out, providing oral health care access to over 9 million uninsured eligible Canadian residents. In Budget 2024, we are building an even stronger social safety net, introducing the first phase of National Pharmacare Plan, providing immediate support to over 3 million Canadians living with diabetes, and over 9 million women and gender diverse Canadians with free coverage for medications. For parents in Canada, the National School Food Program will deliver a nutritious meal over 400,000 children across Canada each year, saving the average participating families as much as $400 per year per child in grocery costs. For Canadians with disabilities, we are also providing $6 billion, first time ever, $6 billion through the Canada Disability Benefit to provide additional support that will impact over 600,000 low-income Canadians with disabilities. As we continue working with province and territories to better out our healthcare and social care system, in 2024 to 2025, we have provided over $7 billion through Canada Health Transfer and over $2 billion through Canada Social Transfer to British Columbia. These two transfers will help BC to strengthen its healthcare system and further the impact of social programs like the $10 a day childcare. Budget 2024 is about fairness for every generation. It is about making life cost less and ensuring Canada's social safety network for every generation. We are helping youth in Canada with more support in student grants, loans, housing, mental health, employment, and young entrepreneurship. And for seniors in Canada, through the ongoing Old Age Security Program, we're delivering over 80 million benefit payments to over 7 million seniors this year alone. Budget 2024 introduced a tax change on capital gain to make Canada's tax system more fair. We are increasing the inclusion rate on the capital gain that will only impact the wealthiest 0.13%. Personal income tax on capital gains will not increase for 99.87% of Canadians. And through our lifetime capital gains exemption, 88% of businesses in Canada, especially small businesses, will be exempt from capital gains. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2024 is about fairness for every generation, and that also includes our economy, a global earth where our children and their children, grandchildren can succeed and thrive. This is where we continue to build a climate resilience generational economy, and we're securing the future of Canadian economy in innovation sectors such as the artificial intelligence, electric vehicles, research, renewable fuels, and green infrastructures. We recognize the urgency of combating climate change and building a climate resilience economy. It seeks to minimize its impact and safeguard the well-being of our future generations. Budget 2024 takes a Team Canada approach, which has always been a core belief of our Liberal government. We will work together with provinces, territories, municipalities, private sectors, and Indigenous communities. We will not marginalize anyone who wants to do the right thing for Canadians. Rather, we'll be there to support them. As we continue on this transformative journey, let us seize the opportunities and work together to build a better future for all Canadians. And thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. After 9 years of this Justin Trudeau government, everything is... Oh.
The point of order is not required. The honourable member knows full well he can't use the name of anyone sitting in the chamber. So maybe we can retract that and start again. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
I recognize I'm not allowed to use proper names here. Thank you, Mr. Chair. After 9 years of this Prime Minister, this budget is just more of the same mess. We see housing prices have doubled. We've seen the carbon tax has made everything more expensive, and we've seen how crime and chaos has been unleashed across this country. And so we are asking, when will the Prime Minister step aside so that we can have a carbon tax election?
The honourable member for Richmond Centre.
I think the member, thank you for the member for his questions, but I think it's also understandable that our country has went through a pandemic, which many lives were lost, not just through the pandemic, but also through the opioid crisis that we're still experiencing. And I kind of have a question back, but I know this is not how this works. But what can we do better, right? If this is a messy situation that the opposition party is claiming to be, how are we able to work together in this chamber to deliver more for our Canadians so that they can have a better life ahead of them? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Avignon-La Métis-Matane. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague, the Minister of Fisheries, likes to tell the media in my region that we don't have the budget for things. But I read the budget, and I even read the examples that the government puts in its budget to explain certain budgetary measures that they announce. And my colleague talked about one of them, the measure that the government wants to take to create a subsidiary of the CMHC to offer national flood insurance. 15 million they're investing in this, and I found this very insensitive, in particular, to explain this measure. The government is taking a couple that it calls Fiona and Judge that has a house in a flood plain, and Fiona is the name of the storm that destroyed hundreds of homes and ports in Canada, in the Maritimes, and the Magdalen Islands recently. So to take that name, I said to myself, is the government so disconnected from families that have lost their homes to flooding? They're taking the name of that storm to use an example in the budget. Does he not agree with me that there was a lack of sensitivity there? The Honourable Member for Richmond Centre.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for your question. I think with recent years we have seen many devastating impact with climate change to our country, not just the flood that we're experiencing in the Atlantic coast, but also back in BC. Right now it is the wildfire, not the wildfire season, but the wildfire has been starting. So I think that's a good question that we can explore when the budget is debated in the committee, and to help our Canadians to better help them with recovery and the rebuild in any case of a devastating situation like the Fiona flood. Thank you.
In comment, the Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments. I have much to say about the budget. I'm going to focus in on one area, and that is on the issue around lifting people out of poverty, and more particularly for people with disability. I am absolutely disappointed with the budget where for people with disabilities, they're only supported with a $6 a day level of support. That's what it amounts to with the disability benefit. It does not lift people with disability out of poverty. It marginally makes them less poor. Meanwhile, the government does not take on big corporations, does not put forward an excess windfall tax so that they can take those resources and ensure the people who are most vulnerable in our community is supported. So my question to the member is this: will he tell his own government to step up for people with disability and make sure that they are indeed lifted out of poverty and not just with a $6 support with Budget 2024?
The Honourable Member for Richmond Centre, very quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for your question. I think in this budget we've seen a $6 billion investment to our Canadians with disabilities. And I think this is not the first part that our government is working on. There's more to be done, and this is also the first of our government have put in to supporting Canadians with disability. And it's important for us to really look into whether this funding, how it impacts them, and not having the province or territories to claw back that amount. So there's definitely more work to be done, and I'm here to fully support our Canadians with disability. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is a privilege to rise in this House at all times, and particularly today, to speak on Budget 2024, because as we are hearing and as we are seeing from our fellow Canadians, budgets aren't just numbers. They are about the commitments to the well-being and prosperity of every Canadian. And I want to begin a little bit by talking about the impact of this budget on my riding of Vancouver-Granville. You know, we all know that Vancouver stands as a beacon of diversity, innovation, and opportunity, and that's heartening to see reflected in this budget and the commitments that are being made for Vancouver-Granville and indeed for Vancouver and for British Columbia. You know, when I was first elected, Mr. Speaker, I received a phone call from a board member of the Hellenic Community Centre in my riding. Vancouver's long been home to one of the largest Greek communities in Canada, and their complex, the Hellenic Centre complex in my riding, is an incredible place that has brought together Canadians, not just from the Greek community, but from all different communities as a place of gathering on the west side of the city. It's a community center, it's their place of worship. And I've been advocating on their behalf to see what we can do to improve that center, because it is a place that allows Canadians from all different walks of life and backgrounds to gather. Their board is interesting. They aren't fierce partisans. There are some that are liberal, there are some that are conservatives, but two of their leaders, Tony Papajohn is a liberal, and Alex Dekumis is a well-known conservative. These two individuals care deeply about their community. They came to me as their member of parliament. They said, we want to work together. We want to find a way to work with your government to make sure that our community, those that come to this place, have access to a fantastic facility. And in March, the Minister of Finance came to visit, and she agreed. That community center is a local institution that must continue to serve our community, and that's exactly what Budget 2024 proposes to do. It proposes to give $5 million to ensure that the Hellenic community of Vancouver has the space and the resources that they need to keep thriving. And the two individuals, one liberal, one conservative, part of that leadership team, have been very vocal in their need for this building. But what they've also been vocal in support of is governments that stand up for their community, Mr. Speaker, and I am so proud to know that those two individuals and the community that they represent stands behind this budget and these measures will help their community. And it's a shame, Mr. Speaker, that the members opposite are choosing to vote against an institution that is not just necessary, but a critical part of the fabric of the community of Vancouver-Granville. And I hope that every single voter in Vancouver-Granville remembers that. Because how we deal with people in their communities, when the chips are down, that's what people will remember, Mr. Speaker. And that's why I'm so grateful that when we think about ensuring that we are lifting up diverse voices, Mr. Speaker, that Budget 2024 also proposes to be a funding partner for a museum in British Columbia that will highlight the histories, cultures, and contributions of Canadians of diverse South Asian backgrounds. The South Asian community in British Columbia and in my riding of Vancouver-Granville is an important part of the fabric of our community. And to have those stories told, to have those voices heard, to have that history told as a part of the history of this country is critically important to the story that our young people and generations thereafter will come to understand about the communities around whom and with whom they live. We're also committing, Mr. Speaker, in this budget to being a funding partner of the Filipino Cultural Center. The Filipino community is a vibrant, thriving part of Vancouver's ecosystem. And they, for too long, have not had a voice at the table. And I want to thank the advocacy of the member for Vancouver Kingsway as well, because he's been a big part of this conversation for many years. But our government is stepping up to make sure that that community has a place that it can gather, that it can come together, and that it can celebrate and tell its story to the rest of us in a way that lets their story be told in their voice as a part of the story of this country. And the arts, Mr. Speaker, are a big part of the story of Vancouver-Granville and of Vancouver. And the Fringe Festival is a great, great part of that story of culture in our city. Earlier this year, I met with the executive director of the Fringe Festival, and he told me about the challenges that they're facing in trying to ensure that they can keep their operations going. And I'm so pleased that this budget is going to step up and help that organization and organizations like it maintain and thrive and advance the critical work that they do in bringing incredible theater to our citizens. Now, Mr. Speaker, Vancouver is also an innovation hub, and as somebody who grew up in the tech industry, it's important to know that our government continues to invest in that innovation, not just in Vancouver-Granville, but across the country. And our commitment of $2.4 billion towards AI, research in AI, building companies in AI, supporting startups that are going to be there for the future, maintaining and growing Canada's advantage in AI, and ensuring that workers that are affected by AI have that support, that's what Budget 2024 is going to do. And it was important for me, and I think a lot of Canadians, to hear the former leader of the opposition, Erin O'Toole, stand up and talk about how this measure is a critically important part of maintaining and growing Canada's lead in the field of AI. And these are the things, Mr. Speaker, that members opposite intend to vote against. So far, they're voting against communities, They're voting against diverse communities. They're voting against technology. They're voting against growth in leadership of Canadian technology sectors. And they're voting against the interests of Canadians. Why do I say that, Mr. Speaker? Because one of the most important issues facing Vancouver and many cities across this country is housing affordability. Housing affordability is not just a matter of shelter, it's a foundation for stability, well-being, and dignity for individuals and families. And current and future generations need to have that stability. Mr. Speaker, our work on housing has been working and it continues to work. Since I was elected, I have seen 5,500 units of housing funded in Vancouver, Granville alone. Think about that, 5,000 plus units of housing in Vancouver, Granville alone. Contrast that to the 6 units of housing that the current leader of the opposition had built when he was the leader, when he was the Minister of Housing during his time. 5,000 plus versus 6. And that's just one riding, Mr. Speaker. And we want all of our kids to have a level playing field. So the investments that we are making in housing, in working with nonprofits, with other community organizations to ensure that affordable housing is built, not just in Vancouver, Granville, but across this country, that's what members opposite intend to vote against. And I don't know how they look their constituents in the eye, Mr. Speaker, and say that we are going to vote against things that actually support the well-being and the health of their citizens, the security of their citizens to have a home. By investing in housing affordability, we're not just addressing immediate needs. We're setting a foundation for a more equitable and prosperous future for generations to come. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about the issue of hate as well. Over the course of the last number of weeks and months, we have seen an alarming rise in hate in this country. We see leaders like the leader of the opposition cavorting with individuals that support Diagolon, that support white supremacist movements. So it's no wonder that they want to stand against the funding that we are putting forward. $7.3 million, Mr. Speaker, for the envoy, the special envoy in the fight against anti-Semitism. $7.3 million for the envoy in the fight against Islamophobia. They want to vote against $5 million for a Holocaust museum in Montreal. They want to vote against $5 million for Holocaust remembrance. They've already voted against funding for the Jewish Community Center in my riding. They've already voted against funding for the Holocaust Education Center in my riding. And so this idea that they care about communities, Mr. Speaker, they care about themselves. If they cared about fighting hate, if they cared about the rise in anti-Semitism and Islamophobia and anti-Asian hate in this country, they would not be voting against the almost $250 million of provisions we have in this budget to fight hate. That's right. In this country, Mr. Speaker, we need to stand up for each other. We need to stand up for those whose voices are being diminished. We need to work together to do that. And, Mr. Speaker, it makes me really nervous when the leader of the opposition talks about his laws, the laws he would pass, and that he would be the judge around what is constitutional and what is not. Mr. Speaker, this is a country that depends on the rule of law, that trusts in our Constitution, that trusts in our institutions. Canadians from across this country, from coast to coast to coast, value and care about our institutions. They care about public safety. They care about making sure that communities feel safe. When we have budget provisions that are there to make this country safe, around the fight against hate, around supporting our military, around funding to ensure that we are strong players within NATO in the fight against the Ukraine, in the fight against Russia in support of Ukraine. When we are standing up for those types of measures at the same time as we are putting money in the pockets of average Canadians, when we are funding school lunch programs, when we are working on building more homes, I don't understand, Mr. Speaker, how Conservatives can stand up and vote against a budget that really is about fairness for all. And I would encourage all members of this House to really take a look at whether they are voting in the interest of Canadians or voting to support a leader that cares nothing about Canadians. And instead, I would encourage members across all parties to look at the budget that we have put forward and vote for a budget that is about fairness for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Thank you for the speech from my colleague across the way. How does he feel about the GST being now dubbed the DST? With that, every time a Canadian goes to the till to buy anything, every cent that the GST that comes to this government now pays for debt servicing.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Centre.
Well, I thank the Honourable Member for his question, and I remind the Honourable Member that it was his government, when they were in power, they chose to reduce the GST as a popular measure rather than thinking about the financial consequences. And while they will say that was many years ago, the thing that I would remind the honourable member across is that decisions that were made then to gut housing, to gut health care, to gut all of the things that Canadians care about when Conservatives were in power, that is what we have had to reverse over the course of the last number of years. And so the investments that we make, Mr. Speaker, are in Canadians, not in preserving and lining the pockets of the richest 1%. That's what members across want to do. We're going to stand up for all Canadians.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Courtney Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just yesterday, Canada hosted the 4th round of the INC discussions on plastic pollution to try to take traction. We know the Conservatives put forward a bill, get this, Mr. Speaker, to bring back the plastic straw because they said it's good for the environment and it's healthy for you. Can't make this stuff up. I didn't read it on the Beaverton. It's actually a bill here in Parliament. When we know 2 garbage trucks of plastic are getting deposited into our oceans every day. We are choking on plastic, Mr. Speaker. Yet in this budget, what do the Liberals do? They get rid of the Ghost and Derelict Fishing Gear Fund, a $10 million fund that was actually getting traction on our coast, especially in British Columbia, supporting the restoration economy, employing Indigenous people from coast to coast to coast. It was a world-class program. Through you, Mr. Speaker, maybe my friend from British Columbia can explain why they cut this really important program that is also critical to protecting the blue economy.
The honourable member for Richmond Centre.
I want to thank the honourable member for his tireless work as a member of Parliament for British Columbia and indeed for his advocacy on many of the issues that we've worked on together. Mr. Speaker, budgets that this government has put forward over the last number of years, including this one, make tremendous provisions to take care of our oceans, to take care of our environment. Now, I don't know about you, Mr. Speaker, but I'm perfectly fine using a paper straw or drinking without a straw. That seems to be the most important thing that members opposite are preoccupied with. But to my friend's question about the importance of protecting our oceans, absolutely. We all need to be doing more. We are doing that through provisions in this budget in a variety of different ways. We've put forward through BC SHRIF provisions to help protect our waterways as well. That work is going to continue, and I am looking forward to working with the member opposite and others to ensure that we keep working hard to protect our oceans, not just across the coast of British Columbia, but from coast to coast to coast.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for his excellent speech. He has covered many important points that are there in this budget. I would like to ask him to comment on the things that this budget has done to spur the economic growth of Canada and how this budget is providing for investments in advanced manufacturing, advanced technologies like artificial intelligence, so that Canada is ready, continues to be ready for the new knowledge-based economy that is happening in the world today.
The honourable member for Vancouver Granville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for his question. There are 2 things I want to touch on. The first is the important funding that we've put forward for research. Universities across this country need funding for research. They need to keep innovating, and the funding that we are providing is going to ensure that our institutions of higher learning are able to do the advanced, cutting-edge research that they need to do to make sure that young Canadians can look forward to a future where our institutions are providing the thought leadership in science and math and technology and social sciences that allow Canada to continue to be a thought leader. When it comes to AI, Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned, $2.4 billion on the table for startups, for innovation, for retooling companies, for growth, as well as for affecting workers that are going to be affected by the arrival of AI in this country and in their workplace. These investments are non-trivial. These investments are serious. They are thoughtful. They work with the private sector to enhance Canada's current role as a leader in AI, and it ensures that Canada will continue to be the global leader in AI and the positive use of AI, not just for economic growth, but for social development as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Chatham, Kent Leamington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always an honour and pleasure to bring the voices for Chatham, Kent Leamington to this chamber today to address Budget 2 2024. Common definition of insanity, Mr. Speaker, is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. Well, this budget is again a tax more and spend even more budget. This government's 9th, or actually more correctly the 8th, since they didn't bother coming to this chamber in the pandemic and just kept spending. I don't personally claim to be a financial expert, but I have run and been part of businesses. I have borrowed funds, and I have been expected to pay them back. I've also had the privilege to be involved with and chair several organizations, and so have had the experience of being accountable to others for their money. and stewarding organizations to their collective goal. Responsible stewardship of one's own funds, but even more importantly, of others' funds, leads to growth and prosperity of one's business, one's organization, or, as we're discussing today, of one's country. But please don't take my word for it on this budget that it's evidence of insanity. Let's look at what others say. Across the country, many people are sounding the alarm bells over this budget. Aaron Woodrick and John Hartley from the Macdonald-Laurier Institute state that the growth expectations, projections for Canada are anemic, their word. 1.2% for Canada versus 2.7% for the U.S., largely driven by declines in the level of business investment. The OECD supports the severe prognosis as it projects Canada will have the lowest real per capita GDP growth among advanced economies between now and 2060. Yes, 2060. Our very own Parliamentary Budget Office has projected that economic growth will remain, quote, sluggish through 2024 due to restrictive monetary policy resulting from rising budgetary deficits. Furthermore, Yves Giroux, the Public Budget Officer, states that the math simply doesn't add up on the expectation that the federal public service will shrink due to natural attrition by 5,000 FTEs over 4 years. He says that these Liberals have made too many promises, pledged too many things, made too many announcements for that to even have a shred of credibility. He says that we can expect the public service to grow, not shrink. Here's another perspective. The former Liberal Bank of Canada Governor David Dodge has warned that he believes that this budget will be the worst since 1982, and I won't say who was in this chamber then. Canada will not reach par growth with other developed countries until 2060. Why? Because this government's out-of-control spending has created an economic black hole that we won't be able to dig out of for 36 years, according to others' words. Again, don't take my word for it. Let's move more to a more recent Bank of Canada representative statement. Carolyn Rogers, Senior Deputy Governor of the Bank of Canada, has noted in a recent speech in Halifax that, quote, "You've seen those signs that say, in case of emergency, break glass." Well, it's time to break glass, end quote. She cited lagging Canadian productivity rates as one of the contributing factors. She went on to say that one of Canada's main issues dragging down our productivity rates is the lack of business investment. While business investment has declined in Canada since 2014, in other countries, including the U.S., it's continued to grow. As a result of Canada's GDP per hour worked, a key measure of productivity growth is among the lowest in the OECD. And this budget will only continue this trend as it does not incent business investment. Another Bank of Canada guy, Tiff Macklem, our present governor, agrees and states that this budget has not significantly changed the government's fiscal path and is unlikely to affect government's macroeconomic trajectory in the near term. Mr. Speaker, why all this discussion about economic and growth? Why is it important? Should we not just focus on helping people? Mr. Speaker, economic growth is what allows a government to responsibly and sustainably deliver social programming. Irresponsible fiscal management is exactly what jeopardizes a government's ability to maintain a strong social safety net and create the fiscal conditions for Canadians to thrive, mainly low, predictable inflation and lower interest rates. Even oft-touted Liberal leader Mark County, future Liberal leader I guess I should say, stated that there's not enough focus on economic growth in this budget. Former Liberal Finance Minister Bill Morneau, in his book related to the Prime Minister, would routinely announce numbers, bigger numbers for more spending because, well, bigger numbers sound good. I agree that bigger numbers sound good when they're in your bank account, but not so much when they add to the public debt. Another former Liberal Finance Minister, John Manley, said, while the Bank of Canada was trying to press on the brakes of inflation with higher interest rates, this Prime Minister was pressing on the inflationary gas pedal with his spending that ballooned interest rates in the first place. This Prime Minister seems hell-bent on destroying the economic fabric of this nation for his own political gain with no regard for future generations that he is fiscally handcuffing, He refuses to listen to reason, and here's my main point of my speech. He refuses to listen even from his fellow Liberals. This Prime Minister has added more debt than all previous Prime Ministers combined. It now stands, Mr. Speaker, at $1.255 trillion, and there is no plan to bring balance or to control inflationary deficits. Doug Porter, chief economist with the Bank of Montreal, put it best when he said, in describing the value of growth, when he cautioned that higher government spending is perhaps not where you want to see that growth. Yet, what does Budget 2024 do? It includes $40 billion in new spending, which will continue to drive up the cost of goods we buy and the interest rates we pay. This year, the Prime Minister and his Liberal government are forcing Canadians to spend $54 billion just to service the Prime Minister's debt. That's the same amount that the GST brings in government revenues. And sometimes when we talk about millions and billions in debt and deficits, it's hard to comprehend for us what that means in our everyday lives. Well, let's think about it this way. The GST has now become the DST. Instead of the GST raising funds for social programming, every single cent of it now goes to service the Prime Minister's debt. The goods and services tax has become the debt servicing tax. It is these very deficits and debts that have contributed to higher inflation and the resulting higher interest rates necessary to try and tamp down inflation. Again, according to Scotiabank, the Bank of Canada would have only had to raise interest rates to 3% if government spending hadn't stoked inflation, meaning that rates are a full 2% higher than they need to be. Again, why is this important? This Liberal government's mismanagement has directly affected Canadians' lives. Housing costs have doubled, mortgages and rents. The Financial Post reports that 3.4 million Canadians will renew their mortgages by 2025, and a total of $900 billion of mortgages need to be renewed in the next 3 years. More and more Canadians are going to have to sacrifice the basic necessity like food or clothing to afford their rent or mortgage payments. In the 2015, these Liberals were elected on the promise of small and temporary deficits, less than $10 billion per year. They were elected with the promise of stable inflation and the promise of low interest rates forever. So anyways, you remember? Well, after 9 long years, it's clear that this Prime Minister is definitely not worth the cost, and this budget does nothing to solve the problems that Canadians face. But despite all the negativity that I've referenced in this speech, largely voiced by Liberals and independent officials, I do have hope, Mr. Speaker. I have hope in Canadians, because we've come back from disasters like this before, and we can do it again. After World War II, many families had suffered personal loss. Many soldiers either didn't come home or came home wounded, but many came home after rescuing democracy and set to rescuing our economy that was heavily indebted after the war effort. Record government surpluses that followed the war addressed the debt, and a long period of economic prosperity followed. Mr. Speaker, today there is also hope on the horizon. A Conservative government will axe the tax on farmers and food by immediately passing C-234 in its original form. We will build the homes, not more bureaucracy. We will also cap spending with the dollar-for-dollar rule to bring down interest rates and inflation. Under a Conservative government, my children and grandchildren will know that if they work hard, home ownership will be a reality. Their home, your home, our home. Let's bring it home, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Vancouver Granville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member opposite for his speech. You know, he talked a lot about, Mr. Speaker, in his speech about the importance of making wise financial decisions, which I would agree with as a former business person. I know that that's something that we should all care about. So I guess the question I would ask is this, Mr. Speaker, in this budget, we've set aside $2.4 billion for innovation around AI, something that their former leader said was an important investment to make in ensuring Canada's leadership in AI. This budget also sets in course reversing the damage that they had done to our NATO commitment when it dropped to below 1% of GDP, and the $73 billion that we're putting on the table to ensure that our military has what it needs are two critical components of this budget. Can the member simply, yes or no, tell me if he supports those provisions of this budget? Yes or no?
The honourable member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
This government has, first of all, thank you for the question. This government has a long track record of announcements, of budgets, etc. And often that does lead to more spending. but it doesn't lead to the good outcomes. Every family, every business knows that they have to make priorities. They have to sacrifice some things that, even though they might be good measures for their family or for their business, for the long-term health and bring about balance. That's what this government has not done. They've been phenomenal at photo ops and announcing good intentions. I'm a numbers guy. I come from business. What do the numbers say? Well, the numbers tell me that we're spending $54 billion now on servicing a debt built on good intentions and poor outcomes. We've ballooned the public service. There are so many places where priority decisions need to have been made. This government has not done that, and it's the very people that they purport to help that are being hurt the most. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. The Bloc Québécois has voted against all budgets and economic updates. The Bloc Québécois once again will vote against the Liberal budget, mainly because despite record profits in oil and gas, the people's money is being used to fund it. Is it not indecent to continue to subsidize and fund oil and gas companies that have record profits with the people's money, taxpayers' money?
Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
I want to thank my colleague from the Bloc for the question. Mr. Speaker, I'm a Conservative. I believe that the market mechanism is the most efficient way of transferring the values of goods and services. But markets only work when there's a balance of power. I come from the ag sector, but that accounts for a whole host of sectors. The best way to have proper levels of profit, which drive further innovation, is having a functioning market system that incents competition. Sometimes we don't have that in this country, given our size, our small people. We have oligopolies, oligopsonies, monopolies, and I won't get into all the rest of that. But there are structures that are needed to keep a functioning market going. And we need to do more work in some areas on that in country, particularly in the sector that I come from, agriculture and food. Thank you.
We have already almost played Monopoly there. The questions and comments, the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. I like the member. He speaks well, but he's, of course, challenged by the fact that he's carrying the party's record. The dismal Harper decade, where we saw record deficits every single year, $116 billion given to the banks, the $30 billion every year that were given to overseas tax havens through the infamous Harper tax haven treaties. And so the reality is Conservatives can't give fiscal lessons to anybody. Their record is absolutely deplorable. The issue around the pharmacare and the supports that will go to people with diabetes in his region, 17,000 in his riding, are Canadians who suffer from diabetes and are paying up to $1,000 a month for diabetes medication, $1,000 a month, struggling to make ends meet. If they can't pay for the medication, they have 4 times greater risk of heart attack or stroke. And the Conservatives are blocking this important life-saving medication that the NDP, of course, has pushed the government to put into place. And my simple question to my colleague, who I respect a lot, is why are Conservatives blocking this important life-saving medication that can make such a difference in the lives of 17,000 of his constituents?
We are almost out of time. The Honourable Member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Thank the member for the question. I was actually at breakfast this morning with the insurance industry, and they actually outlined exactly their view of this pharmacare program. And they said that the monies committed just in this budget alone would provide the full formulary for all the drugs missing by those that are not covered under other drug plans. And then they outlined all of the risks of people dropping their other plans and switching to a public plan. The dollars that are going to go into the public purse, as opposed to actually helping the people that don't have coverage. And if the definition of deplorable is handing this government a balanced budget when they took power, I'll take deplorable every day.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The people of Edmonton Manning have been very clear in the emails I received the past 2 weeks. Frank says, and I quote, "Stop spending our money like a drunk sailor. We cannot afford the debt," end quote. Trevor tells me, quote, "It is absolutely ridiculous as to how much tax is being charged Where does it stop? End quote. David asked me to please put a pressure on the PM to start cutting Canada's debt and balancing the budget. Marriott said, this budget put our kids further into debt. Michael writes of his utter disgust with the latest federal budget. The feelings are unanimous. This budget is a disaster. I can only conclude that no one in the government actually considered the contents. Maybe they were too busy watching television to think about managing the country. I must confess, I don't watch much television. When I do, I watch documentaries or live sports events. Two of the things that I avoid completely are what they call reality television and game shows. To me, there is very little reality involved, and the games don't seem to be all real to me. As a result, I have to admit, I've never watched the show Are You Smarter Than Canadian Fifth Grader, which aired more than 15 years ago. It was a short-lived program with only 5 episodes made. The idea was to have a panel asking questions from elementary school textbooks to see if indeed they were smarter than a fifth grader. Top prize was $1 million, tax-free. The idea probably offends the Liberal members opposite. They don't believe anything should be tax-free ever. Contestants on the show had to answer questions about Canadian history, Canadian geography, and Canadian culture. But history, geography, and culture weren't the only categories covered on the show. There was also mathematics. That may be the reason no Liberal MP ever appeared on the program. When it comes to math, Budget 2024 shows very clearly that the Liberals are nowhere near as smart as a fifth grader. When you are in fifth grade, math is pretty simple. Addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. It isn't a rocket science. A fifth grader knows that if they are receive a weekly allowance from their parents, they must spend that money wisely. Common sense tells them they can't spend more than they have. There's no such thing as deficit spending to a 10-year-old. If you spend all your money, mom and dad tell you that you have to wait until next week to get any more. They aren't made of money. They have to live within their means, and they expect you to learn how to do that also, especially as they feel financially stressed by all the extra taxes this government has piled on them. If you want some shiny toy that costs more than your weekly allowance, then you have to learn to save until you can afford to buy it. Stores are reluctant to extend the credit to a 10-year-old, especially one who hasn't learned the value of saving. As I look at this budget, I wish the Minister of Finance could go back in time and become a fifth grader once again. It is apparent that she and the Liberal Party failed to learn some important lessons in childhood, and now it is all Canadians who are paying for their inability to understand basic math. A fifth grader could tell you that money doesn't magically appear. It doesn't grow on trees. You can't just pick up loose bills on the sidewalk. A fifth grader could tell you that spending more money to pay interest on a national debt that you don't have on health care is a recipe for disaster. Adding more debt doesn't fix the problem. I won't delve deeply into the economic theory here. The Prime Minister has asked Canadians to forgive him for not thinking about monetary policy. And it would probably be wrong of me to expect his caucus to have any more interest in such matters. I must say though, that there have been some changes over the past 8 years in the way this government approaches their responsibility to manage nations' finances. No longer do they think it is possible to pluck numbers out of a thin air, put them in a spreadsheet, and magically produce a budget that balances itself. A fifth grader could tell you that the deficit is not just a line on a piece of paper. It is a debt, borrowed money that has to be repaid at some point. They would also tell you that until you pay that debt, you repay that debt, you are going to be charged interest. In simple terms, that even a liberal can understand, running a budgetary deficit costs money. If you have to pay interest on a debt, then there is less money for the things that government is supposed to do for Canadians, things like health care. And where does government find the money to pay its debt? It raises taxes. In other words, it charges Canadians for something they didn't ask for, and for some reason expects them to be happy to pay. Parents who explain to their fifth graders how important it is for the individuals and families to live within their means are being undermined by a government that spent, and spent, while expecting someone else to pay its bills. This budget increases government spending and taxes and brings us no closer to a balanced budget than we have been at any time in almost 9 years of Liberal fiscal mismanagement. Apparently, their coalition partner in the NDP approve of this highway of economic ruin. This budget brings us $40 billion of costly new spending that Canadians cannot afford. In 2022, the finance minister said the budget would be balanced by the year 2027. In 2023, the number was revised to 2028. Why don't the Liberals just admit that they have no idea how to balance the budget, since magic isn't working? Before the Liberals were elected in 2015, their leader suggested that perhaps his government would run modest deficits, about $10 billion annually, before returning to balanced books he inherited from the previous Conservative government. We all know what happened. Record deficit follow record deficit to create a national debt never seen before in the history of Canada. With this latest budget, the Liberal NDP government farther than ever from doing so. What we have now is a government that will spend more money next year servicing the debt than on health care. There's no sense in that, except perhaps to the members opposite. Canada's per capita GDP is now lower than it was 6 years ago. While other countries have governed their economies, Canadians are poorer. While other countries have grown their economies, Canadians are poorer. And this government's solution is inflationary spending and more taxes. They need to go back to fifth grade. There's a glimmer of hope, though, Mr. Speaker. Soon we will have a Conservative government with members who are indeed smarter than a fifth grader. A Conservative government will balance the books, making the spendthrift finance minister and her fiscally unaware boss will be only a bad memory. The common sense Conservative plan will axe the tax, the carbon tax, balance the budget, and build homes and not bureaucracy to bring lower prices for Canadians. Even a fifth grader knows that this Liberal government is not worth the cost. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And like most members of Parliament, when I'm home for the week, I usually get out and do a couple of school visits. And last week I was lucky enough to go to Martin Street Public School, and I heard from some really smart fifth graders. So to hear the member opposite suggest that fifth graders, are not intelligent or don't have any business suggesting that we, should engage with them, I strongly disagree. But fifth graders not only.
Point of order from the Deputy House Leader.
The Conservatives seem to have taken offense to that and are now heckling the member over his assertion that fifth graders do understand a lot and can contribute. Perhaps you could ask the Conservatives to keep down the heckling so that the member can properly ask his question.
We're getting into debate on Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The point made by my colleague was that the fifth graders were smarter at financial decisions than the government. That was the point.
Okay, well, we are descending into debate, but I will. The honourable member for Courtney Alberni on the same point of order that I'm.
Mr. Speaker, I mean, it is so hard to actually speak at this end of the House without getting heckled by Conservatives. It's next to impossible to actually even be able to hear someone next to you. Like, it's something that really needs to be addressed.
I appreciate that, but I'm also hearing lots of heckling from lots of corners from this chamber. So I will remind everyone who happened to be in the chamber, including Conservatives, including NDP, including Liberals, including Greens, including Bloc Québécois, and Bloc Québécois on occasion. Listen, I'm just getting into this. I'm just getting in. If we want to talk about heckling in the House, I will also remind people that they shouldn't be heckling the Speaker at the time. So I just want to remind people to be judicious in their discussions, and of course to keep the chatter down in the chamber. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary in his question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And my point is that your average fifth grader knows that it's unproductive to heckle and name call and denigrate people on the basis of how much one person knows or how much another person knows. So my question to the member is, doesn't he know that it's actually the job of the Bank of Canada and the Governor of the Bank of Canada to think about and consider monetary policy? And it's actually not so much the role of the government to talk about and to think about monetary policy. I know the Conservatives have made much hay out of the Prime Minister's statement that it's actually the job of the Bank of Canada to talk about and think about monetary policy, and then it's the federal government's job to make economic policy and decisions on spending. Fiscal policy, Mr. Speaker. The fifth graders of Martin Street Public School know the difference, and perhaps the Conservatives could go back and learn fifth grade civics, because that's where we learn about the jurisdictions of the various institutions in our government and country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
I would excuse the honourable member on the opposite side that if his Prime Minister asked him to sell a radish as a strawberry, this is what's happening, for them to try to convince Canadians of their mismanagement and their inability to balance the budgets whatsoever. So this is the situation here. Getting into philosophy, if a government doesn't think, if a Prime Minister doesn't think about fiscal responsibility and fiscal policy or monetary policy, what does he think? What does he think about? What does he think about? And this.
No. The problem is that we still have people heckling everybody all the time. I'm gonna stand for a moment. The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
They were complaining about us heckling. They're heckling because they don't accept any logic or reality or truth. This is the shape of a government we're dealing with, and if their Prime Minister doesn't think about the monetary policy, that means we are in trouble, and we are indeed in trouble because of that type of thinking.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And grade 5 students certainly know a lot. And what they asked me, actually in that member's riding of Edmonton Manning, was some simple math. And here's a math question they asked me, which I'll ask the member. The carbon tax. He said he's going to axe the tax. Now let's do the math on some of this tax in Alberta when it comes to fuel. 3 cents is the Government of Canada's carbon tax. 4 cents is the United Conservative Party of Alberta's fuel tax. But gas went up 20 cents. So who gets rich from the 13 cents that member never talks about? Who is it? Who's getting the 13 cents? Can you do the math on that?
The honourable member Edmonton Manning.
I don't think we speak into two types of residents. I receive so many complaints from Canadians, from Albertans, from my riding, from his riding, which is my neighbour riding, about the carbon tax. So this honourable member needs to convince his own constituents over the carbon tax and how crazy life has become since the carbon tax being increases with the support that 23% increase that him and his party have supported this government to increase life and cost of living for Canadians and cost of grocery. If he can convince his own people in Alberta, that I'll be satisfied.
Questions and comments? Kasia Kamal Tair, the honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his presentation. And I, too, have received many of those letters, and I could read them myself here today from my constituents about the same issues that my constituents consider and how disgusted they are with this budget. And then the reality is how they see it as unfair, not a fair way. And part of what they talk about is where this government is promoting fairness, and yet they fail to mention the fact that the national debt was, when they came into power, was $600 billion, and now it's $1.2 trillion. And when in 5 years, if you look at the budget, says it'll be up another $280 billion. That's not fair to those Gen Zs and those millennials as they progress to 5 years down the road, because they're going to have to pay for it. I'm wondering if my colleague would comment on that.
With almost out of time, the honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
I thank my honourable colleague for this question. There's no fairness in making people's life miserable. There's no fairness in making people's life unaffordable. There's no fairness when people cannot buy food to feed their kids. There's no fairness in what this government is doing, and they must stop. This is what Canadians are asking us for. This is what my constituents are asking me for.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very glad to stand today and to give some comments on this very important budget, which really is a framework as we're moving forward in the future. And I'm very pleased that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle, a former member of our International Trade Committee, much missed at that committee now, and she has moved on to other things. So I have been speaking over this past weekend, especially with my constituents and other community leaders, family and friends, about the budget, because
I know there's some debate going on in the chamber, and I would maybe ask those individuals who are having an extra debate or a continued debate to take it outside into the lobbies. And of course, they're not listening to me because they're into that debate. Maybe the honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach and the other member for Edmonton-Manning might want to take their conversation outside. That would be great, because we do have somebody chatting. The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much. These discussions, very often we all feel very strongly about different positions that we take on something as important as this budget. And as this budget will be the playbook for the next several years in our country, and is making significant headway in trying to improve the lives of all Canadians. So as I indicated earlier, I've been speaking with my constituents, community leaders, and many of them feel that this is going in the right direction, that it makes a difference in the lives of Canadians. At the end of the day, we have to think why we are here and what this is all about. Budgets are laying out the future, and the future reflects the needs of Canadians. That means investing in social programs, but it also means investing in entrepreneurs. It means investing in small and medium-sized businesses and giving them the tools that they need to grow their businesses and to do everything possible to grow our country. The announcements last week on Honda and that kind of investment, those are going to create thousands and thousands of jobs. And then if we reflect back on years when things were very tough and people were out of work and just begging to find jobs and to be able to contribute to their families and not having to go on to unemployment insurance. And now we talk about such an abundance of jobs that we are going to have not only today, that our economy is doing very well, but into the future with the investment at the Alliston and the Honda plant, the EV, and it's really the future for Canadians. It'll be jobs for so many Canadians where they can buy houses, grow their families, and all of the things. It means a successful Canada. So Canada's in a very good position in spite of what we hear from the official opposition about Canada being in a terrible place. Canada's in a very good spot. We're still on the top in the G7, and we're still doing very well. But there is much more to be done. So I think this budget is laying out that platform for exactly what we need to do to move it forward. So I am glad to see all the initiatives in this year's budget that directly address concerns that Canadians throughout Canada have but especially the residents in my riding of Humber River Black Creek. I've often spoke about my constituents and the messages that they want me to pass on here in the House of Commons, whether it's the need for social programs or increases in Canada Child Benefit. I hear a lot from seniors about how difficult it is, even with the increases which have been significant, that we have contributed since 2015. Seniors are still struggling, and as the cost of living goes up, through our various programs, we've been able to make the kind of changes that assist them and that help them. And the carbon tax rebates that all of the seniors are receiving, especially, the Conservatives continue to say that it's not acceptable, it shouldn't be there, and we should scrap the carbon tax. Well, you can't stop the wildfires that are happening, and we need to make sure that people are taking whatever necessary to make our country safer and have the effective changes we need to protect our systems. Budget 2024 helps make life more affordable for every generation of Canadians by creating access to more affordable housing, lowering everyday costs, and growing our economy. Now, I'm sure that anyone who watches Question Period or watches what's going on at the House knows that we have talked about investing millions and millions of dollars in housing. And it's long overdue. This should have been done a long time ago. I recall back in Paul Martin days when we were going to have a national a minister for housing. And that was one of the things that was greatly debated. And it was announced that we were going to establish a Minister of Housing to get back into the housing business. Well, unfortunately, our government at that time was defeated on a budgetary motion, vote of confidence, and we didn't resume the opportunity to introduce that until we started to get back into power in 2015. And I would have liked to have seen the very first thing we did was establish a Minister of Housing and get right into the housing file, but everything takes time, as we all know, those of us in government. And it's taken quite a while till we finally got a Minister of Housing and got the focus put on what one of the things that we needed to do was to make sure that there was more affordable housing being built, housing that everybody can afford, and that would increase the availability in the housing stock. So some of the things that we've done in this budget to help along with that housing need are to introduce a 30-year amortization for first-time buyers. So yes, we have thousands of buyers. I have several grandkids out there that are looking to buy homes, and they are looking at an interest rate that we don't control, but a 30-year amortization. I had a 25-year amortization, as some of the people in this house currently have. Well, this is a 30-year. It will significantly lower those interest rates. Will significantly help my grandkids to buy a home, as well as many others. So making it easier for Canadians to buy that first home is really important. We're also launching a $1.5 billion Canada Rental Protection Fund to protect affordable housing and apartments. It's another thing that we all know when we go to our ridings and we hear stories about that apartment building now is being converted, turned into expensive condos, and a real loss of what you call affordable housing and affordable rental housing. Not everybody wants to get into the housing to purchase housing. They want good, affordable rental housing. And much of that, especially the older stock in ridings like Humber River Black Creek, are very often redeveloped and come on the market at a very high price. And again, it's a loss of affordable rental housing. So this $1.5 billion Canada Rental Protection Fund is meant to prevent that from happening, to be able to protect that kind of level of affordable housing so that we have more apartments for seniors, families, and also students. Another thing that we've introduced is the flexibilities for the Federal Community Housing Initiative. That will ensure access funding to maintain affordability for low-income tenants and co-op members. I have, I believe, 4 co-ops in my riding. I think they are extremely successful. I often talk to the people that are there, and there's a long waiting list for people to get into these co-ops, because once people are there, frankly, they're very comfortable. and they like their neighbors, and they don't want to move. So the answer isn't that they have to move. The answer is to have more co-op housing on the marketplace. So when you have a range of different incomes sharing the housing together, I think it builds for better and stronger communities. But it also provides that housing level that is affordable for a lot of people. There are some that would never be able to afford the kind of housing market that we're talking out there. And if somebody's paying millions of dollars, they must mean that they're doing extremely well, and we would hope that they have the opportunity to do that. So on that Federal Community Housing Initiative, it will provide $150 million to make sure that 47,000 homes will still be there as we move into the future. So these investments, as you can tell by I'm focusing a lot on housing, is an extremely important thing for Humber River Black Creek. People don't have anywhere to move into. Seniors want to sell their homes, which would provide some very nice affordable housing for first-time home buyers, but they've nowhere to go. They don't want to go to a retirement home. They just want to go into safe rental housing that would give them a chance to continue to enjoy their remaining years. I'm very proud to have York University in my riding, where many students call Humber River Black Creek home. Over 3,000 students actually live on campus of York University. And so there has been a huge amount of housing built there. All of it is meant to be housing students. But as the university grows and expands, there needs to be more opportunities. So, Madam Speaker, I've covered off a few of the issues, mostly the housing, but I'd like to talk further, and I'll be glad to respond to some of the questions, to talk about pharmacare, talk about our new dental program, which is being received so well in Humber River Black Creek. It's an exciting time. It's a challenging time for the government to maneuver the proper way, but I believe that this budget is a good step forward, and I'm looking forward to having a few questions.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Cumberland Colchester.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank to the member for Humber River Black Creek for her intervention. The member talked a lot about housing and the incredible number of photo ops that this NDP Liberal government has had with respect to housing and the billions of dollars of photo ops that they've had. I have a really simple question for the member, and I'm sure she can provide an answer to the House and to all Canadians, is as of today, how many houses has the NDP Liberal government actually built for their billions of dollars of photo ops? Thank you.
The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
I want to thank my honourable colleague for that question, and I also want to thank him for his support for the National Eye Strategy that the member was very supportive of, which is now in the Senate, and I would urge him, if he could talk to his Conservative members in the Senate, if they would please pass Bill C-284 for the National Eye Strategy. Now, on to the question he asked me about housing. It's no secret. Housing takes years to build, but we have been building housing for several years. There is about 1,000 units in the west end of Toronto that has gone up in the last 2 years, is up now and available, but there will be much more. But you all know that it takes time to build housing.
L'honorable député de Thérèse de Blainville.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened with great interest to my colleague's speech. No one in this House will say that there is not a housing crisis. We know that that's the case. And this government had a national housing strategy. I don't know if right now the government is admitting failure for this strategic approach, because we know that it is our towns and municipalities that should be leaders on housing. Now, the budget, even after listing all of its measures, it's not doing well in the polls. It hasn't wowed Canadians. And another thing that is upsetting people is the interference in the provinces and in Quebec. Whereas in the federal government's own field of jurisdiction, like old age security and EI, there's nothing on that. This government is not making any commitments to finally end discrimination against seniors of under 75. And the government's not doing anything to reform the EI system, which is letting thousands of people fall through the cracks. What does the government have to say about its complete lack of investment in its own programs? The honourable member started speaking directly to the government, to the member. I would just remind her that she needs to direct her comments through the chair.
Le fauteuil. L'honorable député de Humber River, Black Creek.
Very much, Madam Clerk. When we talk about the housing and why the housing file is so complex, it is a responsibility of municipalities. It's their job to work with developers and to see that the housing gets built. But I have to say, for far too long, too many municipalities have put up as many roadblocks as possible to much of this housing because they didn't. People say, well, I don't want it in my backyard. I don't want additional apartment buildings in my backyard and condos and the rest of it. They want to keep the same kind of community they've always had, which is admirable to want that. But the world is expanding. Immigration is a huge tool for Canada, and we need it to happen. We need to have housing built, and that takes the municipalities to do that.
Got time for a brief question. The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
The Harper Conservative government was terrible fiscal managers. They gave away $30 billion a year to overseas tax havens, massive subsidies to oil and gas CEOs, bank bailouts. Unfortunately, this Liberal government has continued many of the bad financial management practices that we saw under the Harper government. And my simple question is, why won't the Liberals actually rein in these massive corporate subsidies that are going out, that started under the Conservatives and seem to be continuing under the Liberals?
That's right. The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek, a brief answer.
Well, thank you to my honourable colleague, and thank him again for supporting the National Eye Strategy Bill. I have to say, we all know that corporations need to do well in this country. They are the ones who employ thousands and thousands of people, and they need to do well. They need to make money. And I'm glad they do, because that's the money that we use for all of the programs we talk about and all of the investments that go into Canada. It comes through corporations. It's not coming from the government.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honour for me to rise today to discuss Budget 2024, our plan for an equal opportunity for every generation. Our government strongly believes that everyone deserves to succeed, including youth. Unfortunately, we can see that it is hard for too many young Canadians to succeed as much as their parents did. Young people are not being appropriately compensated for their hard work, like earlier generations. Their paychecks are simply not enough to enable them to face the current cost of living. In this context, our youth have more and more trouble saving enough to fulfill their dreams. And of course, this greatly concerns our government. That is why, in Budget 2024, we are bringing forward a number of measures to ensure that our youth have a fair chance of success and to give them what they need to fulfill their dreams. We need to support each other at all stages of life and invest in each other in order to ensure fairness. We need to make sure that we're all supporting each other. We believe that children deserve the best possible start in life. Today, nearly 1 out of 4 children in Canada does not have enough to eat, which harms their health, learning, and overall ability to thrive. You will all agree that this is very problematic. That is why in Budget 2024, we are proposing a national school lunch program. Thanks to an investment of $1 billion over 5 years, we will provide meals to an additional 400,000 children every year, in addition to children who are already using existing programs. I am very pleased that we will be supporting our children in this way at the beginning of their lives. Again, to help our children start out in life, we have also created a pan-Canadian childcare and early childhood learning system. At the moment, provinces and territories already offer or will soon be offering $10 a day childcare. Before this system, childcare costs were as high as rent or even a mortgage. It was therefore harder to start or support a family. This led many parents, especially mothers, to have to make impossible choices between their career and childcare costs, which was a heart-rending choice. And we see that women's participation in the labor market has reached record levels after implementing our new system. However, still today, too few families can access childcare spaces at an affordable price. That is why we are creating more spots and are bringing forward measures to promote creating these spots. For example, in the budget, the government proposes a new loan program for expanding childcare services. With $1 billion in low-cost loans and $60 million in additional money for public childcare service in grants that do not need to be reimbursed. This will enable them to create new spots and to upgrade their current spaces. We have also offered early childcare educators from rural and remote regions forgiveness on their student loans. That represents an investment of $48 million over 4 years. Once again, to increase fairness for our youth, we are proposing in Budget 2024 measures for young Canadians training. We will also encourage them to acquire useful work experience. For example, we will be extending by 1 year the increase in the Canadian full-time student grant. It will go from $3,000 to $4,200 a year. We will also increase the Canadian interest-free student loan program from $210 to $300 a week. We will also be investing more than $207.6 million in 2025-26. We will be investing this money in the Student Practical Internship Program in order to create more workplace internships for our students. This is a great way for post-secondary students to start their careers and acquire early experience in the workplace. Now, of course, people also need to be able to house themselves. That's part of what people should be able to do with their hard work. And we know that housing is one of the greatest sources of concern for youth currently, especially renters who feel like everything is against them. That is why, in Budget 2024, we are proposing measures to support and protect renters. We will be creating a new Renters Protection Fund of $15 million in order to financially support legal aid organizations and organizations that support renters' rights. We will also ensure that renters' credit ratings consider on-time rent payments. Renters deserve to have their credit score consider the money that they've used for their rent over the years, especially when they are applying for a mortgage to buy their first home. And this leads me to the topic of many young Canadians' dream of acquiring their first home. Currently, That dream might seem out of reach for too many young Canadians. We know that many young Canadians have trouble saving up for a deposit or have trouble getting an affordable mortgage. This is one of the biggest pressures for youth at the moment. This is why we want to improve the Canadian Mortgage Charter to make it easier to access housing. In the budget, we will increase from $35,000 to $60,000 the current cap for the property access plan withdrawal limit for people who are saving up to make a deposit on their first property. So for people buying a first home, they will be able to take advantage of the tax advantages of contributing to an RSP in order to save up to $25,000 more for their deposit. This improved version of the plan will also be in parallel to the tax-free savings account for purchasing a first home, which will enable people to contribute up to $8,000 per year to save for their first deposit. I am very pleased to see that more than 750,000 Canadians have opened this kind of TFSA since it was launched just a year ago. Thanks to this first home savings account and the differences to the RRSP withdrawal rules, it will be easier to save for a first home. We will also authorize a 30-year amortization period for mortgages for people buying a first home starting on August 1st, 2024 for newly built homes. And we will improve the Canadian Mortgage Charter, including methods to reduce the mortgage burden in order to help people who are facing difficulties with their mortgage. Again, to help people buying a first home, Budget 2024 will help people who are withdrawing amounts from their account between, or who withdrew money from their account between January 1st, 2022 and December 31st, 2025, who will get a grace period extended by 3 years. They will now have 5 years to start the process of reimbursing the money. Our government has a plan to build more housing, make it more affordable and accessible, develop community housing, and make renting or buying a home easier. Thank you very much.
Member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to our honourable colleague for her intervention today. Madam Speaker, through you to our honourable colleague, this government will now spend more money servicing our debt than it does on health care transfers. Our honourable colleague spent a lot of time talking about youth in her speech. Leading cause of death for youth in my province of British Columbia is overdose. So through you to our honourable colleague, wouldn't this government be better served fighting the overdose and the opioid crisis than spending billions upon billions of dollars on their failed drug policies?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our government is investing in Canadians. We are investing in our youth. We are investing in the future for everybody. And part of this investment is also to fight against these drug overdoses. And our government has given much funds to help fight this scourge on our society, we can say. And we will continue to fight and provide for Canadians as far and as much as we can. Thank you so much.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciated my colleague's speech. And we see that most of this budget involves interfering with provincial and Quebec jurisdiction. Now, there's another topic that is important, tax evasion. We are often told that the government is going to recuperate as much money as possible, but tens of billions of dollars are managing to get away without having to pay taxes and without the government doing anything about it. What is being done in this budget to recuperate the money that we're losing to tax evasion? The honourable member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate my colleague's question. In order to do something about this problem, as my colleague knows, a number of programs have been brought in to counter tax evasion. We will continue to fight tax evasion and to ensure that everyone pays their fair share in order to ensure that they all contribute to our society.
Here we are. Here we are, Madam Speaker, on the eve of the day of mourning every year where we honor those that have died at work or been injured at work, Madam Speaker. And I want to give a shout out to United Steelworkers in Port Alberni who hosted Sunday's event in my riding, and as well as the others that hosted from Labour in communities in Courtenay and Parksville. But Madam Speaker, as we honor those workers, it's critical that we support workers that are injured. And we know that workers that have been injured in the workplace, if they don't return to work within 12 months, they have a 1% chance of ever returning to work, Madam Speaker. 1.2 million Canadian workers right now are not working. We need to unlock their potential and support them by accommodating them when they're injured at work to get them back to work immediately. So my question through you, Madam Speaker, to my colleague is that we have a historic program for return to work through Pacific Coast University, a disability management program that this government started, and it was historic, but they didn't renew it. Is this government going to renew the disability management program with Pacific Coast University, or are they going to abandon workers?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question. As I mentioned in my speech, Budget 2024 is proposing a new Canada disability benefit to supplement provincial and territorial benefits to increase the financial well-being of over 600,000 working-age persons with disabilities. And this is just the start. We will continue to put more programs in place so that we can help workers in this situation and people with disabilities so that they too can have an equitable chance at life in Canada and in their futures as well. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member Cumberland Colchester.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise and talk about Budget 2024. It's interesting, you know, what we often hear from our colleagues across the aisle is, who made this mess? Whose fault is all of this? What is the problem here? When we figure out who did all this, there is going to be big trouble. And we know clearly that after 9 years of this NDP Liberal coalition, that it's their fault. They're the ones who did this. And it often reminds me, you know, I have 3 children. They're grown now, and 2 grandchildren. But when my children were growing up, there was a kids show, and maybe this is where they get their ideas. It was called The Big Comfy Couch, and the female character on there would say, "Who made this big mess?" and look around and wonder who did it. And of course, we all know who made the big mess. That show went on to have a 10-second tidy, and maybe that's what they're trying to do here, Madam Speaker, is to tidy up their mess, because on that TV show, of course, what they did is stuff things under the couch cushions, etc., and everybody knew the mess was still there. And I think that's where we are, Madam Speaker. On behalf of Canadians, the Canadians know who made the mess, and Canadians know that there's still a mess, even though they've just hidden things here and there. Canadians know that the debt is now over $1.2 trillion, and that's a number that's even hard to understand for most of us. What is $1 trillion? What does it look like? And one of my great colleagues from Peace River Northern Rockies made a fantastic video. I'd encourage everyone in the House to have a look at it, to put it in perspective. You know, what's $100,000? What's $1 million? What's $1 billion? What does it look like? And what's $1 trillion? And what's the difference? Perhaps it's easier, Madam Speaker, to understand that the debt on a per Canadian basis is almost $31,000 per Canadian. We've heard this multiple times this morning from many of the eloquent speeches that have been given here, but we know that the cost to service the debt now is $54 billion. And I said this morning on a radio show, that, of course, that's more than $1 billion a week. And, you know, people often think that you're saying it's 54 million with an M, but no, it's B as in billion with a B, bravo. That's more than we spend as the federal government in Canada Health transfers to the province to attempt to pay for health care, but we'll talk about that more. This budget talks about another 40 billion with a B in new spending in a government that has its foot firmly on the gas pedal of the inflationary fire. Continuing to spend is costing Canadians. And when we look at it, there's problems here that they refuse to address. The Prime Minister stood in this House and talked about 7,500 new doctors, nurses, and nurse practitioners in the Sunny Ways budgets of days gone by. We now know that more than 7 million, almost 7 million Canadians do not have access to primary care. We know that wait times are the worst that they've ever been in the last 30 years. In 2015, the average wait time from seeing a family doctor to specialist care was 18.3 weeks. 2015, a milestone year, I might add. 2017, that went up to 21.2 weeks. 2019, 22.6 weeks. 2022, 27.4 weeks. That's more than half a year. And as I said previously, that is the worst wait times the Canadians have seen in the last 30 years. People have died on waiting lists in Canada, and in spite of the fact that my Liberal colleagues do not want to believe facts, which I'm not surprised by, last year, 17,000, and not all provinces reported these numbers, Madam Speaker, 17,000 Canadians died while they were waiting for a procedure or diagnostic test. Now, if you extrapolate that, Madam Speaker, one would understand that that could be more than 30,000 Canadians who died waiting for a procedure or a diagnostic test in this country. The numbers don't get any better, Madam Speaker. Gynecological surgery numbers, the acceptable wait time is 9.9 weeks. In 2015, it was 16 weeks waiting. In 2022, it has doubled to 32.1 weeks. Wait times for neurosurgery in 2015, 27.6 weeks. In 2022, 58.9 weeks. ER wait times in 2013, 2.5 hours. In 2021-22, a minimum of 4 hours. We also know, Madam Speaker, that many people have suffered waiting in emergency rooms, and certainly I know that my colleagues on this side, we hear from people who support us. We hear from them almost every day in person, by email, by phone call, that they are fed up with the system that we have, and it is not working for them, yet this government continues to spend on other priorities. They talk about pharmacare. What they've announced, much to the joy, I'm sure, of their NDP masters, is they've announced a completed house when they have yet to even consult an architect. People are presenting themselves to pharmacies and saying, I'm here for my free medications. And of course, what we know is that this government, this NDP Liberal government, will create a new agency at the cost of $90 million and over $30 million a year, and do a consultative process, and sometime down the road there could possibly be a plan which we know is inferior to the plans that exist at the current time. Our NDP colleagues often are wanting to say, well, tell us about the coverage that this wonderful plan will have. Well, we know that even with the supposed formulary that has been announced, that it actually covers less than half of the insulins that a place like BC already does cover. And of course, as my Bloc colleagues know very well, that healthcare is within the provincial jurisdiction, not that of the federal government. When we look very clearly, again, about another program that they have taken multiple attempts to, with their photo ops to announce how great it is, their dental care program. The Ontario Dental Association has made it clear to Canadians with multiple ads now, warning Canadians that no, this is not another free program as announced by the NDP Liberal coalition. that Canadians will be responsible for 40 to 60% of costs out of their own pockets. Certainly, we know that there are many newspapers out there who have said that this program is toothless. Shocking from a government who tried to roll out a program in 6 months that should have taken 7 years. So when we look at this, Canadians are being misled by this government, Madam Speaker, and not understanding that this program will cost them out of pockets. We're also very well aware from multiple consultations with provincial dental associations that dentists are refusing to sign up for this program because of the significant administrative burden that this government has attached to it. Sadly, Madam Speaker, we know that 2 million Canadians are going to food banks every month. 2 million Canadians. We know that the cost for housing has doubled. In spite of the billions of dollars announced, no houses have been built by this federal NDP Liberal coalition. We know that higher taxes and more inflationary spending is driving up the cost of everything. And we also know that the former Liberal governor of the Bank of Canada, David Dodge, says that this is the worst budget in 40 years. And again, as many of my colleagues point out, I think it goes without saying who was in power in 1982. We know very clearly that there are options out there for Canadians, and we know that they need to make their voices heard, which they do to us on this side of the House every single day. We know that Canadians are dissatisfied. We know that they are hurting. We know that they don't have enough money coming in every month to pay their bills. We know that Canadians are ready for a change, and for that, we are forever thankful for their support. Madam Speaker, it comes as no surprise that for all those reasons that I have outlined, there's absolutely no way that I could possibly support this budget, and quite happy to say that I will not support Budget 2024. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Is very critical of the government, saying, trying to attribute the doctors and waiting times, and then he says towards the end, but we don't have jurisdiction over that. So it seems to be a bit of a conflict. It's nothing new. There's a lot of conflict within the Conservative Party of Canada. You know, I think of the Diagolan group, a far extreme right-wing association or a grouping of individuals. And the Diagolan is something in which the leader of the Conservative Party goes and meets with, and then they wonder why it is that Canadians see the Conservative Party going so far to the right. And at the end of the day, it's going to be about chopping government services. So when the Conservatives say they're going to fix their budget, keep in mind what they're really going to do is cut programs, including health care. So I take exception to a lot of the things that the member has said when he tries to demonstrate he cares about.
Honourable Member for Cumberland-Colchester.
Very much, Madam Speaker. I didn't talk about cutting anything in the speech that I just proposed. The words that I reflected to the member opposite were those of the Prime Minister, his Prime Minister, not mine, but his, who said that they were going to bring 7,500 doctors, nurses, and nurse practitioners. They were their words. They didn't do any of that. They have done none of the things that I outlined in my speech. And I think that Canadians, as I said in the very opening remarks that I made, the Canadians know the difference. Canadians know that when you announce things and you take pictures but you do nothing, Canadians are tired of that. Canadians are ready for a change, and we know that this side of the House will ready to provide that change for Canadians.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I'd like to hear what he has to say on an aspect of the budget. There's nothing in this budget with regards to our seniors to try and rectify what has been done by creating two types of seniors, those under 75 and those over 75. C319 was adopted unanimously by a committee. It's waiting third reading. I'd like to hear if my colleague will vote for C319, if his party will vote for C319 so it's rapidly adopted. If a Conservative government is the next one, what would its position be with regards to seniors?
Colchester.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. You know, one of the things that has happened on this side of the House multiple times is that when Conservative put out fantastic ideas, we know that this NDP Liberal coalition is out of time and out of ideas, that they want to take those ideas and incorporate them into their own budgets. Exactly what we happened in the fall economic statement of last year, when an idea that I had that they took and incorporated into the fall economic statement. Now, granted, it was a great idea, but to go ahead and suggest what we're going to do in the future, we know that this NDP Liberal government, as I said, is out of ideas and out of time, and there would be a very good likelihood that they will co-opt the wonderful ideas that we have to help support Canadians on this side of the House. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member Courtney Albany.
Madam Speaker, we continue to hear Conservatives rise in this House and tell us that people in British Columbia are covered for diabetes medication, Madam Speaker. Becky from my riding, she wrote, quote, "Our out-of-pocket cost for my son's insulin and devices comes to just over $11,000 per year. It is so expensive, sometimes the pharmacy calls me to give me a heads up about how much an order will be, as if we have an option. Without it, he will die. So something like National Pharmacare would be a game changer for us." So why are the Conservatives trying to block pharmacare and insulin for Becky and her kid? Why?
The Honourable Member Cumberland Colchester.
Well, Madam Speaker, what Conservatives are doing here is pointing out to voters that the NDP Liberal coalition, and specifically the NDP part of that coalition, has sold itself out to help support its leader. That all they've done is continued to support this Liberal government over the last 9 years, and ongoing there's difficulties.
Point of order, the Honourable for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As the Speaker has already ruled, that the false titles, like the member is trying to put forward, is something that is not appropriate for this House of Commons. There is no coalition, and he certainly understands.
So I understand that the honourable member. Did raise some additional information. The Speaker has not ruled on it yet, and I know that he will be bringing forward a ruling. The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester, a very brief answer to finish.
So, Madam Speaker, I think it is very clear by the interventions attempted by the NDP of the NDP Liberal coalition that all they're doing is trying to support their own political futures in Canada. And once again, Canadian voters know better than that. They can see clearly through the thin veil that the ND part of the coalition has presented, and that they're not going to fall for their shady tactics anymore.
Yeah, just there was a word in there that I would just be mindful when the honourable member used. So I would just ask him to be very, very, very careful on the words that he uses in the House here. Point of order, the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Yeah, see, the member should withdraw and apologize.
I would just ask the honourable member to withdraw. Yeah, that word that he used.
Speaker, I'm unsure which word you're referring to, but...
the one that started with the S.
I'm sorry?
The one that started with the S.
The S word?
Yes.
I'm not sure what the S word is, Madam Speaker. I apologize for not knowing to which...
Well, maybe the honourable member can approach the chair. I'm not going to repeat that word, but he can approach the chair. I can tell him, and then he can go back and apologize. The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands, resuming debate.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's always an honor and a privilege to rise in this House on behalf of the great people of Southwest Saskatchewan.
Again, point of order, the honourable for New Westminster Burnaby.
You've directed a member of Parliament to approach the chair. I would hope that he would do that.
I'll give him a couple of minutes to get over here. Point of order, the honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Madam Speaker, as a member from British Columbia, I wanted to let you know that I support you in your role, and I believe that you can run the House as Speaker, and you don't need to have multiple reminders from other members from British Columbia.
Appreciate that. I'll ask the honourable member for Cumberland Colchester to come and see me for a few minutes. The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'll just start from the top again. It's fantastic to be able to rise once again on behalf of the great people of the province of Saskatchewan, particularly the people in the southwest corner that I have the great privilege of representing. Right off the top, Madam Speaker, I want to just talk about the month of May. The month of May is, of course, MS Awareness Month. And one of the big asks of the MS community, in particular by MS Canada, is to have the government fund $15 million towards research on the disease, but also on the prevention and on the repair side of things for people who do suffer with MS. Now, normally I don't get up and ask the government to spend more money because we know they're fantastic at spending boatloads of money and accomplishing nothing with it. But in this particular case, Madam Speaker, we know that there's over $3.4 billion in costs to the government and in lost wages by people who suffer from MS. So a $15 million investment would actually result in a tremendous amount of savings for the government, for the taxpayer, and it would result in a higher quality of life for people who suffer from MS. So I just want to start off my budget speech by mentioning that. So that is something that the government, if they were truly listening to what Canadians want and would like to see, that is something that they could have included in this budget to make sure that they are actually working to better the lives of people in Canada, because Canada has the highest rates of people in the world who suffer from MS, with my wife being one of those people as well. I couldn't help but notice in the budget as well, Madam Speaker, that there was a very, very, very small amount listed for agriculture. And in fact, I believe it's page 131 of the budget is where you can find a little bit of a mention there, about a page and a half on agriculture. One of the issues in there is the livestock tax deferral. I just want to talk about that briefly here because I have a lot of ranchers in my riding who for the last number of years have been dealing with drought-like conditions, which is nothing new. We live in a part of the country where rain has never been a feature of Southwest Saskatchewan. It's not something we regularly get. So it's not new that we have drought-like conditions. But there is a government program out there called the Livestock Tax Deferral. And what happens is the local RM has to declare a state of disaster. Then the government takes a look at rainfall. They take a look at the forage percentages of the year to see if it's fallen below, I believe it's 50%. There's quite a process that's involved in implementing or triggering the livestock tax deferral. And clarification and certainty around that would go a long way in helping our producers to be able to have more certainty in their industry. Part of that too, Madam Speaker, though, would be the livestock tax deferral. You only have 1 year to use it. And as we know out in Saskatchewan, sometimes it takes more than 1 year for your pasture to regenerate. What a lot of the producers and what a lot of the organizations like the Canadian Cattle Association, the Saskatchewan Cattle Association, what they're saying is allowing the livestock tax deferral to be used over a period of 3 years would actually be a lot more beneficial, because what it would do, it would allow for better environmental protection. It would allow for pastures to be able to regenerate. Now, my riding name is Cypress Hills Grasslands, and the grasslands part comes from the fact that we have some of the largest amounts of native prairie grass, untouched native prairie grass still in my part of the country here. It hasn't been broken up. It's been grazed for years. Buffalo used to be the keystone species there, and buffalo has since been reintroduced to the grasslands, but cattle have done a tremendous job of being the keystone species in the grasslands. And for farmers that have native prairie grass on their, for ranchers who have native prairie grass on their ranch, in their rotation, it's of huge value to them to be able to preserve that grass. Now, when you force somebody to have to, if they sold their herd, they get the 1 year livestock tax deferral. If you force them to rebuy in and spend on their cattle and get them back on the land, what you're going to see is a degradation of that land. And having a 3 year window would actually allow for the pasture to properly regenerate. Even if it's small rainfalls, it would still allow that 3 year time window to allow for better regeneration of the pasture, so that way you can take care of the environment, but you can also do it in a way that will allow that producer to be able to purchase cattle, to be able to regraze the land once again. and keep that keystone species on the land as well. So that's something that would happen with the livestock tax deferral. If the government was truly listening to the producer groups that it mentions in the budget, then that is something that they would actually be talking about and looking to implement. But after 9 years, they definitely haven't done that. One of the other parts about it actually took up about a page of the page and a half in that is the government's commitment to starting consultations once again on interoperability. And it's really funny that that's in there, Madam Speaker, because I had the privilege to sponsor Bill C-294, which is an act to amend the Copyright Act for interoperability. Now, there are many fantastic short-line manufacturers in Saskatchewan and quite frankly all across this country that make great agricultural products. They also make products for other industries as well too, but I'm going to focus on the agricultural side of it here. And it's funny that this section, it's actually included in the affordable groceries section of the budget. Because the government's actually finally realizing that when you treat agriculture with respect, that you allow producers to be able to grow food in the most economical way, and if you let them have choice, they will be able to grow food in a more efficient manner, which in the long run is going to have a positive impact on the price of groceries, which will hopefully lead to groceries being more affordable. However, Bill C-294 was tabled over 2 years ago. It still has not received royal assent. It did pass this House over about a year ago now, and nothing's been done with it so far. So what the government's done in the 2023 budget, they said they were going to start consultations then. They still haven't done it. And in 2024, once again, they are again committing to starting consultations in June. Now, they actually have a specific time frame where they want to start consultations, but given their previous track record of not doing it, we'll wait and see what actually happens. But what would be even better, Madam Speaker, is if Bill C-294 were able to get royal assent. Now, my bill actually did... It passed the House of Commons unanimously. When it went through committee stage, we were able to accept a friendly government amendment to the bill, which put a little bit more in line with some of their priorities, but also with, I guess, with the law as well, which is important because we want as much certainty as we can possibly get, even though we had done some legal work in the build-up to the bill. But we accepted that friendly amendment. So this is a bill. It's non-controversial, but it is something that will get things done. It'll have a whole of economy effect and impact. But if the government wants to go through consultations, Madam Speaker, I'm going to make it even simpler for them even yet. What they can do is they can go back and they can read a report that was done by a government branch. That was, it used to be called Western Economic Diversification, which now is Prairie Can. They can go back and read the report that was released in, I think, in 2020 on this very issue. And what they will find in that report is they will see the economic impact that agricultural manufacturing has across the entire country. This is not just simply a southern Saskatchewan issue. This is a whole of Canada issue. So the government can read that report. They can see the dollar value assigned to it. They can see how each and every single province benefits from it. It's a nation-building exercise. So they don't even have to do the consultations. It's already been done. The government department already did the report. They can read it. The consultations are done. What would be helpful is to be able to we're counting on the Senate passing and giving royal assent as quickly as possible to Bill C-294. Now, if the government also wants to impact groceries and the price of groceries, what they could also do is have this House pass Bill C-234 in its original form. It came back from the Senate with a huge amendment that gutted the original intent of the bill, which was to put that exemption in place for all on-farm buildings for all types of fuel, which is important when you consider greenhouses, when you consider dairy barns, when you consider chicken barns, when you consider pig barns. There's a huge level of cost that goes into running those facilities with the carbon tax. So passing Bill C-234 in its original form would have a huge impact on the Canadian economy. It'd have a huge impact on the price of food. And removing the carbon tax in its entirety would actually be beneficial as well, too, because we look at the transportation costs, we look at the cost of the grocery stores that have it. It's a huge detriment. So scrapping the carbon tax altogether would also be of huge benefit, and I don't see any of that in the budget either, Madam Speaker.
So before I go to questions and comments, I do want to apologize to the Honourable Member of Cumberland Colchester. I asked him to withdraw a word, but it was the sound of that word that came over here, and I thought he had said the S word, and it turned out that he said the word shady and not what I thought he had said. So I had that double checked, and I do apologize to the honourable member, and he doesn't have to withdraw that word. So thank you very much. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, the Conservatives like to believe that they represent rural Canadians, and you know, it's interesting. We have the fall economic budget statement, and within that fall economic legislation, we have the doubling of the top up for the rural carbon rebate. Now, that's not passing because the Conservative Party continues to filibuster that legislation, the fall economic statement. Then, if you take a look at it, when you think of the legislation, the private members bill that they constantly make reference to with Senate amendments, it's the Conservative Party again that has the ability to bring that legislation before us and has chosen not to. So on the one hand, they're being critical of the government, and then on the other hand, they're preventing rural communities from getting more breaks from Ottawa.
Honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Now, we actually asked for unanimous consent to pass the bill in its original form, but it was the Liberal member from Kitchener-Waterloo who actually denied that unanimous consent, so maybe he wants to talk to his colleague and find out why she would have done that. When it comes to the doubling of the rural top-up, I mean, sure, fantastic, more money going to people, but it still doesn't deal with the problem that you're taking that money away from people and then you're giving it back to them. And when you look at the buried-in costs of the carbon tax all throughout the economy, it still doesn't add up to the amount of money that people are paying, particularly people in rural Canada. It was actually an admission of failure on their part that they had to double it in the first place.
The Honourable Member from Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Bloc, since 2019, and I would say even since 2015, has never voted for a Liberal budget or its updates. We'll continue once again with this budget to vote against it. And one of the reasons that we're going to vote against it is that they are still keeping subsidies to the oil industry, which makes record profits. Does my colleague not find it indecent to finance the oil industry, which is making record profits with the people's money that he seems to be so concerned about?
The honourable member Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Merci beaucoup pour la question, Madam.
To thank my colleague for his question.
What I would say about that, our committee actually did a study on subsidies for the oil and gas industry at Natural Resources, and what we found out was that, with the exception of the government's purchasing of the Trans Mountain Pipeline, which they didn't need to do if they would have just allowed the private sector proponent to build it themselves, which would have came in way under cost from what the government had to spend on it. There are no subsidies. There aren't any. All the witnesses that were called before committee, nobody could actually point to a single subsidy in existence. Now, so it's important that we have an actual, true, factual discussion. I know that the Bloc doesn't like the oil and gas industry in Canada, and that's fine. They can be that way. What I look at it is that the oil and gas industry, when you look at the revenue that it brings into our communities, into our small towns, it's the dollars that are raised from that industry in particular that pay for our schools, they pay for our hospitals, they pay for our policing, it helps pay for our infrastructure. So by removing that industry from this country like the Bloc wants to do, you're removing the funding model for schools, for hospitals, for infrastructure, for policing. And to me, why would we ever do that?
Time for a brief question. The honourable member for Churchill, Kiwanuka-Aski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, First Nations across Canada are facing a housing crisis, a crisis that didn't just happen, but is the result of years of Conservative and Liberal underfunding of housing on reserve. The Auditor General recently revealed that First Nations in Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta have been underfunded based on incorrect census information. Does the member agree that significantly more money must be invested in housing by the federal government, housing on reserve in particular, and particularly in the prairies where chronic underfunding based on wrong census data has been identified?
Answer from the honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker, for the question. Now, I mean, we could spend months talking about that issue because it is actually a very important issue. But in my limited amount of time, what I will say is the fact that census data is incorrect shows that nobody trusts this government. Nobody wants to give the government accurate information on what they say because nobody trusts it. Maybe if the government spent more time trying to build trust rather than destroy it, then we would have more accurate information so that we could get programs like Housing on Reserve correct.
Resuming debate. Resuming debate? Yes, members have to stand if they want to be recognized. The Honourable Member Surrey Newton.
I said. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I will be sharing my time with a very passionate and hard-working member from Chateauguay, La Colle. I rise today to speak on Budget 2024. This budget represents a significant step forward in achieving the goals set by our government to uplift Canadians and build stronger, safer nation. Our government's plan is to build a Canada that works better for everyone, but particularly for those from a young generation so they can have a fair chance at good middle-class life. Canada's net debt to GDP ratio is well below our G7 peers. Our deficits are declining, and we are one of the only two G7 countries rated AAA by at least 2 of 3 independent credit experts. In my speech today, I will touch on how our plan entails taking bold action to build more homes faster and help make life more affordable. The urgent need for more housing in our country cannot be overstated. Every Canadian, regardless of their background, should have the opportunity to find a safe and affordable place to call home. Every generation deserves fair, healthy future, from children to parents to grandparents. To make that future a reality, we are tackling a generational housing challenge. Madam Speaker, that is why we are providing a $400 million top-up to the $4 billion Housing Accelerator Fund, which is already fast-tracking the construction of over 750,000 new homes over the next 10 years, thanks to agreement with nearly 180 municipalities, provinces, and territories, including Surrey, British Columbia. We will build more rental apartments faster with an additional $15 billion in new loan funding for apartment construction loan program, bringing the program's total to overall 131,000 new homes within the next 8 years. In Budget 2024, our government is proposing a new secondary suite loan program which will enable homeowners access to over many homes with a $40,000 in low-interest loans to add secondary suites in their homes, whether it is be for a new tenant or a family member. Through the new Canada Housing Infrastructure Fund, our government will accelerate the construction and upgrading of infrastructure in support of building new homes. For those who are first-time home buyers, we will enhance the home buyers plan by increasing the withdrawal limit from $35,000 to $60,000, allowing individuals to use the tax benefit of RRSP to save up to $25,000 more for a down payment. We will provide incentives to Canada's educational institutions so they can build more student housing by ensuring they benefit from the removal of GST on new student residents. Madam Speaker, in order to build more homes, we must have the workforce in place and provide the human resources that are necessary. That is why we propose to streamline foreign credential recognition in the construction sector and create more apprenticeship opportunities to help skilled trades workers build more housing. This year's budget will drive our economy towards growth that lifts everyone up. We will launch a new national school food program to expand existing provincial and territorial school food programs so we can provide healthy meals to over 400,000 children each year. This will ensure that children do not arrive at school hungry. With the implementation of the National Pharmacare Program, our government is taking the first steps towards launching a program that will ensure the cost is not a barrier for those needing medication for illness such as diabetes. Madam Speaker, when it comes to public safety, every Canadian has the right to feel safe. No one should feel targeted for who they are or the religion they believe in. Freedom to practice religion without discrimination or persecution is a charter-protected right, and our government is taking action to uphold this right. To help people feel safe in practicing their faith, the Security Infrastructure Program provides funding to organizations to protect communities at risk of hate-motivated crime by enhancing physical security at their gathering places. As part of Canada's action plan on combating hate, Budget 2024 proposes $32 million over 6 years and $11 million ongoing for Public Safety Canada to further enhance the Security Infrastructure Program. We will cut red tape to make it easier and more efficient for organizations to access the security support that they need. Our government has been committed to investing in middle class, and the budget continues to show the commitment. Madam Speaker, today is the last day of April, which also means it is the last day of Sikh Heritage Month, an act which I introduced as private member's bill and received royal assent 5 years ago today. Canada is the only country in the world to have Sikh Heritage Month enshrined in law. With that being said, I'm extremely proud of work being done by the members from the Sikh caucus, and particularly I want to mention the honourable member from Steveston Richmond East. The Liberal caucus has worked hard to secure funding for 3 projects across Canada that became the priority. This includes nearly $20 million in funding for these 3 important projects throughout Canada, including $1.8 million for Indus Media Foundation to complete their Canadian Heritage short film that highlights the shared military heritage in World War I and World War II, which sparked Sikh settlement in Canada. This project, led by Steve Purewal, will showcase the contributions to Canada's settlement history and establish a proud patriotic identity for the future generations to come. Madam Speaker, Budget 2024 stands as a testament to our unwavering commitment to the well-being and prosperity of all Canadians. It is a comprehensive roadmap that addresses the pressing needs of our nation in making life more affordable for individuals and families. Madam Speaker, when it comes to making life more affordable, when I go around, whether it was the annual Nagar Kirtan in Surrey, or I go door knocking in Surrey Newton, the people are always appreciating, whether it is a $10 a day care, whether it is the dental care, whether it is the pharma care, all those policies that we are bringing in to help the middle class and the ones that they need the most are very well appreciated. Madam Speaker, I urge all members to support the timely implementation of this budget and work together to ensure that the transformation vision outlined in the budget 2024 is realized. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député d'Avignon-la-Métis.
The Honourable Member for Avignon-la-Métis, Matane-Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the budget, the government says that in order to keep our streets safe, the federal government banned assault weapons in 2020. Well, that's not true. The government banned some assault weapons, but not all. There are still many models in circulation. And the budget also says that over 2 years, $30.4 million will be invested to implement a gun buyback program from both retailers and individuals. In 2021, the Parliamentary Budget Officer said that the Liberals' firearm buyback program would cost at least $750 million. And even then, he said that it's hard to estimate. Some experts have pointed to a $2 billion amount. So I would like my colleague to explain what the government is thinking with this mere $30 million.
Newton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when it comes to banning the military-style assault rifles, our government has shown or taken a leadership. And in fact, to the honourable member, through you, Madam Speaker, this issue is very, very important to my constituents as well, where, it was much appreciated when we banned those assault rifles, even though the Conservative Party never supported this program and support the buyback program, but I can tell the honourable member through you, Madam Speaker, that we are committed to do that, and we are committed to buy those rifles back, to take them off our streets so that people can feel safe.
Questions and comments? The honourable for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to my fellow British Columbian. First of all, I'd like to point out that military-style weapons were actually banned in they're only used by the military. So I have no idea what he's talking about on that. But one thing we absolutely do not support, Madam Speaker, is the budget provisions around safe supply in British Columbia. Now, the government of British Columbia has come to Ottawa to ask for changes to that particular agreement. We Conservatives do not believe that decriminalization is helping people. We see where there are families affected. Nurses have lodged complaints about drugs in our hospitals, putting their lives at risk. Madam Speaker, we are seeing disorder in our streets where people can't stop at a bus stop anymore because people are utilizing drugs. I would like to know the member's position. Does he support safe supply, and does he want to maintain the current decriminalization that we have exemption in the criminal code for British Columbia?
The honourable for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, through you, I would like to ask the honourable member from British Columbia whether he supports banning those assault rifles in our communities to make our communities safe, whether he supports the banning the handguns in our communities that keep our communities safe, because all the police forces have come together in my part of the neighborhood to support those initiatives that we took, Madam Speaker. But also, I would also like to ask you, through you, Madam Speaker, this honourable member, the safe consumption sites work, where people who have mental health issues, and they can go to those safe consumption sites and can use those so as their lives can be saved. These are the things that first responders tell me, and I'm sure that this member is not listening to those first responders.
Questions and comments. A brief question. The honourable Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Canada is faced with a housing crisis. I know that Budget 2024, because of the NDP, forced the government to take some action with respect to that. However, that's not good enough because as the government gives on the one hand, they are taking with the left. The rent geared to income subsidies funded by CMHC to provinces and territories will end for many of those programs. That means we'll lose thousands of homes because of the ending of the rent geared to income. So my question to the member is this: will he call for the government to renew the rent geared for income subsidies from CMHC for all nonprofits?
The honourable member for Surrey Newton, a brief answer, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member from Vancouver East and for her passionate work that she does for her constituent, not only for her constituent, but in fact the people that needs the most. But when it comes to investments in housing, Madam Speaker, briefly I can tell you, this is the first budget that has ever made historic investments in housing, and we will continue to make so as affordable housing can be the dream of future generations.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Châteauguay.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am very pleased to rise today in this House to represent my constituents in Châteauguay-Lacolle, which will soon be called Châteauguay-les-Jardins-Napierville, Madam Speaker. Budget 2024, which was tabled on April 16th, includes a series of measures to make life easier for all Canadians. It meets the needs of today, but also looks to tomorrow. That is why it's a matter of a fairer chance for every generation. We have listened to people from throughout the country. Our budget reflects the needs that they expressed. Madam Speaker, I listened to my constituents, and I'm very proud that this budget includes major policies on housing, health, and inclusion. It has a vision of a Canada where people can find affordable housing, where people can age with dignity, where youth can get ahead, and where, in fact, everyone can succeed. One of our major needs at the moment is in housing. In the budget, there are a series of measures which will help us to build more housing. As we know, the best way to bring down housing prices is to build more housing more quickly. We will be reducing paperwork, accelerate development, we will convert public lands into housing, and use innovative technology to build more efficiently. In other words, we will change how housing is built in Canada. For example, there are the lots of 1,700 post offices that could be used and where housing could be added without compromising Canada Post services. For renters, especially millennials and Gen Z, we will make it easier to buy a home. We will help them to save up for their first deposit, tax-free. We will give renters a credit to help them qualify for their first mortgage loan. We will protect affordable housing and will create thousands of new affordable housing units throughout Canada. This is in addition to the First Home Savings Account, FHSA, which was created last year. Tens of thousands of young Canadians have already started contributing to that account, which will help them save up for a deposit. They can save up to $8,000 a year in that account. This is all tax deductible, tax-free, and after 5 years it can be withdrawn. So I would recommend to everyone listening that they could open one of these FHSAs in a participating financial institution. This program will make a huge difference for young families who up until now have found that this was an obstacle to buying their first home. In order to build new housing, we'll also need to build new water supply, wastewater, and stormwater infrastructure. Municipalities will have to defray additional costs in order to be able to have new housing built on their lands. In Budget 2024, there is the new Canadian Housing Infrastructure Fund, which will earmark $6 billion over 10 years starting in 2024-25 for Infrastructure Canada in order to speed up building this infrastructure. That is great news.
Our commitment to fairness for every generation is also in our fight against homelessness. Madam Speaker, I'm sure I'm not giving you any news when I say that it's not a level playing field for everyone here in Canada, and that is why Reaching Home, Canada's homelessness strategy, is a community-based program. It's so important and is aimed at preventing and reducing homelessness across Canada. This program provides funding to urban, Indigenous, rural, and remote communities to help them address their local homelessness needs. Budget 2024 proposes to provide more than $1 billion in supplementary estimates over 4 years, starting in 2024-25. It also provides $250 million over 2 years to address the urgent issue of encampment and homelessness. Reaching Home supports the goals of the National Housing Strategy, in particular to support the most vulnerable Canadians in maintaining safe, stable, and affordable housing, and to reduce chronic homelessness nationally by 50% by fiscal year 2027-28. That, Madam Speaker, is equity. Nous rendons la vie moins coûteuse.
We are making life cheaper. We are strengthening Canada's social safety net for every generation. $10 a day childcare, which is already happening, which has already existed for some time in my riding in Quebec, but this program will enable parents to save thousands of dollars a year and will give Canadians, young Canadians, the security, the financial security they need to start their own family. And new programs like dental care, the National School Food Program, and pharmacare. And let me just say in passing, Madam Speaker, that this morning, the Conservatives were talking about 5th grade students, and I'm wondering if they would be ready to tell these young, hungry children arriving at school that, would they be ready to refuse to give them their lunch? Are they really going to be voting against giving these kids some good, nutritious food every day? Anyway, Madam Speaker, we are also very proud of our pharmacare program, especially when it comes to insulin and contraception. It will help Canadians to save even more. Recently, I toured my riding to speak about the Canada Dental Care Program, and I saw how much our communities need these programs. People signed up en masse. This program will help many seniors, our parents and grandparents. In many cases, due to costs, they were forced to neglect their dental health simply because they didn't have enough money. This will hugely impact people's overall health. Dental care will also reduce the load on emergency rooms because many emergencies have to do with oral health.
Has recently linked poor oral hygiene to certain health problems, including periodontal disease, that is gum disease, and diabetes, heart and respiratory diseases. These findings highlight the importance of good oral hygiene. Nous développons
We are developing the economy. Thanks to innovation and equity, we have a plan to increase investment, improve productivity, and encourage revolutionary innovation. This will create good jobs and keep these jobs in Canada. We will be broadening and implementing significant tax credits for the clean economy We will keep Canada as a leader in AI, and we will improve research grants. Madam Speaker, this is also important. As we help people to reach their potential, we will also be creating the economic environment to give them even more opportunities. We need this generation to be supported. Madam Speaker, I see that my time is nearly up, but I would just like to say that in my riding, farming is also very important. We have brought in a program to help farmers to pay less interest. We are increasing the interest-free portion of the anticipated payment program. So I'm looking forward to answering my colleagues' questions. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. Now, for years, this government has been spending, and the debt is skyrocketing, while productivity declines in the country. We spend more and more, and yet food banks are full. Housing costs have risen. People are struggling to pay their mortgage. So I would ask my colleague, when will we finally see some results? Thank you. The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague. I'm a little surprised to hear this from a member for Quebec. We've been through years of austerity, and we know what that leads to. It led to cuts to services. It led to additional costs for social programs, infrastructure, municipalities. It caused a very difficult period in Quebec. It is the role of a government, especially the federal government, to invest in the economy in order to ensure that everyone throughout the country has an appropriate quality of life.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Manicouagan.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in my riding, we really need more support in the area of fisheries. In fact, the future looks dark. There's the matter of the missing Mexican temporary foreign workers, because this government doesn't seem to understand that we have a fishing industry. They didn't understand that this problem harmed our industry. Meanwhile, shrimp trawlers can't even go out. The minister doesn't want to offer any compensation. There's a very slim budget for fisheries. I'd like to hear from my colleagues on her government's fisheries plan. Perhaps she can tell us what good things this budget has offered to the fisheries sector. Does she really think this is a visionary approach? Because I think that we're only seeing half measures that are doing nothing to help fisheries.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I truly appreciate the question asked by my colleague from the Bloc Québécois. She asks how the federal government can help the Quebec fisheries industry, and indeed we are here to support that industry. We have invested through the budget in order to allow temporary foreign workers to arrive more easily. We know, of course, that there are still certain issues, and I trust in our minister, our fisheries minister, who is, by the way, someone who represents the Madeleine Islands.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Albany.
Madam Speaker, the Liberals promised that their disability benefit would end poverty for people living with disabilities. Now, we've heard my good friend from Port Coquitlam Port Moody, Coquitlam, advocating very hard for the disability community. And as New Democrats, we were expecting a disability benefit that would actually lift people out of poverty. Instead, what they're offered, $200, Madam Speaker. This is, $6 a day. It's not even a bus pass, Madam Speaker, in many areas. Will my colleague maybe explain to people living with disabilities in this country why they couldn't even offer a disability benefit that would meet the poverty line in this country to make sure that people living with disabilities could at least have a $2,000 minimum income a month to be able to try to make ends meet?
L'honorable député de Châteauguay-Lacolle, une brève réponse.
Brief answer.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I just want to assure the honourable member that I am an avid advocate of the disability benefit. Having worked somewhat in this field, though, I am very painfully aware that just putting in a benefit at the federal level will not solve the problem. We need to work closely with the provinces, with the other plans that are in place, because the worst thing that we can do is to put in a federal benefit and then have provinces and other private plans then withdraw their support. But I'm confident that with this new plan, it's a start, it's a great start, and it's a great day for the disability community.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Mirabel.
The Honourable Member from Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I'd like to indicate that I will be sharing my time with my colleague for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Let us speak about this budget. A budget, Madam Speaker, that's a bit difficult to qualify, that's a bit difficult to describe, which, in my humble opinion, shows once and for all, well, the federal government gives us the opportunity to demonstrate it. It shows us that there is a deep divide between Quebec's expectations, Quebec's needs, and the respective Quebec's jurisdictions that Quebecers are attached to by the by. A difference between that and the expectations of the 9 other provinces and territories when it comes to what the federal government should do. An example of this cultural divide and this deep historical divide is the following. It's what we expect when it comes to federal action, and that's the media's coverage of the budget. In English Canada, the media said about the budget that there was they mostly talked about the tax on capital. There are people who make huge capital gains. You buy an asset, then you resell it. If there's more than $500,000 in profit and above that, people are told, yes, you make a lot of money, but you'll contribute a bit more in future. And the government can therefore get a good amount of revenue from this. This allows them to artificially respect their promise when it comes to servicing their debt. So, is this a good or a bad tax? That's what the analysts are trying to study right now. Is it equitable? Well, has the federal government done the right thing? And we saw them. We saw them in the media. And as an economist, I had the same kind of question. I read English media, and I fell into the trap, I must admit. As MPs, we talk in amongst ourselves. Is it a good tax? Is it a good measure? And after a while, our Quebec intellect leads us elsewhere. We tell ourselves, independently, what will they do with this new source of income? These billions that Ottawa has managed to raise through a potentially effective tax measure, we realize that this money won't reestablish a budgetary balance after expensive pandemic measures. This will not allow us to remove inequities between generations. This money will exclusively be used to butt into Quebec's jurisdictions, interfering in what is not Ottawa's business, but interfering in jurisdictions where Ottawa is infamously bad, like healthcare, like dental care, like housing, etc., etc., etc. It's not too difficult to prepare a speech on this matter when you are a Quebecer, because there is so much interference. Madam Speaker, an example of this, a historic example of this, is that the federal government, in this federal budget, decides to interfere in Hydro-Quebec's tariff scales. For housing, we're kind of used to it. They gradually started interfering. For healthcare, we know how bad it is. We know the consequences of the agreement with the NDP, but now they're imposing conditions on Hydro-Quebec. How did that happen? It happened because in the past, when Ottawa gave subsidies for energy and clean energy, Quebec was excluded. Quebec, you're out because you have a crown corporation that provides about 100% of Quebec's electricity needs, and so you don't deserve a single red cent. Many members from the Bloc Québécois know that there are Quebecers who will rise in this House. Well, it's not the Conservatives, it's not the NDP. There's only one Quebec NDP Liberal, and it's not the Quebec Liberal MPs that will rise up against this. So in the budget, it says Hydro-Quebec will be able to ask for subsidies for green energy. Well, that was last year, and we were surprised because it was the first time it happened, but we didn't get the conditions attached to this. Not a single cent has been spent. Now this year, in this year's budget, what do we see? The conditions where the federal government, in order for Hydro-Quebec to be able to get any money for solar or wind energy, the federal government states that Hydro-Quebec has to adjust its tariffs so that 100% of the subsidy goes to consumers. When I buy my electricity, I get my bill from Hydro-Quebec. I don't know if it comes from La Romelle, if it comes from a Gaspé wind farm or a hydroelectric dam. And so, de facto, once again, Quebec will be excluded from the system because the conditions are impossible. I see the parliamentary secretary who's looking at me with a bit of a dubitative eye. Perhaps the government doesn't want to harm Quebec, but again, it's symptomatic. They don't understand Quebec. They're not good at understanding Quebec. They're not competent when it comes to energy. So why did they add these conditions to this subsidy? They said, well, we're going to ask the polluting provinces to add green projects to their province. There are many private companies that will do this, but we want to make sure that they don't put the money in their pockets. So what we'll force them to do is to develop products, green products and green energy generation, but it has to be cheaper than traditional energy. And they want this to be coast to coast to coast, and they don't realize that Quebec is a different place to the rest of Canada. What we have is a program that will be harmful to Quebec. That is quite literally a violation of Quebec's jurisdictions. But that's nothing. What is called clean elsewhere in Canada is nuclear energy. Nuclear energy is seen as clean. We're talking about plants that are then used to export oil sands abroad. That's apparently green. And they want prices to go down for tar sands. Natural gas is apparently green. Subsidies will directly go to natural gas if there is a carbon capturing strategy that is created. Technologies that simply do not exist right now, except in the head of the Liberal Party. And so once again, we're in measures that will be harmful to Quebec. I only have 3 minutes left. I could spend 2 hours talking about issues. There's still no agreement with Quebec when it comes to healthcare transfers. The federal government used to manage one military hospital on West Island in Montreal. When it was transferred to the Quebec government, we knew that it cost 3 times more for the federal government to run a hospital than the government of Quebec. But now they have the goal to tell us how to manage our healthcare system. Why, Madam Speaker? Because they want to be present. They want simply to put a maple leaf on any check they send to us. All Quebecers have a pharmacare plan. We have many programs in Quebec, and so the money should be given to Quebec. The same is true for dental care. All dentists in Quebec for children are registered in our automatic system, and we can already deliver this kind of program. If the federal government wanted the system to improve rapidly, then it would just give money to Quebec so that it could do what it's best in. But no, because the federal government always wants to have its name written on everything. Same thing for housing, Madam Speaker. Perhaps they have good intentions, but good intentions don't necessarily lead to good results. When they've meddled in housing, there's been fewer housing units at the end of things. They don't recognize that Quebec is the only province that has, for decades, already had permanent programs for social housing, affordable housing, for cooperative housing building. By not recognizing Quebec's unique skill, what happened? 3.5 years, nearly 4 years of negotiations between the federal government and the Quebec government. These are lost years with people who sleep in their cars, people in our regions where the housing crisis is getting worse and worse and worse. And the Liberals continue to tell us that the federal government should interfere by multiplying conditions. In my writing, there is a collective housing project that has waited for 8 years because of the complexity of these conditions. So, Madam Speaker, what are we asking for? We just want to get our full compensation without these conditions. We want Quebec to get its money in its own jurisdictions, and any member who works for Quebec should agree with our position. Unfortunately, we acted in good faith. We asked for a sub-amendment. All of the Conservative caucus of Quebec said no to Quebec. They turned their backs to Quebecers. And that's what they're ready to do, to maybe become a minister in the next potential government. Same for the NDP. Same thing for the Liberals. Madam Speaker, there's only one party that will always defend Quebec's jurisdictions, and that's the Bloc Québécois. And on election day, people will remember this fact, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Nepean.
The honourable member for Nepean.
I heard the honourable member's speech, and he talked on many points, but he forgot to mention the one key thing for Quebec, the knowledge-based sector in Quebec. Quebec and Montreal, for example, the Montreal-based artificial industry is the leading in the world. And this budget has, to give a couple of examples, has provided $2 billion towards the Compute Access Fund. It has provided for $200 million to help critical companies, the sectors in agriculture, manufacturing, and minerals to use the artificial intelligence in their operations. Does it not recognize that this budget is providing for the growth of Quebec's knowledge-based economy, its knowledge-based corporate sector, so that they can lead in the technologies in the world?
The honourable member from Mirabel. This colleague has the absolute gall to tout a policy that would apparently help Quebec when Honda, with federal funding, got more money to concentrate the auto manufacturing sector in Ontario. A battery plant in Ontario got 6 times more federal money than the same one in Quebec, than a similar factory in Quebec. The federal government, through its supercluster system, has drained our system. And he has a gall to talk about this when a minister tabled a bill that was so bad that the minister is close to tabling an amendment to his own bill. If that's the central point of the budget, once again, I have a reason to vote against.
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Madam Chair, and I want to thank the honourable member for his speech on this. And we've seen that over the last 9 years, this country can't afford this Prime Minister's budget. I'm wondering if he has any comments around the deficit spending. We've noticed that all of the GST that will be collected in the coming year will go only to pay down the interest that is being accumulated on our national debt. I wonder if he has any thoughts on that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
L'honorable député de Mirabel.
The honourable member from Mirabel. During the pandemic, Madam Speaker, sometimes imperfect measures were necessary to be implemented rapidly. Where were the Conservatives during all of this? They were sat at the negotiating table with Minister Morneau, and they were happy to spend tens of hundreds of thousands of dollars. So when he speaks about this Liberals government's 9 years, then perhaps they need to look a bit more within their own party. The federal government is looking for more money. That's a fact for now. It's not servicing for the debt, which is an issue for me. It's still a problem, but this money is being used to violate the Constitution, to violate Quebec's jurisdictions, to step on Quebec's toes, and to interfere in everything it can instead of just transferring money to Quebec and other provinces so that provinces can be responsible for their own programs, Madam Speaker. And it is against that official opposition party members should be against. Questions and comments?
For Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his intervention. He was speaking about taxation, the issue around taxes. What I don't see in Budget 2024, of course, is a windfall tax for excessive profit tax, for example. We know that there's a high rate of inflation. People are struggling with food prices. We also see a free pass given to the corporate sector. In fact, the Conservatives and the Liberals have aided and abetted this practice, and they refuse to bring down the corporate, to increase the corporate tax rate. If they did that, increasing it to 15 to 20%, that would bring $16 billion a year into the Treasury to support a variety of different measures. So my question to the member is this: would he call for the government to do what is right for all Canadians, and that is to put forward an excessive profit tax?
The Honourable Member from Mirabel. What's funny is that when we hear the NDP, it's as if the revenue they would like to see would be used to buy virtue. Every single dollar that the NDP is asking for in new taxes will buy a new shoe to better walk over Quebec's jurisdictions. In healthcare, in education, for breakfast for children, for dental care, for pharmacare. It feels like she doesn't understand what the Canadian Constitution is all about. And Madam Speaker, I find it unfortunate that I didn't bring the Constitution in both official languages, because I would have tabled the Constitution with Article 92, which clearly states what Quebec's jurisdictions are, so that my colleague can read up on it. It's just another shoe to step on Quebec's jurisdictions once again. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Point of order. Point of order from the Honourable Member from Mirabel. Madam Speaker, I understand that in a parliamentary context, sometimes our statements aren't to everyone's liking. That's the nature of our work. But I think that what the member just said, and I heard her, she said the word disgusting after what I said. I think that's unacceptable, Madam Speaker, and that she needs to retract her words. I didn't hear what was said myself. It's sure that we can listen in to see what was said, if it was what was recorded, but I see that the Honourable Member for Vancouver East is rising, so she has the floor.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I do actually find it offensive for the member to suggest that I don't know about the Constitution. I'm a Canadian. I've read the Constitution, and I'm proud of the Constitution.
This is a point of debate. It's so again, it's a point of debate. I will certainly ask that we review the tape to see what was actually said, because I didn't hear it from this end, but I certainly will take it from here.
Another point of order, the Honourable Member for Drummond. Madam Speaker, yes, what my colleague from Mirabel was saying in terms of the member, well, I think it's in parliamentary standards to say that a member doesn't seem to understand what is provincial jurisdiction. Nevertheless, when the member for Vancouver East said the word disgusting, and she just confirmed this was the issue that my colleague from Mirabel was rising about in a point of order. And the member needs to, she rose to defend her point and said the word disgusting, and she should present her apology. As I said, I didn't really hear the term. I understand what the member has mentioned. Of course, if it was the word that was used, I'd like to make sure that the people make sure they use acceptable terms in the House. And I could ask the honourable member to withdraw that term and then we can continue with debate.
I want to just take back the word that you had used. I'm just asking the honourable member if she's willing to do that. Then the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. No, because I do find it offensive for someone to suggest that I don't know anything about the Constitution. I think it is patronizing, and to suggest that, I think in suggesting that is also disgusting to me.
Okay. I just again want to remind members to be extremely careful. I will listen to. I will have the tape reviewed just to see how the word was used. Again, I just want to remind members to be very careful on what they use, the words that are being said. I don't know in what context, if it was that the member was discussing or just his. Again. I understand what the word was. I don't know if the word was used that the member's discussing or whether it was used in the term that what he was proposing was discussing. And so I will listen to what was said, and then I will come back to the House.
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord, would you like to add something? In all due respect, I don't think it's necessary to go back and listen to things. We all heard the member use the term. She repeated it 3 times. The question we're asking is that, in your opinion, is it an acceptable term to use in this House or not? If it's not acceptable, we can take action now. We gave the member a chance to explain. She said, yes, that's what I said, and I believe it, and it is appropriate in this circumstance. So I would ask you to decide, and if your opinion this is acceptable to use in this House or not. Is disgusting appropriate or not? So I'd like to thank the honourable member and the other members who intervened. The term itself is not unacceptable. It's the manner that you use the term. So as I said, if we're talking about an event, that's different than if you're talking about a person. That's what I mentioned earlier. The term itself is not necessarily inappropriate for the House, but it's how you use the term. The honourable member for Pierre Boucher les Patriotes Verchères, I will have a look to see if we did hear the way the term was said, and I'll come back to the House if it's necessary. The honourable member for Pierre Boucher les Patriotes Verchères. Madam Speaker, like we were discussing the budget, and that is the topic at hand today, and that my speech will be on this, the government's budget, which was tabled 2 weeks ago today. Before I talk about the budget itself, I would like to take some time to take a step or two back to look at the context that this budget was tabled in. You can imagine, Madam Speaker, that the government was aware that polls were not in their favor in the period up to the budget, and they're also aware, well, the Liberals should be aware, that the Prime Minister's popularity is going down. Against this backdrop, people must have sat around in a room and wondered what to do with this. And they found a solution. Their solution is to say, the situation is so disastrous that we're going to allow people to forget this disaster that they're facing. So we're going to talk about other things. We don't want people to look at our track record or our situation and what we're going to announce and what we're going to propose. Well, the solution they found to this, because the Liberals don't want to reinvent the wheel, is to massively override Quebec's jurisdiction. It's quite simply not original, but we could say perhaps they were original in some respects because they never have gone as far as what they have done with this budget. They said they will promise so many billions of dollars that everyone will be happy and no one will even realize. It'll be such a big situation that no one will notice anything. But it didn't work. The Liberal strategists must have said, well, our selfies are no longer working. Let's try a budgetary striptease. That's different. And then at the end of the day, we are here to denounce this. We did propose measures to the government rather than the approach they took. We would like to have seen funding for seniors from 65 to 75 years of age who do not benefit from the same OAS as seniors who are over 75 years of age. We think all seniors should have the same pension. That makes sense because they have expenses. Everyone has rent to pay, groceries to pay. Whether you're retired, no matter what age you're retired at, you would have similar expenses. But no, this was not decided in their budget. We also made other proposals. For example, stop funding oil companies. They said they'll do that one day. They said that in 2015 in their platform when they were elected, and it's still in their platform today. Perhaps it'll be in their platform in 2050 as well. And unfortunately, in spite of all this, we were realistic. When we made these proposals, we said to ourselves, we expect them to perhaps to make other measures, but we said perhaps they could do this, they'll listen to us. But we said to them, at least do one thing, because we know what the Liberals' habits are. They like to override our jurisdiction. But we said, if you do this, at least compensate us. Give us the right to withdraw from these programs with full compensation for Quebec. But then once again, Madam Speaker, the answer was no. And I think even the other parties seem to agree with us in this respect. And the reality that they said no to isn't complicated. Because the only jurisdiction that the Liberals are interested in, they solved issues with their budget. There is no jurisdiction left for the federal government. They made the Constitution disappear into thin air. And the Prime Minister of Canada, he decided that he would become Prime Minister of the 10 provinces and 3 territories and all municipalities in our country. Not bad, eh? That's what this budget does. We have Justin, the new self-proclaimed King of Canada, and they will tell Quebec how to manage their old age homes. And they'll go to dentist's office and tell them how to manage their offices as well, even though Quebec already has programs to help people. And then they're going to show up at hospitals and they're going to tell people how you're going to manage their hospitals. But they won't give any more money. And then they're going to show up almost everywhere. In cities, there will be new urban rules that will apply to cities. They'll even decide to tax lands in cities, jurisdiction that is municipal. And they'll even go in terms of managing school cafeterias. They've gone really far now. They're not really interested in their own business, their own areas of expertise, but in our jurisdiction. And these things never work. Well, they don't want to print passports. They're not interested in that. But they don't want to manage the borders either. They're not interested and they're not able to do this. They're not interested in that. It's not complicated. And for years now, I had a hard time understanding the Prime Minister's fascination for the monarchy. But now I start to understand this a little bit better. The King is someone who doesn't have to answer to the people or to anyone. He's only responsible for himself and to God. It may be Allah, Buddha, or whoever. It depends how you want to call them. But they only have to answer to God. And that's the whole idea of fighting for secularism with Bill 21, or also in terms of halal mortgages in this budget. In this post-national liberal world, every religion has its own bank with its own rules. It's not up to the state to decide these rules. It's up to the religion. If you're Christian, you go to the Christian bank. If you're Muslim, you go to the Islamic bank. If you're Jewish, you go to the Jewish bank. Could we not just live together? We call this positive segregation. It's this theocratic, monarchistic vision of society. And Madam Speaker, I'm just joking, as you can understand, although I don't find it very nice for this government to head in. But what is sad, Madam Speaker, is that these aren't jokes because these are in the budget. That's the direction that this government is heading in. Almost any Quebecer who reads this budget and who looks at this will say, I want to get out of here. It doesn't make sense. It's just not logical, Madam Speaker. Of course, we need to be independent because otherwise we'll no longer have provincial jurisdiction. There'll be no Quebec government or city governments left. Do people really care about jurisdiction? That's what we have to ask at the end of the day. That's what the Prime Minister is saying. People don't care about jurisdiction. But I'm not so sure about that, Madam Speaker. When, for example, you look at how the government manages its own business with ArriveCan, it was supposed to cost $80,000 to create this app. It cost $60 million, and we're not even sure if we have the right figure. 2 guys in a basement had $250 million in government contracts, and they filled their pockets with taxpayer money. And we have soldiers who are supposed to go buy their own boots because they weren't able to be provided by the government. And we have a Phoenix pay system that can't even pay our public servants. People can't get paid. And we have all sorts of government buildings that are in ruins. And people see these things. And I think they care more than people think about the government's incompetency. And it's starting to show up in the polls. And, Madam Speaker, this government's diversion attempt to ask us to look somewhere else, even though there's a catastrophe, it's not working. It's not working at all. And we see a government that is completely disoriented, that's lost. It doesn't even know what to do with a compass. It can't see true north. So that's why we're going to vote against this budget. The Bloc will take its own path, and as an independent, a sovereign party, we want Quebec to be respected. Our jurisdiction belongs to us. We want to be able to make our own decisions without constantly being, forced by another government. It's not up to Ottawa to decide how we are going to manage our cities. It's not up to Ottawa to decide how we're going to manage our hospitals. It's even in their constitution. But they don't care. We're going to have our country, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Questions and comments?
Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm disappointed that the Bloc have made the decision to vote against the budget and the budget measures. And best I can tell, listening to the member across the way, it's because the federal government cares enough to develop a pharmacare program, cares enough to develop and provide literally hundreds of millions going into $200 billion over 10 years into health care. Cares enough to provide food for children, hundreds of thousands of children. Does the member not recognize that in Canada there is a role for the national government to play in terms of whether it's education, whether it's housing? I was very proud of the fact that the Prime Minister came and met with the Premier and the Mayor, and we had a wonderful announcement about housing. There's nothing wrong with governments working together for the betterment of Canadians. Why does the Bloc Party so insistent on not having services that Canadians want and having the federal government contribute towards it?
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verts. Madam Speaker, the member across the way has just showed very eloquently what this government's position is. They're not looking at reality. They're not taking care of their own business. They're going to tell us how to do our business. But we have daycares, schools, and hospitals in Quebec. They're not perfect, but we're taking care of them. But they have none. They're not taking care of them. They're not managing them. What role do they have to tell us how to manage things? Why would a Canadian be better than a Quebecer for managing these things?
If the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has another question, he should wait until it's appropriate time. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Madam Speaker, my good friend Joshua Charlson from Heshquit Nation, the former elected chief of Heshquit Nation, who works for Coastal Restoration Society, is here in town to talk about the importance of, Madam Speaker, a restoration economy when it comes to cleaning up our waterways and our oceans. We had a historic program, Madam Speaker, a Ghost Gear Fund that was world-class, and this government cut it out of the budget. It was critical in removing things like polystyrene, fishing gear that infect and impact our ecosystem. And in terms of food security, it is a really big impact on Indigenous peoples in particular, Madam Speaker, and on their traditional and cultural needs and the blue economy. So through you, Madam Speaker, I know my colleague lives on a waterway and he cares deeply about the environment. Is he also disappointed in the Liberal government cutting this historic program also just after we finished an international convention, Madam Speaker, for the United Nations on plastic pollution and combating it? What does this government do? They cut. They cut historic programs. That's not leadership, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verts. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague's question, well, I don't think it's really on the budget. The program he's referring to, I don't know it, but I'd be happy to discuss it with him after my intervention on this debate, if we do have the chance to do so. But the question I'm wondering is why systematically we have an NDP government, well, a party, an NDP party, that decides to ask the government to always intervene more in provincial jurisdiction and that of Quebec.
Questions and comments? We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for, oh my gosh, all of a sudden, Battle River Crowfoot. A brief question. You're a member for Battle River Crowfoot, yes.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I was just waiting for the mics to turn on. I appreciate the debate that we're having today, but I would ask my colleague specifically if he could provide some reflections upon the fiscal state of our country, which increasingly we're hearing from leading economists around the world that are suggesting that if we continue on this trajectory, it is going to lead to significant pain for future generations of Canadians.
Quick answer from the Honourable Member for Patriotes Verts. Thank you, Madam Speaker. If I am concerned about the government's massive deficit, well, I don't necessarily think we have to balance the books right away. We don't have a necessarily very bad debt to GDP ratio, but I understand he has a concern. But my concern is that federal money is going to jurisdictions that is not federal, that they're involved where they shouldn't be. They always take a little bit more from Quebecers, and Quebecers continue to pay more.
The débat, and I will have to interrupt the honourable member shortly. The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think I have about a minute or so before question period begins. First off, I'd like to say that I'll be sharing my time with the member for St. Laurent. And Madame la Présidente, before I get into my budget remarks, which I'll save for after question period, I do wish just to reflect and acknowledge someone in the Italian-Canadian community that unfortunately passed away a few weeks ago. And it was somebody from the Italian Chamber of Commerce of Ontario, someone our community held dearly to our heart and did so much for our community. He was a friend, he was a mentor, he was someone I very much enjoyed spending a lot of time with. And Corrado Paina was one of a kind. We went to a celebration of life on Friday morning, and there were several hundred people there from our community to celebrate a remarkable person and a remarkable individual that gave back so much to our community. In 2017, he helped organize the G7 trip for Italian-Canadian businesses to Italy, which I was a part of during when the Prime Minister went over to Italy for the G7. But Madame la Présidente, much more than that, he was somebody that I would stroll along College Street with in downtown Toronto and talk about politics and economics and philosophy. Someone for the last 9 years who always provided a word of advice and was always a great friend. And he is missed by many, and he's missed by myself. Me manca Corrado assai. And it's someone I know who's looking down on many of us, saying continue the good work for our community and for all Canadians. I look forward to resuming the budget debate after question period, Madame la Présidente.
The honourable member will have 8 minutes the next time next time we're debating this matter, a little later on. Statements by members, déclaration de députés. The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the painful events unfolding in Gaza are taking a deep emotional toll on many in Canada, particularly members of Muslim and Jewish communities. We must find ways to disagree peacefully while respecting the rights of free speech and protest, and the right of people to feel safe in their schools and places of worship. I have heard from many concerned that their charter rights are under threat. There is an effort in our country to marginalize and silence pro-Palestinian voices, to redefine and mislabel cultural symbols such as the kufiya as terrorist symbols. This is wrong. It is dishonest and shameful to conflate support for the Palestinian people with support for a terrorist organization. Like most Canadians, most protesters want to see a ceasefire, humanitarian aid, and the return of hostages and prisoners. As the government updates its anti-racism strategy, I urge it to address and define anti-Palestinian and anti-Arab racism. Thank you.
Before I go to the next member, I just want to ask members to please keep their voices down. There's quite a buzz happening right now, and we do want to hear the important statements that are being said. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today as an MP with Polish heritage to join with the Canadian Polonia diaspora to celebrate Polish Constitution Day. This day commemorates the adoption of their constitution on May 3rd of 1791, which was one of the first modern constitutions on the planet, showing that how despite occupation, war, and communists, Poles stand for freedom and democracy has persisted through the centuries. Last week, Canada and Alberta had the honor of welcoming the President of Poland, who expressed his country's excitement in partnering with Canada, including in our energy future. From LNG to hydrogen and nuclear, the future certainly is bright. And when speaking with President Duda, we both reflected on how our peoples prosper when we simply get the job done. As we celebrate Polish Constitution Day and for the first time in Canada celebrate Polish Heritage Month, let us remember the principles of democracy, human rights, and the freedom that the Constitution of 1791 symbolizes. Happy Constitution Day to all of Polish descent in Canada and around the world. Thank you.
The honourable member for Nepean.
Madam Speaker, Ottawa and other cities are witnessing unprecedented fatalities from opioids and designer benzodiazepines. These novel substances necessitate an updated approach to our response strategies. Our children are more than mere numbers. Each increase in overdose fatalities represents someone's child, a family member, a friend. It is crucial to hold accountable the drug dealers responsible for these tragedies. Without facing consequences, they will persist in flooding our streets and endangering our youth. I would like to recognize Natalie Bergin, Jane Egan, and Janet Tonks for taking the lead and organizing on this important issue. They have set up an organization, Trace the Lace, to find justice for the children who have died from laced drugs. Let us do our part to support Trace the Lace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières. The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My school, École Chavigny, is celebrating its 50th anniversary this year. The school brought in its first students in 1974 when it was called Polyvalente Chavigny. At the time, the school was located in a field far from everything at the end of what was still called Trois-Rivières West. Today, some 2,000 students attend the school every year, and one area of the city goes by the same name. One of the school's distinguishing features is its drama program, in which students develop their skills in appreciating, creating, and performing a variety of theatrical works. Graduating drama students have the honor of representing Quebec at an annual international theatre festival abroad. In the same spirit, the school, a member of the Art Drala Network, also hosts the AQEFT International Festival of Francophone Theatre. A major celebration will be held on May 4th to mark the school's 50th anniversary. I salute Jonathan Bradley, the school principal, and hope he never finds my disciplinary file. The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Engaged and energetic are the words that best describe Louise Bourgault. As head of the Sherbrooke Chamber of Commerce and Industry for 18 years, when you saw her at a professional event, you never got the feeling she was only there because she had to be. Her obvious enjoyment of her work spoke volumes about the importance she placed on her mission, which was Sherbrooke's economic development. We worked together on various projects, and she was always so professional and open to suggestions. I remember in particular her involvement in the Economic Recovery Forum we organized together after the early months of the pandemic. Last December, she stepped down to enjoy a well-deserved retirement. I wish her every success in her personal endeavors and thank her on behalf of the people of Sherbrooke for her dedication to Sherbrooke's economic development.
The honourable member from Hastings Lennox Naddington.
Mr. Speaker, the following quote is tragic. These words should never be spoken, yet far too often this sentiment is shared. I'm not angry with my sweet boy. I'm not angry with those who caused him extra suffering. I'm saddened for those people because they don't understand mental illness, and I hope they become aware. I'm heartbroken and frustrated we don't have the resources for people suffering mental illness and for those people watching loved ones suffer. I struggle daily with the fact that my best was not good enough. I was unable to keep my son alive. Faced with the worst situation a mother could imagine, Lori decided to honor the memory of her son, Mark, by raising awareness of the terrible disease that took her son. Mental illness, mental health, and suicide affects all ages, all professions. This hits home and touches all of us, often when we least expect it. It is incumbent on each and every one of us elected to this place to give the tools necessary to our healthcare providers to combat mental illness in all of its forms.
The honourable member from Ottawa Centre.
Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the remarkable 90-year journey of the Jewish Federation of Ottawa. The roots of the Federation trace back to 1934 amidst a backdrop of rising anti-Semitism and economic adversity caused by the Great Depression. From the outside, the congregations of Agudat Hashem, Adad Jeshurun, Congregation Magziki Hadas, and B'nai Jacob recognize the power of unity, understanding that they are indeed stronger together. Through the leadership of visionaries like Rabbi A.H. Friedman, Casper Kaplan, Archibald Jacob Freeman, Thomas Schwartz, Norman Zagerman, and Rabbi Reuven Bulka, the Federation has made an incredible mark on our Ottawa community. Since 2005, the Federation has raised over $107 million for the Jewish community. It has distributed thousands of Jewish books for free in Ottawa, and there's much more. The history of the Jewish Federation of Ottawa is a testament to the strength and resilience of the Jewish community in the face of adversity. In times of strain like now, the Federation continues to lead the fight against prejudice, discrimination, and anti-Semitism. Congratulations to the Jewish Federation of Ottawa for their community building and service.
I'd like to remind all members to please keep their declarations to the 1-minute time frame. Very worthy declarations which are being made, but it's out of respect for all members. The honourable member from Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, April marks World Malaria Month. Malaria continues to ravage the world, and unfortunately our country is not spared. Indeed, malaria still claims nearly 500 Canadian lives each year. When tragedy strikes, some individuals transform hardship into advocacy, and this is true of Olugu Ukpai of Halifax, who is on a mission to end malaria after losing his 16-month-old daughter, Miss Goodness Olugu Ukpai, to the disease. Olugu plays a pivotal role in raising awareness about malaria using drumming demonstrations to engage the public on this pressing issue. He and his family, Goodness's siblings, are famous at home as the uplifting Halifax Multicultural Drummers, and they led the commemoration of World Malaria Day on April 16th in Halifax, featuring special guests and drummers from various parts of the African continent. Artists and community members came together to support the cause and engage Halifax in battling this disease. Awareness of malaria is increasing, and we must maintain momentum. I want to expend my gratitude to Olugu Ukpai for his unwavering dedication.
The honourable member from Portage Lisgar.
After 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, it has never been more expensive to eat, heat, or put a roof over your head. This Prime Minister pretends everything is fine, but it isn't. He is in complete denial. Look at the cost of groceries. Look at the cost of homes. No one can afford to live anymore. His record deficits have driven interest rates sky high, and the dream of home ownership is simply dead. Canadians are struggling to stay afloat. And what does this Prime Minister offer? He throws them an anvil by raising the carbon tax a whopping 23%. This has increased the price of gas, of groceries, and of everything else. In Canada, millions of people are using food banks. Mr. Speaker, this isn't the country that I grew up in. It's hardly even recognizable. It's clear that this Prime Minister is simply not worth the cost. It wasn't this way before this Prime Minister, and it won't be this way after, because Conservatives will bring home lower prices by axing the tax and fixing the budget.
The honourable member from Pickering-Uxbridge.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians know when they call for emergency medical assistance, there is a team of compassionate and competent paramedics nearby to help. Canadians expect robust and responsive health care, and paramedics are an integral part of our emergency response teams. Today, we are honoured to welcome a delegation of paramedics from the Paramedic Association of Canada to Parliament Hill to discuss key priorities in ensuring that paramedics are recognized for that essential care they provide. Representing nearly 30,000 paramedics across Canada who have answered over 3 million calls for service, the Paramedic Association of Canada advocates for the advancement of paramedicine to ensure that these services are accessible, responsive, proactive, and safe. Paramedics are key to keeping our communities safe. Our government looks forward to our continued work with the Paramedic Association of Canada to serve Canadians and deliver the first response services they deserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Souris Moose Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of reckless spending, the only thing this Prime Minister and his NDP Liberal government have succeeded at is making life worse for Canadians. With families across the country struggling to make ends meet, the Prime Minister continues to spend more borrowed money than ever before. Gas prices have increased dramatically, with some areas of the country seeing the highest prices in years due to the carbon tax, which adds nearly 20 cents a litre. Farmers, the very people who feed Canada and the world, are having to pay thousands of dollars more each year to run their operations because of the carbon tax, which increased to 23% earlier this month and will only continue to go up. Given his inflationary spending that drives up the cost of everything and keeps interest rates high, it is no wonder that Canadians are poorer. He needs to axe the tax on farmers and food by passing Bill C-234 in its original form. Canadians need relief, and sadly they won't get it from this Prime Minister who simply isn't worth the cost.
The honourable member from Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, the leading cause of death for children in British Columbia is overdose. Overdose accounts for more deaths in BC than homicides, suicides, accidents, and natural disease combined. Since 2016, over 42,000 Canadians have tragically lost their lives due to drug overdose. After 9 years, this NDP Liberal government's extremist drug policies have literally turned our neighborhoods into war zones, and statistics have tripled. Yet, unbelievably, they want to go even further and make cocaine, meth, heroin, crack, and fentanyl legal. Hard drugs are being used in playgrounds, parks, coffee shops, and even hospitals. David Eby's NDP have finally admitted that this Prime Minister's extremist drug policies have utterly failed, leaving ruined lives and grieving families in its wake. This Prime Minister must end his failed drug experiment today, or better yet, step aside and let a common sense conservative government fund treatment and recovery to bring our loved ones home.
The honourable member for Alfred Pellan. Mr. Speaker, on this last day of Cancer Awareness Month, I'd like to highlight not only my personal history, but also the history of thousands of people from Laval. Since February 2013, I've been grateful to be in remission, but cancer continues to have an impact on lives, including my sister Nina's, who's currently undergoing treatment. The community of Laval is resilient and full of courage and determination. Every year, families, friends, and neighbors join in the fight against this devastating disease. Mr. Speaker, in the battle against cancer, every story is a poignant reminder of our common struggle. Every minute counts, and every act has an impact. Hope for a cure is a life buoy we all cling to. Let's get involved with conviction so our future can be cancer-free.
Nina, I love you, sis.
Bravo.
The honourable member from Timmins James Bay.
The homelessness crisis in Northern Ontario has become a social disaster. Municipalities, agencies, healthcare systems are stretched to the breaking point. And yet this Liberal government is telling frontline agencies to get ready for massive cuts. The Reaching Home program is an essential lifeline for northern communities, and yet the government is telling Cochrane District, which includes Timmins, to get ready for a 52% cut in funding. Sault Ste. Marie is facing 60% cuts, while Sudbury and Nipissing will get whacked with a 70% cut. This will devastate our region and leave vulnerable people at serious risk. In Budget 2024, the Liberals bragged about how much money they will invest in housing and the homeless, but nice words won't keep people safe. In Northern Ontario, they're ignoring calls from municipalities for clarity. This isn't good enough. So people in the North are asking their Liberal MPs a simple question. Will they fight to reverse the cuts and ensure that more funding is brought to the table to fight the nightmare of homelessness in Northern Ontario?
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge the remarkable contribution of one of my predecessors today, the member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles, bloc member, the Honourable Gilles A. Perron. When I decided to run, Gilles told me, look, if you don't wear out a pair of shoes in the campaign, you don't deserve to be elected. And on the night of your victory, make the most of it, because the next day you're right back on the campaign trail. For over 11 years, Gilles wore out his shoes, meeting his constituents. His greatest political contribution was that, thanks to him, PTSD has finally been recognized among veterans. We're talking about a historic moment for the people who defended our democracy. As you draw your last breath, I promise to honor your political legacy, Gilles, in the service of the invisible wounded. For Rivière-des-Mille-Îles, I will still wear out my shoes, thinking of you. Gilles, we love you.
The honourable member from Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
After 9 years, the NDP Liberal government is not worth the drugs, disorder, death, and destruction. In BC, more people are dying as taxpayer-funded deadly drugs flood the streets. Kids' playgrounds are littered with needles and crack pipes, and it is impossible for law enforcement to do their job and keep communities safe. A year after the Prime Minister made crack, heroin, fentanyl, meth, and other drugs legal in BC, a record 2,500 British Columbians lost their lives to addiction. Last year, the former Minister of Addictions assured us they would end this deadly experiment if public health and safety indicators were not met. Both are failing. And BC's NDP Premier is now pleading with the Prime Minister to rescue them from this failed policy. Yet the Minister of Addiction refuses immediate action. Now the Prime Minister wants to expand his failed policy of deadly drugs to Canada's largest city, Toronto, despite opposition from the Premier. How many more Canadians must die before the NDP Liberals will finally put an end to this failed drug legalization policy?
The honourable member from Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Mr. Speaker, Budget 2024 promises to deliver a vision for Canada that is fairer and more affordable for every generation. In my riding of Mississauga, Erin Mills, residents, especially younger generations, deserve a fair chance at purchasing their own home. That's why Budget 2024 proposes an ambitious plan to invest into more affordable housing initiatives to unlock 3.87 million more homes by 2031 for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2024 is also investing $1 billion into the National School Food Program to the benefit of over 400,000 Canadian children, so that no child in this country goes to school hungry. As we know, a full belly leads to sharper minds. There are so many aspects of Budget 2024 that work towards strengthening our middle class, and I encourage all members in this House to support this budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions orales, oral questions.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. After 9 years, this Prime Minister is not worth the crime or the drugs. This government's radical, extreme drug policies, which are supported by the Bloc Québécois, have tripled overdose deaths. In the Journal de Montréal today, we can read there are used needles on the floor, there are terrible scenes to be witnessed, there are supervised consumption sites, some of which are a couple steps away from schools in Montreal. When will the Prime Minister reverse his radical policies which are causing deaths? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the opioid crisis is terrible. It's occurring across the country. But what we need to fix this is not more conservative ideology. We need solutions based on compassion, healthcare, and science. We need evidence-based solutions. Now we will continue to work together with provinces and with communities to address this public health crisis. We will do so in a thorough and compassionate manner. That is what Canadians expect. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Minister is not worth the drugs and death. His extreme and radical drug policy has increased overdose deaths in British Columbia by 380%. In the year following his decriminalization of crack, heroin, and other hard drugs in hospitals, transit buses, coffee shops, and parks where children play, there has been a record-smashing 2,500 deaths. Will the Prime Minister accept the BC NDP's demand to recriminalize those drugs?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, I just answered that question. What hasn't been answered by the Leader of the Opposition is why he chooses to continue to court extreme right nationalist groups like Diagolon. He refuses to denounce these extremists who don't believe Canadians should coexist with each other. Instead, they call for war and tell people to follow their instincts accordingly. The Leader of the Conservative Party is actively courting the support of groups with white nationalist views. It is disturbing, and he needs to stand up and apologize now.
Right now. Colleagues, so soon in question period, it is important that we try to control ourselves. I'll ask the honourable member from St. Albert, Edmonton, please, to allow members to ask the questions and members to respond. The honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I always condemn extremism and racism, including from the guy who spent the first half of his adult life as a practicing racist, dressing up in hideous racist costumes so many times you can't remember.
The honourable member, Leader of the Opposition, knows that to make an accusation directly at the character of a single person is not appropriate. And I'm going to ask all members to control themselves. I'll ask the Honourable Leader of the Opposition to rephrase this question and to start from the top.
Mr. Speaker, I will also condemn the extremism of a Prime Minister who gives hundreds of thousands of dollars of anti-racism money to a Jew hater who has proposed shooting Jews in the head. I condemn a Prime Minister who allows the IRGC, which murdered 55 Canadians, to remain legal. And I condemn a Prime Minister who allows open use of crack, heroin, meth, and weapons in hospital rooms that threaten nurses and on school buses next to children. Will the Prime Minister reverse his extremist policies and the death?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader opposite is showing us exactly what shameful, spineless leadership looks like. He shakes
I'm going to ask the honourable member from Lethbridge if she has problems with the chair, that she should challenge the chair in a way. But as she knows, as the honourable member from Lethbridge knows, that by challenging the chair is against the rules of this House. I'll ask the honourable member to please to ask her to withdraw her remarks.
The chair is acting in a disgraceful manner.
I'm going to ask you, will you... Ms. Harder, I have to name you for disregarding the authority of the chair. Pursuant to authority granted to me by Standing Order 11, I order you to withdraw from the House and from any participation by video conference for the remainder of this day's sitting. Now back to the issue at hand. Mrs. Thomas, my apologies. Now back to the original point. I'm going to ask the Prime Minister to please, as I'd ask the Leader of the Opposition, you can start from again and to make sure that he does, to start his question, to reframe it in a way that does not call into the character of an individual member of Parliament. The Honourable Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader opposite is showing us once again what he will do to try and earn votes through personal attacks. He shakes the hands of a leader of a white nationalist group, then goes to actively court the support of the group's members and thinks he can get away with it. This is a group that advocates for violence against Jewish LGBTQI+ Canadians, against Hindus and Sikhs, against Muslims and Jews. Diagolong stands against everything we stand for as Canadians, and yet he will not denounce them or what they stand for. That is shameful, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, that, like everything else he says, is false. He uses fear and falsehood and this latest distraction because he doesn't want to face the fact that he has become so extreme and radical that even the BC NDP is distancing themselves from his decriminalization of crack, heroin, meth, and other hard drugs in hospital rooms, causing nurses to have to stop breastfeeding their babies for fear that their contaminated air might end up in the breast milk of the baby. Why won't he ban these drugs?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
He still won't condemn these groups. Any leader that needs the support of a far-right white nationalist group to fundraise and get closer to power does not deserve elected office. This is a 19-year career politician who knows exactly what he's doing and thinks he can get away with it. It was a choice to pander to white nationalists, not an accident, and it is a choice to continue to not condemn them and condemn everything they stand for in his quest for votes.
I'm going to ask the Honourable Member for the second time from St. Albert, Edmonton, to please withhold his comments until he has the floor. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, it is a choice for him to implement extremist policies that have taken the lives of 2,500 British Columbians every single year. since the NDP has asked him to reverse course on his and formerly their radical policy, 22 British Columbians have died of drug overdoses. But he continues to allow those drugs to kill the people in our hospitals and on our public transit. When will we put an end to this wacko policy by this wacko Prime Minister?
No. That is not there are a couple of things which are going on here today which is not acceptable. And I ask all members, please, to keep themselves, to control themselves. I'm going to ask two things. One, I'm going to ask the Honourable Leader of the Opposition to withdraw that term, which is not considered parliamentary.
Mr. Speaker, I replace wacko with extremist. He is an
the Honourable Member to please. I'm going to ask the Leader of the Opposition once again to just withdraw that comment, please. And I'll invite the Honourable Member. I'm going to ask the Honourable Leader of the Opposition to please withdraw that comment and simply withdraw that comment.
I'll replace it with radical Baptist policy.
I am not asking to replace. I'm asking the Honourable Member to just simply withdraw.
Mr. Speaker, I replace the word wacko with extremist.
I'm going to ask the Honourable Leader of the Opposition one last time to please withdraw that comment and simply withdraw that comment.
I simply withdraw and replace with the aforementioned adjective.
Mr. Polyev, I have to name you for disregarding the authority of the chair. Pursuant to the authority granted to me by Standing Order 11, I order you to withdraw from the House and from any participation by video conference for the remainder of this day's sitting. The second matter which I was going to bring up was the fact that I was hearing some catcalling from the far end of the House. I wasn't able to identify the person, but I'll ask all members to carry themselves in a way that is dignified for this House. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition wants to talk about extremism. Well, a week ago, he visited a Diagolon encampment. Diagolon hates that minorities in this country get the same protections as everyone else, and they are charter-protected rights. Just yesterday, a week after the Conservative leader sat down with
I'll ask the honourable member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes to please withdraw, to please only take the microphone when he is afforded the opportunity to ask a question. I'll ask the Right Honourable Prime Minister to continue. I'm going to ask the Right Honourable Prime Minister to finish his question. He has 15 seconds left on the clock.
Mr. Speaker, the association of the Leader of the Opposition with Diagolon and their disdain for charter-protected rights brought them to just yesterday, a week after he sat down with Diagolon members, he gave a speech pledging to overturn the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the rights of Canadians and our justice system. That's dangerous.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate you on your common sense today. If you would like more questions, well, we have many that we could ask. Mr. Speaker, the weapons buyback program, Phoenix pay system, emitting visas, GC strategies, McKinsey, the government's management is really chaotic. The government should not be interfering with Quebec's jurisdiction. They should simply limit themselves to issuing unconditional transfers. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as Prime Minister, it is my responsibility to take care of all Canadians everywhere in Canada. I am the member for Papineau and I'm a proud Quebecer. So I will, of course, take care of Quebecers too. This is why we are working hand in hand with provinces from coast to coast to deliver services, care, and support that Canadians need in these difficult times. We will continue to be here to invest in communities, to invest in Canadians, and to invest in their futures. We will do so by working with provinces and municipalities. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Hand in hand with provinces, eh? Now, the Conservatives have been making statements that put them on par with Pinocchio, but now they're voting with the Liberals. The Conservatives now also want to interfere with provincial jurisdiction. All premiers unanimously made a request. But against all of those premiers, the Liberals and the Conservatives have voted down a motion calling for respect of provincial jurisdiction. So if the Liberals and Conservatives really care about Quebec, then I welcome them to read our policies. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc's policies seek to pick fights between Quebec and Ottawa. On this side of the House, we're investing in Quebecers' futures. We're investing in families, seniors. We're investing in dental care. In fact, as of tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, seniors in Quebec and elsewhere in Canada will have advantages. We're investing to increase daycare spots. We're investing in green technology and a more prosperous future for all. We're here to work together, not to fight, and we will continue on that track. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, what a day today. I'm glad that those remaining are adults. The adults are still here in the room. 25% of Quebecers are unable to live with dignity. That's a staggering number. That's 2 million people. 25% of Quebecers are living on less than the minimum income required to live a reasonably decent life. They're too squeezed to afford the goods and services they need. Meanwhile, the Liberals are giving gifts to big oil. Everything costs more. Housing has become insanely expensive. Housing is the single biggest expense for families. So when are the Liberals going to build housing that Quebecers can afford? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, that's exactly why in our recent budget, we have prioritized creating equal opportunities for all generations. A huge chunk of the investments in Budget 2024 are investments in housing, affordable housing. We wish to ensure that young people, Millennials and Generation Z, will have a future in which they can buy a home, in which they can pay rent, and pay rent such that their credit rating will increase so that they can eventually start paying a mortgage. We're investing more than anyone before us.
Speaker, Canadians deserve to retire with dignity, and they can with the world-renowned Canada Pension Plan. But Danielle Smith is trying to pull Alberta out of the CPP, and the Conservative leader has spent his entire career attacking workers' pensions while he benefits from a public pension himself. New Democrats are fighting back. Today I tabled a bill that will protect the CPP from Conservatives and give Canadians and Albertans a say in the future of their CPP. Will the Liberals support my bill, or will they stand with the cut-and-gut Conservatives?
Hear, hear.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we're pleased to see the NDP joining us in the fight to protect the Canada Pension Plan. Actually, one of the very first things we did in government about 6 months in was strengthen the Canada Pension Plan for future generations. We will continue to stand against Conservatives who for decades have been railing against the Canada Pension Plan, and indeed the plan by Alberta to dismantle the Canada Pension Plan, to put at risk the pensions of millions of Albertan seniors, is absolutely irresponsible, and we will continue to stand in defense of the Canada Pension Plan and look forward to standing with all members in this House in doing just that.
Hear, hear.
C'est une journée exceptionnelle.
Well, today is a very unique day. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. The Prime Minister has left. He's no longer with us here on this Tuesday. Now, the Prime Minister said that he's working hand-in-hand with provinces. He insisted that he wants to ensure that everyone receives good services from the Government of Canada, and that he wants that for all Canadians. Well, there are some services which are under provincial jurisdiction. So, am I right in understanding that the Prime Minister feels that when provinces deliver services, they are lower quality than when Ottawa delivers them? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, I'm worried for my Bloc Québécois friends. I hardly recognize them anymore. They have always said that housing is important. They always say that housing is important. The Conservatives vote against it, and then the Bloc votes against it. The Conservatives say to vote against climate change. The Bloc sometimes votes against too, but I'm worried. This sovereigntist party, they are following advice from the Conservatives, and so they're in fact losing their own sovereignty. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, I understand that there's been less preparation, but yesterday, the Conservatives, the Liberals, and even the NDP, I say even because it's one and the same, they all voted down a Bloc Québécois amendment. The amendment accepted the budget. We're team players, but all we were calling for was respect for provincial jurisdiction. But all these federalists got together and voted against the Bloc Québécois. How does the minister feel about that? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc has failed Quebecers. They promised Quebecers that they would support housing, but they voted against housing. They said to Quebecers that they would support fighting climate change. They vote against it. We try to help young people. They vote with the Conservatives. They vote against what we're doing. So does the Bloc Québécois realize that they are, in fact, becoming the separatist wing of the Conservative Party? The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, good afternoon. Quebec has just announced $603 million to stop the decline of the French language. Most of the money will go towards French language training for temporary foreign workers. This is good news for the vitality of the French language, but this alone will not be enough. Why not? Because the majority of foreign workers are entirely under the jurisdiction of the federal government through the International Mobility Program. And the federal government has no language requirements. So, given that the Liberals have acknowledged the decline of the French language, they too must do their part. Will the government heed Quebec's request and add French language requirements for foreign workers under its jurisdiction? The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We, of course, support French language training. We invested $5.4 billion in Quebec since 2015 for French language training, and things are working well. The Bloc is often viewed as a party that picks fights, but I would like to highlight the contribution of the member across the way. He has supported the fact that family members of temporary residents can stay longer. The government of Quebec called for that, and we worked together with the Bloc Québécois to ensure that this would be possible.
Vancouver East.
Priority processing for the Lifeboat scheme for Hong Kongers has gone from 6 months to 21. Processing delays for their PR application means their work permit and study permit are going to expire. The medical coverage will end. Dependent children will no longer be able to access education. Hong Kongers will be sent back to face an escalation of arbitrary detentions and arrests because of the draconian Safeguarding National Security Bill. Will the Minister resume the 6-month priority processing average for Hong Kongers and automatically renew their work and study permit as they wait?
The Honourable Minister for Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Mr. Speaker, we continue to stand with the people of Hong Kong. We will work on processing times. We continue to work with people who seek refuge in Canada, and will continue to do so. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Timmins, James Bay.
For decades, people in James Bay have struggled to overcome systemically racist underfunding of health services. Every region deserves proper hospital services, and we're finally on the verge of having a proper hospital built in the Winnebago Health region. But now at the 11th hour, the Liberals have walked away. I mean, heck, even Doug Ford is bringing the province to the table. So will the minister explain why she made the health authority jump through so many hoops only to tell them that the Liberals had no intention of funding this badly needed project?
First of all, let me...
Just 1 minute. I'd like to just apologize to the member from Timmins, James Bay. I might have reduced the time of his question. We got the timing wrong here on the clock. I just want to make sure if the honourable member can please start again and start his question from the top, just to make sure that he has his full question. The honourable member from Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For decades, people in James Bay have struggled to overcome systemically racist underfunding of health services. Every region deserves a proper hospital, and we're finally on the verge of having a proper hospital built in the Winnebago Health region. But now at the 11th hour, the Liberals have walked away. I mean, heck, even Doug Ford is bringing the province to the table. So will the minister explain why she made the health authority jump through so many hoops only to tell them that the Liberals have no intention of funding this badly needed project?
The Honourable Minister for Crown Indigenous Relations.
And let me reassure him that I spoke with Grand Chief Fiddler just last week about this very project. We're working with the province and with the region to make sure that everyone can access quality health care no matter where they live.
From Kingston and the Islands.
Mr. Speaker, disinformation, extremism, and violent hate are on the rise around the world, including here at home. Standing up to far-right extremism is something that I know this government takes very seriously. But it is shameful that the Leader of the Opposition entertained and posed for photos with organizations our national security agencies call a far-right extreme group rooted in white nationalism that promote hate and violence. Can the government please tell this House how important it is that these far-right extreme groups be condemned and addressed for the real threat that they are?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for Diversity.
Mr. Speaker, while we're investing $273 million towards Canada's first ever action plan on combating hate in this budget, the Leader of the official opposition is encouraging hate as he cozies up to far-right white extremist supporters.
The Speaker has made rulings about this in terms of lending intentions to honourable members in this House. So I'll ask the Honourable Minister to, with about 24 seconds left on the clock, to please correct her statement in a way that is respectful of all members.
Mr. Speaker, as a government, we have been very deliberate about choices to be inclusive, while the Leader of the Opposition is making it a very deliberate choice in courting to far-right extremists. This is, Mr. Speaker, extremely reckless, it's dangerous, and he owes Canadians an apology, and he needs to denounce the closing up that he's doing with these groups.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Quebec will not reach its goals in French language training if there are more and more people arriving. We can't take in 54% of all asylum seekers of Canada. It's a matter of social justice for the people who arrive. More people to house and to educate and sometimes to feed. But it's also about integration in Quebec society, because we have a duty to provide these people with all the tools they need to succeed. Will the Minister finally announce a fair breakdown of asylum seekers between Quebec and the provinces? The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. Mr. Speaker, sometimes I wonder if the Bloc is clear on what is happening. Quebec is doing more than its fair share, but 54% is an exaggerated number. If we look at all the humanitarian aspects, it's really 25%. Yes, Quebec is doing more. There needs to be collaboration with the Government of Canada, but we need to work together. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. We are ready to welcome people. We won't be able to fight the decline in the French language if the federal government is working in the opposite direction. We have 2/3 of temporary residents coming in. The federal government is not taking on its responsibility in French language training. Ottawa is responsible for the skyrocketing needs of French language training in Quebec, and it's doing nothing. The Liberals repeat over and over that more needs to be done to protect French. So why do they refuse to do more to protect French? The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. It's very clear, Mr. Speaker, we will be there for Quebec to do more to support French in Quebec. $54 billion is not nothing. It's what we're contributing, what we've contributed since 2015. But I could ask a question to the member opposite. Does he think we should bring in more asylum seekers from Haiti? Would he accept more in Quebec? The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's in this more civilized parliamentary context that I announce that Budget 2024 presents a generational plan to build more housing for Canadians. We already know that those in the skilled trades will be the key to the success of building these millions of homes. Since the Canada's Building Unions Trade meeting, it's happening now in the National Capital Region. Can the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Official Languages tell us what our government is doing to ensure that Canada has the workforce it needs to get the job done throughout the country? The Honourable Member of Employment and Workforce Development. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the Honourable Member for this question. Yesterday, I was at the Canada Buildings Trades Unions conference to discuss with people how we will address the housing crisis in Canada. Budget 2024 sets out money to fund training and apprenticeships for workers from coast to coast so they can build homes for the next decades. Mr. Speaker, the skilled trades will drive this effort. We will guarantee they have everything they need to get the job done.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Mr. Speaker, La Presse recently informed us of the existence of the obsolete or surplus goods program of the Border Services Agency. Basically, this program aims to give money to businesses that throw out their excess merchandise. We're talking about non-perishable merchandise. For example, let's say I have a jeans business. I import a new type and I end up with out-of-date, unsold jeans. I have two choices. If I throw them out in the garbage, Ottawa reimburses me for the customs charges, but if I donate them to a charity, I don't get a cent. What an invitation to waste. Who in Ottawa thinks that this is a good idea? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague. I was not aware of a particular case. If he asks us if we're in favor of that type of waste, I think, his opinion. The answer, of course, is no. I will be pleased to speak to the Border Services Agency to see if it's possible to find another solution. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Well, today, the level of questions has increased. I'm not sure about the answers. The Border Services Agency has reimbursed businesses over $20 million for throwing out their merchandise after making it unusable. At a time when food banks are serving more people than ever because times are tough, Ottawa is funding waste at the expense of social solidarity. It doesn't make sense. Will the Minister of Public Safety review this very bad program, which penalizes generosity and encourages waste? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, we will absolutely review the facts that my honourable colleague has put forward because I, of course, share his concern in the face of this situation. I will be pleased to follow up with the agency, the Border Services Agency. I look forward to doing so.
The Honourable Member from Scarborough-Agincourt.
Mr. Speaker, April is Cancer Awareness Month. Though the month is ending, the need for cancer awareness and education continues. According to the Canadian Cancer Society, 2 out of 5 Canadians will be diagnosed with cancer in their lifetime. In 2023 alone, an estimated 239,000 Canadians were newly diagnosed with cancer. Can the Minister of Health update this House on what our government is doing to support Canadians impacted by cancer?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for Scarborough-Agincourt for her continued advocacy. She knows all too well, as do I and every member of this House, that so few of us get to make it through this life and not be touched by cancer, and that it is an imperative that we do all that we can. And I want to take a moment to recognize the Canadian Cancer Society, Breast Cancer Canada, and all those that work tirelessly to advocate. We put $1 billion over the last 5 years to work through breakthroughs in science and to improve how we prevent and treat cancer. We're taking critical action in prevention. Together, we can see an end to cancer, and I thank that for the time to speak, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Cowichan-Malahat-Langford.
Mr. Speaker, the community of Port Renfrew in my riding relies on recreational fishing as the major economic driver in the region, bringing in an estimated $26 million per season. But the Liberals plan to end that important economic pathway and are failing to provide credible data to justify the fishing closures. This move will harm the local economy and devastate the local community, including the Pacheedaht First Nation. This is shameful. Why are the Liberals putting Port Renfrew's economy at risk with these ill-informed and punitive fishing closures?
Hear, hear.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member opposite. It was just a couple of weeks ago. I was in BC talking to a lot of First Nations communities on a whole host of topics that are important to them and important to their communities. I know this one is equally important in terms of recreational fishing from a food and ceremonial perspective, cultural perspective, and an economic perspective. And I will set some time aside to discuss the item with the member opposite very soon. Thank you.
Good job, Mike. Good job, Mike.
The Honourable Member from Churchill, Kiwatanuk-Aski.
Mr. Speaker, today was the final day for most Canadians to file their taxes, and thanks to NDP pressure, the wealthy will be paying somewhat more. Unlike the Conservative leader who, while in government, gave $60 billion to corporations, New Democrats would rather fund key public services like dental and pharmacare. As usual, the Liberals continue to ignore the need for serious tax fairness at a time of rampant corporate greed. We still use a system where wealthy corporations can get out of paying $30 billion in taxes in 1 year. Does this government have an idea how much money the wealthiest Canadians will deprive Canada of this year?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for the question. This budget is about fairness for every generation. It is about making the essential investments in housing, in affordability, in economic growth. And we agree with the idea behind the question that the way to finance those investments is to ask those who are doing the best in our society to contribute a little bit more. That's why in the budget we are proposing to increase the capital gains inclusion rate. We hope all members will support that.
Colleagues, this brings to the end of the questions which were, please listen carefully. This brings to the end of the questions which were indicated by the various whips in the House. Now we have question period which will continue on for another 5 minutes, and so we're going to other members who will rise, keeping all proportion in compte. Alors, je vois que
I see the Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre is on his feet, but unfortunately today there is no allocation for independent members today. It'll be based on the whole week. So I recognize the member for Avignon-Lamitis-Matapédia. The government has decided once again to postpone the assault weapons buyback program. Once again, Ottawa was neglectful in planning the program, and the Liberals have decided to postpone it all to 2025. And as a result, it'll be the Conservatives who ultimately decide on the future of this buyback program. Why isn't the Liberal government dealing with this itself instead of passing the buck to the Conservatives? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the colleague for the question. As she knows full well, I share, and we as a government fully share, her support for the program to buy back military-style firearms. I don't share her pessimism, however, about the federal decision. But the good news is that we are already at work developing a buyback program that will be in place this year and next year. We made a commitment to buy back those firearms, and that's precisely what we're going to do. The Honourable Member for Lamitis-Matapédia, Avignon. The buyback program was the result of a decade of work, and public safety is once again being put at risk. The Liberals have no right to betray their commitment. They have no right to lack courage, and they have no right to pass the buck to the next government and leave those weapons in circulation. Will the government do something before it's too late? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, I repeat again, we absolutely intend to keep our commitment to Canadians and buy back those weapons which we made illegal. We will continue to work very specifically to ensure that the commitment we made a number of years ago to have an effective buyback program will indeed be in place, and we will not stop until we finish the job.
The Honourable Member from Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, the Pension Advisory Board for our CBSA officers has approved retirement after 25 years of service. Our men and women on the front line of our country have been defending and enforcing the law and ensuring trade and travel is safe and secure in our country. they have not been treated equally as other officers? And why has the President of the Treasury Board ignored this case for equality? Will the President of the Treasury Board now act and make sure there's equality for our men and women of service protecting our front lines?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, actually, as part of the conciliation process, the Government of Canada and PSAC entered into PIC hearings with the Border Services Group. We are waiting for the decision of that body. We believe that all deals are best made at the table, and we look forward to reading that report and working very closely with our counterparts. We're optimistic that the PIC recommendations will provide both parties with a plan to go forward, just as past PIC processes have been able to do. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, people with disabilities across the country disproportionately live in poverty, and as a result of their advocacy, this government committed to a Canada Disability Benefit back in 2021. After years of advocacy, what's been proposed in Budget 2024 is nothing that the disability community has called for. $200 a month, no one called for that. Using the disability tax credit, no one called for that. And waiting until July 2025, no one called for that. Can the minister share who actually asked for what's in the proposed Canada Disability benefit?
The Honourable Minister for Diversity.
Mr. Speaker, the Canada Disability Benefit is a major milestone in our unwavering commitment to creating a more inclusive and fairer Canada. Through Budget 2024, Mr. Speaker, we have committed over $6 billion as an initial investment for the Canada Disability Benefit. This is the first ever federal benefit designed for persons with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, we recognize there's more to do, and we'll be working alongside provinces and territories to first make sure that there are no clawbacks for persons with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, this is a next step in the journey for the Canada Disability Benefit, not the destination.
And so, colleagues, brings us to an end of a remarkable question period. Orders of the day. The Honourable Member. I see that there are two members rising on a point of order. I'd like to first recognize the Honourable Member from Grand Prairie Mackenzie.
Speaker, today I rise to ask for unanimous consent from the House that a take-no debate on drug decriminalization policy and toxic drug overdose be held later today.
I regret to inform the Honourable Member that unfortunately there is not unanimous consent for that motion. I also recognize, rising on a point of order, the Honourable Member from Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it was a remarkable question period, and I can only speak for, I'm sure, many of us, for your efforts at maintaining decorum under difficult circumstances. What I wanted to speak to, Mr. Speaker, was, with all due respect, misidentifying members of Parliament who sit here as members of the Green Party as independents. And I would like to ask, Mr. Speaker, that in future perhaps your office can reflect on our role and consider that the practice of accepting a list of speakers from opposition benches from party whips is not a rule or regulation of this House, but is a common habit and practice. And, Mr. Speaker, the rule is that only you can recognize who speaks in this place, and only you can decide who catches your eye. And I would commend to you, Mr. Speaker, if you're willing to look at it, the practice of the Palace of Westminster in looking at written requests from members of the place that the Speaker decides the day before, so that there's order in the House and it's no longer controlled by party whips who have an agenda other than decorum. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the Honourable Member from Esquimalt, I keep on saying, wanted to say Esquimalt Juan de Fuca, as it was once known, Saanich Gulf Islands, for her intervention, informative as always, and the Speaker will take that into account. Orders of the day.
Government orders. Consideration of Ways and Means number 20, resuming debate on the amendment of Mr. Poilievre.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member from Vaughan Woodbridge has 8 minutes left on the clock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always an honor and privilege to rise in this House. And I usually call it the most honorable House, but after today's events, I'm not exactly sure. Mr. Speaker, when we speak about Budget 2024 and what is involved in Budget 2024, it continues to build a strong economy, an inclusive economy. And one of the sectors I really would like to touch upon is here in Ontario, specifically with regards to the auto sector. It's a sector I covered in the private sector for 15 years before coming into the public service. And really last week, what we did and what we announced in working collaboration with Honda is a game changer for the auto sector here in Canada. It's a game changer for Honda. It's their largest ever investment in North America. $15 billion to build an electric vehicle assembly plant, a standalone manufacturing plant, a cathode active material and precursor processing plant, a separator plant, a new assembly plant operation, which in 2028 is projected to build over 240,000 electric vehicles per year. Mr. Speaker, that is a strong vote of confidence in the Canadian economy. That is a strong vote of confidence in Canadian workers. It is the right thing to do to build a competitive economy, an economy that works for all Canadians. But, Mr. Speaker, it didn't just happen by chance. It happened for the reason because our government was laser focused in attracting business investments here in Canada. With regards to the auto sector, it is over almost $46 billion that has been attracted across Canada, not just in the province of Ontario and British Columbia, in the province of Quebec. The spillovers and the whole EV supply chain is across Canada. And again, it's our government being laser focused. In Budget 2024, an electric vehicle supply chain credit was introduced of 10% on EV assets, battery, cathode active materials. And Mr. Speaker, it's obviously great to see you this afternoon. This follows on Volkswagen's $7 billion investment in St. Thomas, Northvolt, $7 billion investment in Quebec, the $5 billion investment by Stellantis and LG Solutions in the beautiful city of Windsor, Ford's $1.8 billion commitment to repurpose its facility, and the list goes on and on and on. Mr. Speaker, the Canada automotive sector builds 1.5 million vehicles per year, supports direct and indirect 550,000 jobs here in this country, contributes about $18 billion. Canada's home to Stellantis, Ford, General Motors, Toyota, Honda, and we've been able to secure a commitment from Honda for generations now, for generations to come. Over 4,000 jobs, over 1,000 new full-time jobs, and then you can multiply that by 5 to 7 times in terms of the multiplier for literally decades, plus all the construction jobs that will come. Mr. Speaker, now turning to something that's near and dear to my heart is when I read the IMF projections for economies around the world. The Fiscal Monitor came out, the World Economic, their outlook came out, and you know what, Mr. Speaker, for 2025, Canada is forecasted to lead economic growth in the G7 at almost 2.5%, something that we should be very proud about. Mr. Speaker, we're leading the pack because we're making strategic investments in Canada. We're making strategic investments in Canadians because, Mr. Speaker, a confident country invests in its citizen, and a confident country will always do so, and that's what we will continue to do so. With regards to matters that I hear quite a bit about, I'd like to reference a Financial Times article that was stated that came out just about a week ago. It says, U.S. poses significant risk to global economy, warns IMF. When you look at Canada's fiscal framework, its fiscal management, our AAA credit rating from all the credit rating agencies, Moody's, S&P, DBRS, Morningstar, and Mr. Speaker, I can hear some, so what I would call chirping from the other side. I understand when it comes to being polite and decorum, sometimes people need to take further lessons to do so, and it's unfortunate that they need to. Mr. Speaker, when we look at overall government fiscal balances, Canada, just under 1%. United States, 7.1%. UK, 3.7%. Italy, 3.2%. Germany, 1.3%. Mr. Speaker, Canada's fiscal framework is the strongest in the G7. It's the strongest in the G20. There's a reason why our AAA framework, there's a reason why when we look at our fiscal framework in this country, we have a solid, strong, robust balance sheet, Mr. Speaker. Those are the facts. The other side can quibble as much as they want. They may not like science, they may not like data, they may not looking at the financial numbers. I do. and we will continue to do so, Mr. Speaker. It's very important. Another item that I'd like to raise in terms of something that actually may surprise some folks on the other side, and may surprise some folks on my side, is I'm actually very happy that the Trans Mountain Pipeline is now in service. That the Trans Mountain Pipeline was now in operation. Twinning of those two pipelines is going to boost economic growth here in Canada this year by about 0.5%. For a $3 trillion economy, 0.5% is actually quite important. The economic benefits of that pipeline are going to outweigh significantly the cost of building that pipeline and the debt that's carried on it currently. Absolutely. It's going to lower the spread between WTI and WCS in terms of the price differential. For the time being, for many years to come, the oil that's sent from Alberta through the Port of Vancouver, through the province of British Columbia, is going to receive a higher price. Some estimates are a $9 benefit. And we will earn billions of dollars in tax revenues to support hardworking Canadians across this country. We made that investment. I am very proud of that investment. And it replaces literally almost 1,500 rail cars that were carrying crude oil. It provides lower cost access to markets abroad. It raises producer prices here. It's something we need to be proud of. And again, it lowers that differential that we were getting for our price of a product to now earning more on that front. And again, just in the second quarter of this year, the Bank of Canada estimates that it's going to boost economic growth by 0.25%. It's going to provide over $70 billion in revenues for the entities involved, and a number and billions and tens of billions of dollars of tax revenues to pay for the services that we need. And I encourage everyone, I know Trevor Tom, one of the economists that I talk with quite a bit these days, chat with, has put out an excellent piece today on why it's so important that we had an additional outlet for Canada's resources. Because as we transition, as we decarbonize the economy, thank you, Mr. Speaker, I have one more minute left for letting me know. As we decarbonize our economy, we need to do it in a manner that the transition ensures good futures for Canadians, that the funds received allow us to reinvest in our economy, to green it, to make sure our electrical grid is fully decarbonized by 2035, or I believe that's to date. And finally, Mr. Speaker, on the housing front, I know I only have about 30 seconds. We are going to build in the years to come, and we're building currently. Housing is very important for the residents of the 905 region where I live in. We see it. We see the activity at the Vaughan Metropolitan Centre. We see the activity across our region in terms of the housing builders getting to work, and those wonderful construction workers that are trained at LiUNA 183's Training Centre or the Regional Carpenters Council Local 27 Training Centre is something that I visit with them, and I want to just give them a big shout out because they're doing the heavy lifting to build our communities and the infrastructure in our communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to questions and comments from my most honourable.
I thank the honourable member from Vaughan Woodbridge. Before we proceed to questions and comments, I see that the chair would like to make a statement concerning the question of privilege raised on April 10th, 2024 by the member for Lambton Kent Middlesex about the government response to order paper question 2340. That day, the member contended that the response to question 2340, answered on Monday, April 8, 2024, was inconsistent with previous announcements made by the government. Le 11 avril 2024.
On April 11, 2024, the member for Couch and Malahat Langford, who had originally submitted the written question, intervened on this matter. He further noted that a similar inconsistency appeared in the government's response to another of his questions, Q2142, answered on January 29, 2024.
The government House Leader acknowledged that in both instances there were administrative errors that led to inaccurate information being provided in the responses. He committed that the government would be tabling revised responses to both questions in short order to address the matter. Those responses were tabled yesterday. Considering the explanations, apologies, and revised responses provided by the Parliamentary Secretary, I consider the matter closed. The Chair does note, however, that this is the second instance in the last sitting weeks where the government has had to table revised responses after members complained about receiving inaccurate information. I trust that these are isolated mistakes. I nonetheless invite the government to take swift action to develop stronger internal checks and ensure that it does not happen again. The Chair is keenly aware of this problem and expects that members' rights and privileges are to be respected. I thank all members for their attention. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member from Calgary Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for his speech. I thank him for parts of his speech that were very spot on. The amount of economic activity, of course, is going to be engendered by the completion of the Trans Mountain Pipeline is very significant for this country. It's been held up by this government's process for far too long, and we need to get past it. I thank him for that acknowledgement here on the floor of the House of Commons. He's always been a supporter of Canada's oil and gas industry, and I really appreciate what he brings to that bench in that respect. But I will question him because he was a debt analyst in finance before he came to this House. And I will question his numbers as far as Canada's economic performance goes. Canada and this finance minister, Canada's finance minister, manages to come up with a number where she plays games by including a whole bunch of assets on Canada's balance sheet that are not assets of the Government of Canada, such as the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board money that belongs to Canadians and is not going to be retracted from, and the Quebec Pension Plan, where the money belongs to Quebecers and will not be pulled back from them. So to actually include that is
to let him know that for this 5-minute question and answer period, so that all members have the opportunity. I'll ask him to put the question, please.
How does he justify the use of manipulative statistics in order to get the numbers where he actually looks like he's performing?
Great question.
The Honourable Member from Vaughan Woodbridge.
I'd like to thank the Honourable Member from Calgary Centre for their question. I do count the Honourable Member as a friend and colleague, and I always enjoy chatting with the Honourable Member. I will say the IMF statistics are there, and you can look at gross governmental debt and net debt, the net debt basis. These the standards that are developed by the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank. They are very commonly accepted standards. They are principles. And yes, Canada's fiscal situation as measured by the rating agencies. I worked for a rating agency for a number of years before I went into the bond side of the business. I understand it quite well. Our AAA credit rating, which has been there since the Finance Minister Martin's years and returned it, is there for a reason, because we have a solid balance sheet. And that is something we all should be proud of, and it's something I know Canadians hold near and dear to their hearts.
The Honourable Member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you to my friend from Vaughan Woodbridge. I'm sure he's heard from constituents who are upset about the paltry Canada disability benefit included in this budget. But it's not just the amount, it's the process by which the government arrived at that amount. And I'll just read a quote from the National Disability Network. They note that these specific programmatic details were announced without consultation of the disability community and do not align with the principle of, quote, nothing about us without us.
Shame.
My question through to my colleague, does he not agree that the Canada Disability Benefit should have been a higher amount to actually lift people out of poverty, and more importantly, that the amount should have been arrived at in consultation with the people who are most affected?
That's right.
The Honourable Member from Vaughan Woodbridge.
Honourable Speaker, to my colleague and friend from my old hometown in Skeena-Bulkley Valley, my hometown of Prince Rupert. I'll be very personal on this front. We have a little nephew, Ethan, who has a rare genetic condition. He's probably maybe one of 5 or 6 individuals in Canada with this condition. I know full well the amount of expenses that my brother and sister-in-law incur for their son, and it's not just in the thousands of dollars. It's literally in the last couple of years over in the hundreds of thousands of dollars, and I know what they face, so I do appreciate the sentiment coming from my colleague. I will say this, the Canada Disability Benefit does move the needle, and we will continue to do work in also conjunction with the disability tax credit that's in place, ensuring that disabled Canadians have the support they need to live a dignified life, to lead a life where they can fulfill their capacity in the terms of what God has given them. And I obviously want to give a shout out and a prayer and a big hug to my little nephew.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sandwich Grove Highlands.
Madam Speaker, to my honourable friend from Vaughan Woodbridge, it is very disturbing for a member in this place who has participated more than anyone else in terms of understanding the Kinder Morgan pipeline, being an intervener in the NEB process, having read all the material put forward by that particular private sector promoter, and knowing full well that the pipeline is not complete, does not have permissions from the regulator, will not have a leak detection system in place for a full year, and has several kilometres yet to be built, to have members in this place and the budget itself and the finance minister herself proclaim the pipeline is finished and it's good news, and a further fanciful offering that we will get more money per barrel once the diluted bitumen is offloaded into Aframax tankers. I'd like to ask the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge if he'd be prepared to press the government to provide to each member of Parliament a cost-benefit analysis, because I don't believe one was ever presented, before buying the TMX pipeline.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge, very briefly.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to the member from Saanich Gulf Islands. I will say this. We all believe in achieving net zero by 2050. We all believe in decarbonizing the economy. At the same time, we must also understand that there will be a need for natural resources of oil and natural gas. Oil, whether it's in situ or conventional, natural gas, whether it's for the Western Canadian sentiment.
We have to resume debate, unfortunately. L'honorable député de Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Saint-Laurent.
Pleasure to contribute to this debate today in support of Budget 2024. The budget aims to make our country fairer for everyone, for all generations. As one of the younger MPs in this place, I have heard countless times from people my age and younger how difficult it is for them to visualize the future that they had always imagined for themselves. Millennials and Gen Zs are the first generations that are not doing better than their parents. They grew up with a promise that they can do well in school, work hard, get a good job, and live a great life. Today's economy is proving all of that to be difficult. Many have done really well in school and have great jobs, and yet they're still finding it difficult to make ends meet. Many of my friends, my age and younger, still live with their parents because they can't afford to buy their own place. And at this point, rent is so expensive that it simply isn't worth it. Young Canadians are having a hard time to get approved for a mortgage, and some are requiring their parents to act as guarantors. This is if they're lucky enough to come from a family that is well off enough to provide that signature. This has to change. The backbone of our economy is our youth. They are our present and our future, and they deserve for their hard work to pay off. They deserve at least the same opportunities as their parents and grandparents had to achieve a good life. This is why our government put in place in the last couple of years the tax-free first home savings account to make it easier for Canadians to save for their first home. Until now, over 750,000 Canadians have opened an account to save money to put into a down payment faster with the help of tax relief. Budget 2024 proposes an additional support for Canadians to be able to afford a home faster. First off, we know that for homes to become more affordable, we need to increase supply. Budget 2024 includes an additional investment of $15 billion in new loan funding for the Apartment Construction Loan Program, bringing the program's total to $55 billion since 2017. This new investment will help build more than 30,000 additional homes across the country. Budget 2024 also tops up the Housing Accelerator Fund to increase the supply of housing faster. This fund works with municipalities to cut red tape and fast-track the creation of at least 100,000 new homes across Canada. The investment in Budget 2024 is of $400 million over 4 years and will help fast-track 12,000 new homes in 3 years. Another measure that will be extended for an additional 2 years is the ban on foreign buyers of Canadian homes. People who are not Canadian citizens or permanent residents will continue to be prohibited from buying homes in Canada, as this practice has brought up the value of our homes. While building new homes is a longer-term solution to bringing down the cost of housing, there are other ways that Budget 2024 aims to help young Canadians buy and keep their first home. The budget proposes to enhance the Canadian Mortgage Charter in several ways. It will allow a 5-year increase of the amortization period, allowing for a 30-year amortization for first-time homebuyers purchasing newly built homes, making it possible for more young Canadians to qualify for and afford their monthly mortgage payment. For those who already have a mortgage and whose terms are coming to an end, renewing your mortgage with today's rates seems quite daunting. However, the Canadian government will be working towards making permanent amortization relief available to protect homeowners that meet specific criteria. eligible homeowners will be able to reduce their monthly mortgage payment to an amount that they can afford for as long as they need to. This will give them an opportunity to stay in their homes for longer. While housing is one of the most important points in Budget 2024, I'd like to turn to a few other great supports for Canadians that will be funded in this budget. I won't spend too much time talking about the National School Food Program because I've already spoken about it at length in this place. I could not be happier that this investment of $1 billion has seen the light of day to help kids eat a healthy meal at school. The only private member's bill I've ever had the opportunity to present in this place, and as my time as an MP, was on this very program, because as a teacher, I know just how badly it is needed. Budget 2024 proposed an investment of $1 billion over 5 years for the federal government to work with provinces, territories, and Indigenous partners to expand access to school food programs with support beginning as early as the new school year. The program is expected to provide meals for more than 400,000 kids each year and is expected to save the average participating family with 2 children as much as $800 per year in grocery costs, with lower income families benefiting the most. Also incredibly important is that the federal government recently introduced legislation to help make essential medications more accessible and affordable for Canadians, a landmark move towards building a national pharmacare program that is comprehensive, inclusive, and fiscally sustainable. Bill C-64, the Pharmacare Act, describes the federal government's intent to work with provinces and territories to provide universal single-payer coverage for a number of contraception and diabetes medication. Now, Budget 2024 proposes to provide $1.5 billion over 5 years to Health Canada to support the launch of the National Pharmacare Program. We also need more support for persons with disabilities who face significant barriers to financial security. Budget 2024 proposes funding of $6.1 billion over 6 years and $1.4 billion per ongoing year for a new Canada Disability Benefit, with payments to eligible Canadians starting in July 2025. The Canada Disability Benefit establishes an important support for persons with disabilities and will ensure a fair chance for persons with disabilities. It fills a gap in the federal government's social safety net and is intended to supplement, not replace, existing provincial and territorial income support measures. Another aspect that I was thrilled to see in Budget 2024 is continued mental health support for our young people. The budget proposes an investment of $500 million over 5 years beginning in 2024-25, with a goal of reducing wait times and providing more options for youth in need of mental health care. The reason why this is so important is because 32% of young people who seek out mental health support are unable to access care because of the cost. Whether we're talking about mental health issues brought on by the pandemic or those brought on by the post-pandemic economy, Gen Z needs that extra help, and the government is here to provide it. Mr. Speaker, we know that Canada's success now and tomorrow depends on the success of its youngest generations. But too many young people feel as though the reward for hard work of a secure, prosperous, comfortable, middle-class life is out of reach. And for students, even with increases in financial supports, many still need more help to cover rising costs. Budget 2024 announces the government's intention to extend for an additional year the increase in full-time Canada student grants from $3,000 to $4,200 per year and interest-free Canada student loans from $210 to $300 per week in time for the new school year. With this change, Canada student grants will have doubled in size since 2014. Grants for part-time students, students with disabilities, and students with dependents will also be increased proportionately. Increased grants will support 587,000 students, and increased interest-free loans will support 652,000 students, with a combined $7.3 billion for the upcoming academic year. But although federal student grants and loans are intended to help cover the cost of shelter, the formula used to estimate students' housing costs has not been updated since 1998. Budget 2024 proposes to modernize the shelter allowances used by the Canada Student Financial Assistance Program when determining financial need. This new approach will provide additional student aid to approximately 79,000 students each year. The government is also incentivizing post-secondary institutions to build more student housing and providing the low-cost financing needed so more students can find an affordable place to call home. Mr. Speaker, to aid the transition, Madam Speaker, to aid the transition from school to the work world, integrated learning opportunities such as co-ops and internships are a proven way for post-secondary students to gain the valuable skills, education, and real-life experience necessary to get good-paying jobs in important and growing fields. So to create more work-integrated learning opportunities for post-secondary students, Budget 2024 proposes to provide $207.6 million for the Student Work Placement Program, which has already created over 192,000 work opportunities for post-secondary students since 2017-2018. Likewise, the government is investing to create more youth job opportunities to build their skills and gain meaningful work experience, which will be critical to Canada's economic growth potential in the years to come. To create 90,000 youth job placements and employment support opportunities, Budget 2024 proposes to provide $351.2 million for the Youth Employment and Skills Strategy. This includes $200.5 million for Canada's summer jobs, and including in sectors facing critical labour shortages, and $150.7 million for the Youth Employment and Skills Strategy program. But, Madam Speaker, we can't ignore those younger Canadians who choose to work for themselves and launch their own business, which is an important part of a growing economy. To empower young entrepreneurs, Budget 2024 proposes to provide $60 million over 5 years for Futurepreneur Canada, a national non-for-profit organization that provides young entrepreneurs with access to financing, mentorship, and other business supports to help them launch and grow their businesses. I can see that my time is up, and so I'd like to wrap up by saying once more that I support Budget 2024. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Generation of young people has become acutely aware of the fact that this government has put their futures at risk. And so I would like to ask the member, in light of the fact of all of this spending that they would hope is for real, what has this government done to create funding to be available? How many of their consultants have they fired, and how much money have they set aside now of real money to be able to do these things on behalf of young Canadians?
The Honourable Member for Saint Laurent.
I regret, Madam Speaker, that my earpiece wasn't working for the first part of that, but I think I got the gist of it, and I do think that the government has the best of intentions with this budget to be able to help Canadians now that they need the help the most. Obviously, our young Canadians are in a place where past generations have not been at the age that they currently are. So we obviously need to step it up and help Canadians and meet them where they are in order to give them the supports that they need to lead the lives that they deserve to be leading.
Honorable Député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would have liked to comment on the lives led by those in Generation X. It's a forgotten generation. That's why it's called Generation X, which is an unknown value in algebra. But I will comment instead on the budget. The budget totally meddles with provincial jurisdiction. It flies in the face of the Canadian Constitution. The Constitution is a contract that ties the Government of Canada with provincial governments. So when does the government intend to respect and uphold its own constitution? The Honourable Member for Saint Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I feel that Canadians do need help right now. All provinces and territories and the Government of Canada should work together. By working together, we can deliver that much-needed help to Canadians. It would be great to have the cooperation and teamwork of all parties so that we can help those who need it the most. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And tomorrow is the beginning of MS Awareness Month. And yesterday I met some advocates for MS. And one of the advocates has MS and was telling me that also her sister has MS. So the two of them both have MS. Only one of them could qualify for the disability tax credit. One lives in a rural part of Canada and one lives in an urban. And it's the urban sister that got the credit. It's the rural sister that did not. Madam Speaker, there are many inequities in the healthcare system in Canada, and we know that the Canada Disability Benefit, hidden behind the disability tax credit, is both inaccessible but also unequitable. So I wonder if the member could commit that the government will remove this inaccessible and unequitable barrier in the Canada Disability Benefit.
Member for Saint Laurent.
I'd like to thank the member for raising this concern. And first of all, I wasn't aware of her constituent and her friend's situation. Of course, I can't commit anything on behalf of the government, but I can commit on behalf of myself that I would be very glad to work with the member in order to bring this to the attention of the government so that something can be done about it. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Nonprofits in my community, we're looking at this budget as a hope that there might be more money available to build social housing, non-market housing, after all the talk that that's what would be in here. Yet what we find is the Rapid Housing Initiative funded at a meager less than about $250 million a year for the next 5 years across the whole country. That's meant to be spread out. I wonder if the member could speak to whether she's concerned about a lack of funding in this budget, despite all of the rhetoric around housing, the lack of dollars for nonprofits to build the non-market, affordable, dignified housing that we need across the country.
Very brief answer from the honourable member for Saint Laurent.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would just like to say that there are obviously many measures that the government has put in place in order to help build as many homes as possible for Canadians, and I'd be happy to work with the member in order to enhance or at least bring these issues to the attention of the government. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will be splitting my time with the member for Huron-Bruce. Madam Speaker, just before I begin debate, I would like to wish happy graduation to my niece. She's worked hard and deserves all life has to offer, and Auntie Tracy is proud of you. Madam Speaker, I rise today on behalf of the residents of Kelowna Lake Country to speak on the 2024 budget, one of the most consequential pieces of legislation that this House of Commons debates every year. This is now the 9th year this NDP Liberal government chose to run deficits in their budget. I was in my community all last week meeting with businesses, not-for-profits, attending all kinds of events, and had days with back-to-back meetings with people who reached out. Not one person said they were happy with this Liberal budget. One resident said that this budget is like throwing spaghetti at a wall. Another said her family has lived in the Okanagan for generations, and now the whole extended family is considering leaving Canada as no one can get ahead. Another person explained how moderately successful people who have worked hard and followed all the rules are being crushed by this government. A small business owner said, quote, "So much for building up my small business to fund my retirement." For 9 years, the Liberal government, propped up by the NDP, chose together to double the size of the federal debt, which is on track to lead to a generational debt crisis for the children of today and tomorrow. They chose together to support expensive third-party consultants at the same time as seeing a decline in accountability in federal department services, with many departments not meeting their own minimum service standards. They chose together to increase taxes, including carbon tax, excise tax, and payroll tax. What are the results of the Liberals being propped up by the NDP choices? A cost of living crisis that is destroying the spending power of working-class families, causing a record number of Canadians having to go to the food bank and people losing hope. After 9 years of this Prime Minister, it now takes the same amount of time to save for a down payment on the average home that it used to take to pay it off. People with less quality of life than the previous generation. People with more mental health and addiction issues than any time in the past. I was hopeful that the Liberal ministers in their 9th year of government might listen to Canadians. Conservatives were clear about what we wanted in this budget to support it. We wanted the government to axe the tax on farmers and food by immediately passing Bill C-234 in its original form, which would give farmers in my community and across the country much-needed tax relief. We wanted them to build homes, not the bureaucracy, by requiring cities permit 15% more home building each year as a condition for receiving federal infrastructure funding. We wanted them to cap their wasteful spending with a dollar-for-dollar rule to bring down interest rates and inflation. which presently impacts Canadians in many ways, including mortgage renewals. Just like a family managing their household budget, Ottawa should always look to find a dollar in savings before looking for a dollar in new spending. Sadly, this NDP Liberal government did not meet any of these common sense requests. The Finance Minister has again chosen the same inflationary deficits that have pushed Canadians into a cost of living crisis. Now, in listening to the Minister of Finance present her budget, I was particularly struck by one line. In her budget speech, the Minister of Finance discussed the importance of not passing on ballooning debt to our children. Well, this is exactly what this budget does. This is what the NDP Liberal government has been doing for 9 years. Just look at the numbers. Budget 2024 forecasts that the federal debt will rise to $1.2 trillion this year. And the interest Canadians will pay in servicing that debt will increase to $54 billion this fiscal year. That's more than the government intends to spend on provincial health care transfers. The budget also shows that the government raised $51 billion in revenue from GST last year. That means that every cent of GST that every Canadian business or not-for-profit may pay on products or services they buy won't go towards single government service programs. It doesn't matter if you bought a keychain or a car. If you paid the government GST, it won't be used to pay for roads, health care, or armed forces. Instead, that amount will be used solely to pay the interest on the government's credit card. Canada isn't paying down its debt. Canada is paying the interest on our debt. Well, the debt still grows. That means these payments will only increase as well. It's projected that $54 billion again next year, $57 billion the year after, $60 billion after that, and $64 billion after that. From now until the end of this decade, taxpayers will provide the government with $289 billion, which will not be used to pay for any public services Canadians depend on. Now, as the Shadow Minister for Persons with Disabilities, I've been greatly concerned with the government's string of broken promises regarding the Canada Disability Benefit, which all parties in this House supported. The Liberal Minister for Persons with Disabilities will not even acknowledge that persons with disabilities are in a cost of living crisis. I asked her 3 times yesterday at the Human Resources Committee, and the most she would say is, quote, "It's been a challenging time." Challenging time? We had testimony during the Canada Disability Benefit legislation at the Human Resources Committee where persons with disabilities were considering medical assistance in dying because they couldn't afford to live. This Liberal government pushing off implementation until late into 2025 with a peek into the limited regulations and amounts, what they might be, saw widespread backlash from my local residents and from national groups representing persons with disabilities. Many persons with disabilities are already among the hardest hit by the cost of living crisis, but the minister apparently doesn't agree. 5 years of Liberal minister photo ops and announcements on this benefit have produced another broken promise. Ironically, the NDP Liberal government's 2024 budget title is, quote, "Fairness for Every Generation." Skyrocketing federal debt will consume more of our tax dollars, while potentially threatening future social, environmental, or security initiatives. This isn't worth the cost to any generation, and certainly isn't fair to young adults and kids who will bear the brunt of paying the debt down. This unwavering commitment to higher debt and deficits has characterized the Liberal government's last 9 years. We've seen a doubling of rent, mortgage payments, and down payments. There are reports of people not meeting their mortgage stress tests and having to sell their homes to rent, only to find rent more expensive than their mortgage payment. It is a real concern that there is a big wave of both residential and commercial renewals coming this summer. Insolvencies are already increasing. This budget projects unemployment to rise to 6.5% this year, despite the employment minister telling us at the Human Resources Committee in December that he had a plan to address it. We haven't seen that plan. All these issues are not coincidences. They are the consequences of hundreds of billions of dollars in federal deficits driving up costs. David Dodge, the former Liberal-appointed governor of the Bank of Canada, said this budget is the worst he's seen since 1982. The previous finance minister, Bill Morneau, has also criticized it. The Bank of Canada and former Liberal finance minister John Manley both confirmed the federal Liberal government's deficit spending was pressing on the inflationary gas pedal, forcing the Bank of Canada to balloon interest rates. Liberal ministers have been traveling the country to create photo ops for their new spending. However, new spending outlined in Budget 2024 won't meaningfully impact consumers' costs if inflation is not brought under control, therefore lowering interest rates. The government at the same time continues to increase taxes. Rising food and gas prices are predicted to rise through 2024. I have no confidence in this government. My Conservative colleagues and I will vote against this Liberal government's 9th deficit and debt budget. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Earlier today we witnessed a very embarrassing question period when you had the Conservative Party literally walk out, Madam Speaker, and they're very sensitive on the issue of diagonal. A very far right-wing group, extreme right, all sorts of concerns in regards to it, and the leader of the Conservative Party refuses to disassociate himself with that organization. This is the same far extreme right that talks about cuts and cuts and cuts and very anti-government. I'm wondering if the member across the way would like to put some distance between her and that association and the leader of the Conservative Party.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan on a point of order.
Madam Speaker, I would be loath to claim that the member was intentionally misleading the House. However, in the interests of informing him, and I wonder if I could seek the unanimous consent of the House to table a statement made by the Leader of the Opposition, specifically in extremely strong terms, denouncing the very organization that the member mentions. Will I have the unanimous consent to table that statement?
Opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. The Honourable Member doesn't have unanimous consent. The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Who would want to have
Parliamentary Secretary on the same point of order?
Madam Speaker, I would ask if I could have unanimous consent in order to table an editorial where the leader of the Conservative Party is advised he should steer clear of the far-right extremists, and I would quote directly from it. The leader of the Conservative Party did tell the group of protesters to keep...
Yes, we're not going to start a debate on the issue. It has absolutely nothing to do with the affairs of government. The Honourable Member for Kelowna is the Honourable Member for... Yes, the Honourable Member for Skeena-Buckley Valley on a point of order. Yes.
We're talking about clarity.
Gets on.
There it is. Because we're talking about clarity, I believe the Parliamentary Secretary referred to the incorrect name for the organization in question. He called them Diagonal, and just so that we're all on the side of the angles, I want to make sure...
Okay, we are not going to start that debate. It has nothing to do with the business of government. The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for clarifying that we're here to talk about the business of government and Budget 2024. And it has been such a bomb of this government. They've had photo ops all across the country. It has been an absolute failure. They thought that rolling it out early in advance, piece by piece, would have huge uptake in the love of the budget, and that's absolutely not what's happened. We're debating the budget here today, and I spoke quite a bit about all of the issues that have been created by deficit spending, and it's just it is not working. 9 years of deficit spending is not working, and it's crushing Canadians' bank accounts.
Questions and comments.
The Honourable
Member for La Pointe-Lille. Thank you. In this budget, there's a lot of interference in Quebec's jurisdiction and the province's jurisdiction. For example, pharmacare, dental care. Quebec already has that, but the government refuses to give compensation. What does my colleague think of that?
Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question from the honourable member. You know what's really interesting is this Liberal government seems to feel that if they take something over, that it will be more cost-effective, more efficient, less red tape, and run better. And in fact, it's the exact opposite. We have seen that with everything that they touch, whether it's internal services or whether it's programs that they create. So I really don't have confidence at all in this government with taking on programs. We see at even within the government departments how they're not even meeting their own service standards internally, and a lot of the programs that they've taken on have been have not worked and have been a failure in many ways. So whatever they touch, they seem to break.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member for Kelowna Lake Country made some really important remarks at HuMA committee yesterday to the Minister, pointing out the extent to which folks with disabilities are living in legislated poverty. I appreciate her for making those comments. I wonder, though, if there were a Conservative government one day in the future and the Canada Disability Benefit was in place at a level that would lift folks with disabilities out of poverty, in that situation, is that a benefit that would remain in place over time?
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the comment from the honourable member. And he was at our committee yesterday, and he asked some really good questions of the government, where he was actually asking for documents. So we'll look forward to those coming forth to the committee. And Conservatives on this side supported the disability benefit from the very beginning. We did not do anything to withhold the legislation. In fact, we did as much as we could to expedite it back when we were debating it, and it was in it was committee. So we have supported. It was Bill C-22, and we supported it right from the very beginning.
Member for Bow River.
Mr. Speaker, to my colleague, I know in the riding she's from, there's many people that she meets with, many small businesses, many people that she would meet in smaller communities. And like I assume that she spoke to a lot of people, as I did this past week, and I heard nothing but negative about this budget, not one positive. Is that the similar response that you had?
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. Absolutely. I mean, I'm talking to small business owners all the time from my community and across Canada, and in particular, being home last weekend, it was a number one topic that I heard. You know, many of them, especially in the tourism and hospitality sector, they haven't gone back to their pre-pandemic levels. Many of them incurred a lot of debt during that time, and they're still not able to pay it off. And what they're seeing is just a continual increase of costs. You know, they've got the carbon tax that's increasing the cost of everything that is transported. I'm in a region where we have wineries and breweries. The excise tax is affecting them. Payroll tax went up. It's overall not a good news story.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Huron-Bruce.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. And I'd like to echo the comments or the question that the member from Calgary just made about being in the riding. I wasn't in his riding. I was in my own riding. But I'd have to think, in all the years I've been involved in politics, I have never had such an outpouring of negative commentary about the current state of events and with the current government. And I'm sure likely all 338 MPs, if they were in their riding last week, heard the same thing. This budget is called Fairness for Every Generation. And I would argue it's been many generations since life has felt this unfair, if you hear what I'm saying. And the reason is, I would think every age group has been negatively impacted over the last 9 years by this government. Seniors, seniors who were retired within the last 10 years, who had saved money, who had paid off their home, who figured their money would last them until they no longer needed it. That is now in peril. That is now, for the first time, a question mark. Will they have enough to retire? Maybe a place they're paying rent, if they'd sold their home and moved into an apartment or wherever they chose to live, was $1,200, $1,500 a month. In my area, for example, it's over $2,000 a month now. A number of different components of high government spending has negatively impacted seniors, families, whether it's a couple that are looking to have kids, whether it's a couple that has kids, whatever the kids' age are, unbelievable skyrocketing costs. Whether you're driving your kids back and forth to hockey or baseball or soccer or whatever thing you're doing, it's monumental how much things cost now. And so high government spending, out of control deficits, out of control debt, increasing interest rates has led to probably the most unfair period of time, at least in my lifetime, and likely beyond that. If you go back to 2015, former Prime Minister Stephen Harper, this is what he wrote about the Liberals back in 2015. What they'll do is permanent deficits, higher taxes, and more debt, as proposed by the Liberals and the NDP. They will wreck our economy, cost you money, and possibly your job. Now imagine that. He said that over 9 years ago. He predicted this over 9 years ago. He knew what the Prime Minister would do and his staff behind him that are pulling all the buttons. They were going to spend, and destroy 20 years worth of fiscal stewardship that would have led Canada to be amongst the elite in the world. That's what he said in 2015. Also, what he said in 2015 was in regards to the carbon tax. It's going to drive up the price of everything. Canadian families, it's going to drive up the price of everything for Canadian families buy, including gasoline, groceries, and home heating fuel, by imposing this carbon tax scheme. Now, it's easy for us to be the Monday morning quarterback now and say, well, of course, this is what's happened. But this is what Stephen Harper said 9 years ago. He knew all this was going to happen. It was very obvious. And the Liberals, they've done that. They've increased costs. I was at an annual general meeting earlier in the year, and the president or general manager of the co-op commenting on the price of fuel, because they sell fuel. They also sell propane, and they sell propane to people that heat their homes with propane, and farmers as well. He said the single kindest thing that this government could do to Canadians from his perspective, because he says, I look at the bills to see how bad they are, and he wasn't making a political statement because I was there, because he doesn't owe me anything. All he was saying was the biggest single kindest thing you could do to families in Huron Bruce and across the country is to get rid of the carbon tax. It'd come right off it. But they continue to pile drive on Canadian families and price people right out of homes. In fact, Liberal members of Parliament are getting up and giving speeches about the fact that they're admitting constituents in their riding who would have been able to afford homes 15 years ago, they can't afford homes now. They're living in their basement. One Liberal member of Parliament said as much. I'd also like to go back in time to when Jim Flaherty was the finance minister. Probably amongst the best, if not the best, finance minister of all time. And when he would deliver his budget, it was called the Economic Action Plan. An economic action plan to boost productivity, make economic gain, keep an eye on the government's finances, look at trade deals, and grow the wealth of all Canadians. And we've all heard the story about the high tide, that it lifts all boats and makes everybody do better. And that's really what a Jim Flaherty budget was all about. And we are so far off of that today. We are so far off of that today. If you go back in time when Jim Flaherty was the finance minister, a young couple could buy a home. A young couple could afford the down payment. They could see the day down the road when they could likely retire. Their parents, who were in their 50s at the time, could also see the day in which they could retire. That is now all up in smoke because of 9 years of high-flying spending. When the Liberal government, and I mean, pretty well everybody in here knows this by now, what I imagine, but we might as well go in a review. when the Liberals were elected and they were brought in, it was a balanced budget. There was a modest surplus after the great economic downturn of 07, 8, and 9. There was about approximately $600 billion in government debt. Today, the gross debt of this country is perilously close to $2 trillion. $2 trillion. That is unbelievable. It is a blemish that will be on this government's legacy for all time. For all time. A deficit of $47 billion, whatever, it'll go up. It'll go up between now and the end of the fiscal year for sure. Debt to GDP. Debt to GDP. In 2015, it was 31%, and it was coming. Debt to GDP was coming down. It was 32 or 33% the year before, and it went down to 31%. Debt to GDP, according to the numbers, 42%. 42%. So not quite a 50% disaster, but it's definitely going the wrong direction. And I know the finance minister, she always says, but boy, oh boy, when you compare it to the other G7 countries, don't we look great? Well, if you're comparing yourself to the worst managers of finance, maybe you do look good. I don't know, but I wouldn't compare myself to the United States fiscally. I wouldn't compare myself to, I wouldn't want to compare Canada's finances to Japan. They're toast. Their finances are toast. They're manipulating their currency. They're manipulating their interest rates. The United States has $34 trillion in debt. When Bill Clinton left office, way back 20-some years ago, it was $7 trillion, and they were on their way to paying off all the debt. That's gone. They're adding $1 trillion of debt every quarter. That is called a debt spiral or a death spiral. This is a perilous time. So for the finance minister to say, well, you know, compared to the other G7 countries, boy, we look great. No, don't do that. You should compare yourself to what it looked like 8 or 9 years ago and be ashamed of your fiscal record. That's what you should look at. That's what you should look at. Kind of like your golf game, okay? You don't compare it to your buddies, you compare it to yourself. The AAA rating. That's another thing we've heard all about is the AAA rating. RBC just said it's in trouble. If we don't see, not that they're going to set it, but Canada's AAA rating is in trouble because of the spending. And it can get downgraded. It has been down. BC, they've been downgraded 3 times in 3 years, and now they sit at a AA-. AA-. The last point I'll say before I turn it over is we are entering into a period of what I call the trifecta of trouble because of this. We've backed ourselves into a corner. Inflation, interest rate, mortgage rates, and the Canadian dollar. We are backed in a corner. If we have to raise rates because inflation is a little sticky, then the interest rates are going up and you're going to further compress the housing problem and as well the Canadian dollar. Maybe in questions and answers we can look into that further. I appreciate the time and look forward to the questions.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kings Heads.
Speaker, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member from Huron-Bruce for his remarks. I have a really specific question. He is the sponsor of a private member's bill, C-234, which is extremely important for Canadian farmers across the country, and I applaud him for bringing it forward. I voted for this here in the House and will be supporting the bill when it comes to a vote unamended. I know he and I would perhaps take a bit of a different view on how the government has approached the issue, but we hear a lot about C-234 in the House from the Conservatives asking the government whether or not they would support it. The government has been very clear they'll take a different approach, but the Conservatives have an opportunity to actually get relief for farmers by letting that vote come to the House and to happen. There is a parliamentary majority. The Bloc have signaled that they will support the Senate amendments. So can the Honourable Member tell us when we might expect C-234 to a vote, if he will let that happen, or if the member of Carleton will let him, so that we can get relief for our farmers, including in Kings Hands? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Huron-Bruce.
Thanks very much. And the member from Kings Hands and I have had some collegial discussions over the last couple of years. And what I would say is on a couple things, there was a unanimous consent motion to pass this bill at all stages. That was rejected by the Liberals, and I understand the old UC motion thing. But at the same time, this bill will be coming up for debate the end of May, and that'll be the true test. And we'll hear from the member from Kings Hants at that time on what he and his Liberal colleagues will do. But I also say the farmers will be in the fields in that period of time. And in my area, most of the corn will be planted, hopefully, and the soybeans will be starting to likely work their way in the south. And they're going to want to see some results. They're going to want to see what the Liberals are going to do on this bill. They're going to want to see what the Bloc Québécois do on this bill. And is it going to be amended, or is it going to be in its original form? And if you're truly for farmers, you will make this vote on the original bill, because farmers need the relief.
Questions et commentaires.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. James Bay Nunavik. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a question for my colleague. We agree that the government hasn't done much with this budget, and for families, for housing, for seniors, and health care. If you were in power, would you agree that Quebec has the right to opt out with full compensation and without conditions in any areas that come under provincial jurisdiction?
Well, thanks very much. I would argue that when the Conservatives were in government and Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister and Jim Flaherty was the Finance Minister, we were probably the most respective of all the levels of provincial jurisdiction. And we were so effective in that, we almost made the Bloc Québécois extinct. I remember that, and they were almost wiped out. And why? Because the people, the residents of Quebec, knew that they had a Prime Minister and a Finance Minister that respected the Constitution, that respected the areas of provincial jurisdiction, and there were no problems. There was no issues in Quebec the entire time Stephen Harper was Prime Minister. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
I find that an interesting comment, Madam Speaker, that there were absolutely no problems when, in fact, the Harper government was plagued with problems. But I would like to ask specifically about budgetary policy and so on. He continued on and on about how amazing Harper's government was in terms of financial management. However, Harper reported 5 straight budgetary deficits. I'd really love to hear what he has to say about that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Huron-Bruce.
That's right. And maybe when she goes home on the weekend, she can talk to her mom and ask her what happened back then. But what happened was, it was the great financial crisis. And if you go back to the IMF and everybody else that agreed, that's what we did. But the most important thing is, and the biggest distinction between us and the Liberals, is that we actually got back to a balanced budget. We got back to a balanced budget, and the Liberals are in no man's land with the finances, and it will take a Conservative government led by our leader to get Canada back on track, get the budget balanced, and get rid of all these carbon taxes. Thank you.
Order. It is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan, Public Services and Procurement. The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay, Emergency Preparedness. The Honourable Member for Bow River, Carbon Pricing. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Brampton South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I rise in the House to discuss our government's priorities in Budget 2024. I'll be splitting my time with the member of Winnipeg South Centre. Madam Speaker, in my speech today, I want to focus on certain priorities area for my residents in Brampton South that I believe this budget responds well to. As I met with the families, businesses, and organizations in my riding, I have heard about serious issues and challenges that they wanted their federal government to address. Issues such as auto theft, supporting our youth, seniors, and families, and implementing national farmer care are just some of the concerns I have heard from my residents. I'm going to highlight some effective advocacy of the members on this side of the House helped us achieve important progress and fairness in Brampton and for millions of Canadians. Madam Speaker, let me start with our response to auto theft. I have heard through consultation as well as the doorsteps of my residents, I heard that we need to work together with all levels of government to urgently respond to this issue, and this is exactly what we are doing. Hundreds of cars have been stolen. Auto theft is not a victimless crime. It harms thousands of Canadians every year. No one should wake up to discover the car they used to get to work, school, or the grocery store has been taken from them. This is why this government is cracking down on auto theft with a robust plan to make it harder to steal and export vehicles. Members of our 905 caucus, Auto caucus, Brampton caucuses also advocated tougher penalties for the offenders, something we heard from our local law enforcement. This is why this government is also moving forward with harsher penalties under the criminal code for those who commit an auto theft-related offense. Budget 2024 announces the government's intent to amend the criminal code to provide additional tools for law enforcement and prosecutors to address auto theft. New criminal offenses will be created related to auto theft, such as possessions of an electronic device used to steal cars, and new offenses for those who involve youth in their crimes. Madam Speaker, most stolen cars leave our country through the ports, and this is where we are putting our attention. Earlier this year, I attended the National Summit on Combating Auto Theft, where we raised concerns of our residents about making sure we make measures about securing our ports. One of the key resolutions of the summit was the commitment of Transport Canada to work with public safety partners to identify cargo handling risks through targeting security assessment of port facilities. CBSA has been an important partner in fighting auto theft. Our local Peel Police have one of the largest investigative teams in our country, and we are directing our federal agencies through this funding to increase collaboration on investigations. This includes exploring detection technology solution and exploring the use of advanced analytical tools such as artificial intelligence, and we will continue our work to protect Canadian families. Speaking of Canadian families, Madam Speaker, this budget reinforces an important national program that has already been delivering for thousands of Canadians, and that is a childcare. Before I go any further, I want to recognize work of our Status of Women Committee on this file in our ongoing study on women economic empowerment. I also want to take a moment to thank all members of the Standing Committee on the Status of Women for their hard work. Madam Speaker, it is important to do everything we can to support our children. That is why the government launched a Canada-wide affordable childcare system in 2021, with the final agreement announced in Brampton, in my riding, Brampton South. But we know that more needs to be done to ensure that even more families are able to secure space for their child. This is why Budget 2024 proposes to launch a childcare expansion loan program. The program will offer low-cost loans and non-repayable contributions to public and not-for-profit childcare providers to build more childcare spaces and renovate childcare centers. The new childcare spaces created through the program will increase access to affordable childcare in Brampton and across Canada, saving more families thousands of dollars per child every year. Madam Speaker, we know that we need to do more to support our children, as nearly 1 in 4 do not get enough food. And this has real impacts on their opportunities to grow and learn. This is why this federal government is taking decisive action to launch a new national school food program and work with provinces, territories, and Indigenous partners to expand access to school food programs. The National School Food Program is expected to provide meals for more than 400,000 kids each year. This program is going to ensure that our future generations have what they need to grow and help make Canada a better place for all. As a mother, I know that it is important for us to support our children when they grow up and start their career. Canada Generation Z needs the confidence of knowing they will find a good job that will help them get ahead. To help younger Canadians pursue and achieve their dreams, the government is investing to create more youth jobs opportunities and ensure hard work pays off for the next generation. Budget 2024 is proposing the Government of Canada to create 90,000 youth job placement across the country. That includes a significant expansion of Canada Summer Jobs and the Youth Employment and Skills Strategy Program. That means that moms and dads in Brampton can count on the availability of good jobs for their children starting their careers. These jobs will help students gain much-needed work experience and support in areas facing labor shortages, such as healthcare or in senior homes. In my riding, Brampton South, I know Christian Holland Home, and there's many senior homes where students are working before, and now they have opportunity to work again. Speaking to our seniors, Madam Speaker, we know that after a lifetime of working hard, Canadians deserve to know they have a secure and comfortable retirement. Their golden years are meant to be spent in retirement with their families. Canada's social safety net delivers the promise of a safe and secure retirement for everyone. Seniors rely on these investments to keep a roof over their head and food on their plates. The government's largest program, Old Age Security, will deliver security to more than 7 million seniors this year, and our government has increased the maximum GI benefit for single seniors. So far, 9 provinces and territories have announced agreement with the federal government. We have also been working hard on the Aging with Dignity Agreement, which will provide for $5.4 billion to improve access to home care. Madam Speaker, after a lifetime of hard work and helping Canada through some of the toughest time, we have our seniors back. As chair of All-Party Diabetes Caucus, I'm proud of our government's commitment to the National Diabetes Framework and launching a national pharmacare program. This is something I have been advocating forever since I passed my Bill C-237 to establish a national framework for diabetes. Now our government is investing in a national pharmacare strategy with a focus on diabetes medication and supplies. Budget 2024 proposes to provide $1.5 million over 5 years starting in 2024-25 to help Canada to support the launch of the National Pharmacare Plan. This investment will save Canadians thousands of dollars per year on contraceptive and diabetes medication and supplies. Improving access to diabetes medication will help improve the health of millions of Canadians. That will reduce the risk of serious life-threatening health complication. Madam Speaker, Budget 2024 is delivering fairness for every generation. That is why I urge all members of Parliament to support the passage of this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. Mr. Shipley, I'm sorry. The honourable member for. Oops. Is the honourable member in his seat?
Yeah, we've changed.
Oh, okay. Yes, Barry Springbutt Ord. Sorry.
Thank you, Speaker. Just the member opposite in her speech today went on great length about auto theft. And we in public safety have recently been studying auto theft. And I know the Mayor of Brampton has been very, very vocal on the severe problem they're having in that city that she's well aware of. Yesterday, just at committee, we had the leads from the Halifax port at our committee. And they indicated that exterior shipments right now are being inspected 0%. Those are his words. And in the last 5 years, they have not confiscated one single vehicle. How can she say they're doing all they can to stop vehicles from being stolen from Canadians?
The honourable member for Brampton South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, my opposite member, for the question. Madam Speaker, If the member has not read the section of the budget, they can find it on page 249. We just had a national summit on auto theft. These are the actions our government is taking to deal with this issue. All Canadians deserve to feel safe in their communities. Our government recognizes that auto theft is a serious problem in Canada. The Government of Canada is committed to continued collaboration with the provincial and municipal partners, law enforcement, port authorities, rail and shipping companies as part of our collective efforts to combat this crime. Madam Speaker, we met with the Mayor and the Council and with our Public Safety Minister. We all working together, and that's why I want to urge member opposite to pass the bill, and so we can give the support which they need.
Commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Esquimalt-Senex-Sioux.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I listened to the member's speech with great care, and I appreciate her concern for members of the community. And I wonder whether she shares my concern that the level that was set in the budget for people with disabilities of a $200 a month benefit is far too low, and that should be perhaps doubled at least before we actually proceed with this budget. We proposed this disability benefit almost 4 years ago during the pandemic, and at the time we anticipated it would be set at a level to lift all people with disabilities out of poverty, and certainly the current rate would not do that.
Honourable member for Brampton South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you all the question. This is an important matter, Madam Speaker. I'm speaking with the members of the community. I met with them. We need to do more. This is the first step, $6 billion, but I agree we need to do more. We need to work with the provinces and territories, ensure that they do not reduce their disability benefit. With these new measures, we'll continue to do more. And we also need to work with our provinces and territories to what the existing programs also need to be more strengthened. Thank you very much for the question. And
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Beauport.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to talk about meddling once again. The federal government does, of course, have spending powers, which are through the taxes paid by approximately 38 million taxpayers. But in the Constitution, there is a very clear contract which sets out the responsibilities of federal, provincial, and territorial governments. So here's my question. When will the government respect the Constitution and not use its spending power to interfere in jurisdictions that are not its own?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you the question. Madam Speaker, we absolutely respect the jurisdiction of Quebec and all provinces and territories. There are many examples of this government working hand in hand with Quebec and the provinces. I want to give example of a national child care program. One is such a good example. Quebec is a recognized national leader in child care. So with the due respect, we will continue to work hand in hand with the Quebec and the provinces with the respecting the jurisdictions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Well, thanks very much, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise in the House on behalf of those I represent in Winnipeg South Centre. The budget is one of the most important documents that are tabled in this chamber every year. It's something that sets forward the priorities for the government and a vision for the country moving forward. And I also have tremendous amount of respect for the process that ensues after a budget is tabled. And that is that we get to engage in dialogue here with our colleagues who are themselves representing tens of thousands of people in the communities that they come from. And I appreciate the opportunity to engage in that dialogue with them here today. Comme toujours, Madame la Présidente, je vais essayer le...
As always, Madam Speaker, I will try my best to practice my French. I think that my Bloc colleagues will probably ask me a question, so I will do my best during debate to speak in French a bit, and I will, of course, answer their questions in French.
Speaker, during what was my not-so-recent by-election in June, or increasingly not-so-recent by-election of June of this past year, I talked to constituents who conveyed a number of priorities to me. And of course, the priorities of voters are as varied as the voters themselves. However, there were a number of issues that emerged frequently as what I would call the top priorities on the minds of those in Winnipeg South Centre. And they were focused primarily, Madam Speaker, on the environment, on mental health and addiction and healthcare broadly speaking, on reconciliation, and on affordability, with a particular focus on housing. So it's with respect to these priorities, Madam Speaker, that I rise today and focus the contents of my speech in regards to this budget. The environment. There is no doubt, Madam Speaker, that we are at a crisis level, both here in the country and globally. Smoke fills the air that we breathe during the summertime, preventing kids from going to camp or the elderly from going outside. There are droughts, which in the fragile soil of a place like Manitoba, where I come from in the prairie, it crumbles, leading to devastating consequences on the foundations of homes, which lead to significant costs and irritants on the part of constituents. There are dangerous heat waves, Madam Speaker, that make life dangerous for vulnerable citizens, most particularly the elderly in my riding. And there are, of course, increased costs that come along with climate change. I've had the pleasure of serving on both the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food, as well as the Standing Committee on Indigenous Northern Affairs since joining colleagues here in Parliament, and have noted how often concerns around climate change and the environment are raised in the context of our discussions at those committees. The Canadian Climate Institute, Madam Speaker, which is a nationally respected organization of scientists and policy experts in the country, have recently published a report which has spoken to us about the state of affairs vis-a-vis climate change and climate policies in Canada. It's important to note that policies are working, Madam Speaker. Without a combination of the environmental policies that we have in place right now, put forward by our government, emissions would be 40% higher than they are today. By 2030, if the policies combined that we have implemented thus far remain in place, we will see a reduction in emissions that equal the combination of both the province of Ontario and Quebec together, Madam Speaker. We are continuing to protect the environment, and we're doing it in meaningful ways, but I want to take the opportunity to talk about how we are protecting the environment specifically in my home province of Manitoba. Madam Speaker, we have made historic investments in Lake Winnipeg, a place that is not only of significant importance personally to many of those I represent, but as one of the world's largest freshwater lakes, it plays a critical role in the preservation of our environment. The same can be true of Lake of the Woods, which is just over the Manitoba border into Ontario, where my honourable colleague from Kenora represents, and in fact, as I've stated in this House before, serves as my Member of Parliament when we're out there. And we have been investing intentionally in the preservation and the sustainability of that valuable piece of water as well, Madam Speaker. The Seal River watershed is one of the world's largest remaining intact watersheds, and it is something that, working alongside First Nations communities in Manitoba and the provincial government in Manitoba, we have invested in order to ensure its protection moving forward. And important to note, Madam Speaker, and this is thanks in large part to the work of my colleague, the honourable member from Winnipeg South, is that there is a new national water agency that will be headquartered in the heart of the prairies in Winnipeg. And this is going to play a critical role in how we sustain and preserve our environment for generations to come. Canada must do its part, Madam Speaker, not only on moral grounds, but from an economic perspective. In terms of our relationship with trading partners, if we do not have aggressive policies in place domestically that effectively counter the impacts and the disastrous consequences of climate change, Madam Speaker, we will be left out of future trade deals with our partners, and worse, we will be taxed on our imports. It is critical that we maintain direction like the one that we have established. I want to shift now, Madam Speaker, to talk for a few moments about mental health and addiction. And this is an issue that's deeply personal to me for a number of reasons. One is that I have several very close family members who for years have struggled with addiction issues and mental health issues. I cannot count how many times I've received a knock on the door from a police officer, had to drive a family member to the emergency room, gone to visit family members in a psych ward, or engaged in very difficult tensions that emerge in families when we try to figure out the best ways in which we can support those we love who are dealing with mental health and addictions crises. In addition to that, Madam Speaker, my mother is one of the leading addictions doctors and specialists in the province of Manitoba. It's something that gives me tremendous pride, and it is through much of her work that I am not only inspired to help, but through which I derive much of my information and understanding of the issues. So I want to talk very briefly, Madam Speaker, about the ways in which this budget addresses some of the mental health and addictions crises that we're facing in the country. Recently, the Minister of Mental Health and Addiction visited my hometown of Winnipeg with me, and we visited the only mobile overdose prevention site between Thunder Bay and, I believe, Saskatoon. And it's called Sunshine House. And Sunshine House is a remarkable place. In a recent report, which was done through an independent audit, there were 26,154 visits in 1 year, last year, to Sunshine House, which fortunately resulted in no deaths and only 20 overdoses. Suicide prevention is a critical component of the government's policy, and the introduction of the Suicide Prevention Crisis Hotline is very, very important for the future of our country. Briefly, as I know my time is running short, Madam Speaker, the Canadian Centre for Child Protection, which is located in my riding of Winnipeg South Centre, is doing amazing work not only in the country but around the world to protect children, specifically from online harms. And we have provided funding that will allow them to continue to do this important work. And I was very pleased to see, Madam Speaker, particularly as a former teacher and principal, that there was $500 million invested in a youth mental health fund. I wanted to elaborate a little bit in regards to reconciliation, which was the final piece. And I won't have time to expand, although if one of my colleagues is gracious enough to ask me a question in regards to that, I'd be happy to take some time to respond. But I want to note that so much of the legacy of residential schools is still with us. I saw it every single day when I worked with young Indigenous kids and their families. And I'm so pleased to see that there's $96 million in our budget that's going to go to helping support survivors as the trauma, the intergenerational trauma, is still very much applicable when we talk about the challenges that we face. So with that, Madam Speaker, I am pleased to have had the opportunity to rise today on behalf of those I represent, and I'm happy to take questions now from my colleagues. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do want to take this opportunity to congratulate my friend and fellow former Carleton alumnus on his by-election win and wish him well in the upcoming Liberal leadership race. I think he would do better than some of the prospective contenders. But I want to ask him a serious question. He spoke towards the end of his comments about mental health, about suicide prevention. As I understand it, it continues to be a policy of the government that they want to pursue at some point the legalization of medically facilitated suicide for those with mental health challenges. Concurrently, the government continues to consider and speculate about extending that regime to include minors. And I know he talked about reconciliation. So many Indigenous leaders have spoken out against these proposals, as have many others. So as a former teacher and a former principal, I want to ask this member if he thinks it's acceptable or if he agrees with the government's intentions in terms of eventually extending medically facilitated suicide to those struggling with mental health challenges.
Honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Well, thanks very much, Madam Speaker, to my colleague for the questions. I look forward to selling him a membership, although we offer them for free now, so he doesn't have to worry about that. Madam Speaker, in all seriousness, I suspect that my colleague is referring to some of the recent debates we had around extending medical assistance in dying in this country to those that are suffering from irreparable psychological conditions. I do think that this is a very challenging conversation, but I can speak to the experiences that I've had of some young people over the age of 18, but young nonetheless, who have been in my office sitting across from me talking about the experiences that they've had and some of the reasons why they have wanted to continue advocating for them to be eligible for the same types of assistance in dying protocols that are in place for those with irremediable physical illnesses. I recognize absolutely that it's a challenge. I'd be happy to continue the conversation with my honourable colleague in a format that perhaps allows us to delve into the complexity and nuance a little bit more. But I do look forward to continuing that conversation with constituents I represent. Thank you.
Des commentaires, l'honorable député.
Questions and comments. Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Housing, health, access to them for all are essential in each of our thoughts when we're in our ridings and we see the difficulties that our fellow citizens, the people we live with on a daily basis, are experiencing. And it's important for the federal government to use its spending power to make the necessary transfers in infrastructure for housing and for health care. That is its spending power. Now when we're talking about interference, it's when there are conditions attached for the provinces and municipalities for receiving the money. I would like to know what conditions, given that the federal government has decided to interfere in our jurisdiction, what conditions does the federal government intend to impose to transfer the housing amounts to Quebec? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South Centre. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my dear colleague for the question. As a member representing a riding outside of Quebec, it's a little bit difficult for me perhaps to give an answer for something in Quebec itself. But my colleague mentioned something regarding healthcare, and I'm proud to note that a few months ago, the Premier of Manitoba and the Prime Minister of Canada, myself and colleagues, the Minister of Health, were together in Winnipeg to announce $630 million for our healthcare system in Manitoba. I know that will make a huge difference for the people I represent. So I apologize to my colleague. I don't have more to offer regarding discussions between Quebec and Canada because I'm a member for Manitoba, but I'm certainly open to continuing the discussion. Thank you.
Some minutes to give the honourable member for Skeena-Buckley Valley the opportunity to ask a question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Winnipeg South Centre. He mentioned reconciliation, and I know that the issue of murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls is one that has profoundly affected communities in his home province of Manitoba. And it was good to see mention in the budget of the red dress alert. However, we were disappointed to see the very modest budget commitment to that service. By comparison, the 988 Suicide Crisis Helpline received $156 million over 3 years for implementation. Now, the commitment in the budget is $1.3 million over 3 years for the red dress alert. How does he explain this, what seems to many to be a huge discrepancy in the funding. And don't get me wrong, the suicide crisis helpline is essential. I'm simply noting the disparity between these numbers.
A brief answer from the honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the question from my colleague. And I know that there is an alignment of values and shared principles when it comes to supporting communities. I had the pleasure as an educator of working alongside many Indigenous families when I was working in schools. And I've seen the pain and the trauma that comes as a result of over a century and a half's worth of oppressive policies here in Canada. I'm happy to continue that conversation. It's certainly something I've engaged in a discussion.
We have to cut it right there. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm going to share my time with the member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley. I'm standing today as a woman in Parliament. Every time I enter this place, I am aware of how different my experiences in life are from the men who have tried to keep women out of this place for 100 years or more. My colleague from Winnipeg Centre said it explicitly recently when she called out the Conservative Party infringing on the Status of Women Committee. The fact that the Conservatives chose to arbitrarily remove the respected chair of the committee recently not only disrespected the voices of women on this committee, it was also symbolic of how women in the House of Commons are often punished when their voice is too strong by a system designed to benefit men in power. As I read through the budget this year, it was with the lens of being a woman and how for 100 years our needs have been second. For example, childcare. I have often said in this House that the only reason I am standing here is because of the $5 a day daycare I had access to when I lived in Quebec. That fact allowed me to go back to school and become a programmer analyst. That allowed me to capitalize on opportunities in the new digital economy of Y2K. I know how important affordable childcare is for women, and I am so pleased to see in the budget, with investments in educators as well, that it is going to be a gateway of economic empowerment. And that reality for women cannot be understated. Childcare is the second largest payment for families after housing. I am incredibly grateful to the leader of the NDP and the member from Winnipeg Centre for finally forcing this government to enact affordable, quality childcare in this country. The Liberals would not have done this on their own. They proved that over the past 25 years. Madam Speaker, it was 28 years ago that I benefited from the $5 a day daycare in Quebec. That's how long the rest of Canada has been waiting for accessible, affordable childcare. And the Conservatives would not have offered this type of childcare at all. And in fact, the Conservatives would walk back any kind of public, affordable, accessible childcare if they ever got into power. I never want to see that, Madam Speaker. This budget is not an NDP budget, but there are clear examples of the differences between how the NDP use their power for good and to support people, and how Conservatives continue with their gut and cut ideologies to hurt people. Conservatives have used their past powers to make their corporate friends even richer by instituting $60 billion corporate handouts, which I want to say the Liberals have continued to support, while they cut services for women, families, seniors, and persons with disabilities. In contrast, the NDP, with only 24 MPs, forced this government to enhance the social safety net that lowers costs for Canadians by addressing affordability, healthcare, housing, climate, and more. With that in mind, I need to address right away the deficit of respect the Liberals have shown for persons with disabilities as it relates to the Canada Disability Benefit outlined in this budget. What is in this budget is not the Canada Disability Benefit. It's not the Canada Disability Benefit in reality or in spirit.
This Liberal government never seems to run out of money for handouts to giant corporations and rich CEOs, but when it comes to the benefit promised to people living with disabilities, suddenly this government only offers crumbs. Offering only $200 a month through the Canada Disability Benefit, hidden behind an inaccessible and inequitable disability tax credit, is not recoverable for this government. It is insulting, and this government needs to adhere to the NDP amendments to C-22 and those that came from the Senate to ensure that this benefit will lift persons with disabilities out of poverty. This Liberal government threw aside the advice and the input of disability advocates. Their own Policy Advisory Council saw resignations over this Canada Disability Benefit criteria. They disregarded the legislation, and worst of all, they disregarded people with disabilities. Shameful. This government was told that the use of the disability tax credit would create a barrier to access. They didn't care. They went away and did it anyway. While the Liberals' inadequate Canada Disability Benefit is best understood as an insult, there are important items in this budget that we need to protect to significantly reduce costs of living for persons with disabilities and to increase overall well-being. That includes the long overdue protection for renters to stop them from losing their homes to speculators and renovictions. This government and the Conservatives before them let this country lose affordable housing at a rate of 11-1. And the Conservatives and Liberals are the architects of this reality we are living now, walking away from affordable housing investments for decades and shoveling money to developers gentrifying neighborhoods with investments in condos 50 stories high. They left persons with disabilities behind, leaving them with less accessible, affordable housing. The NDP forced the government in this budget to create a rental protection fund, the Housing Accelerator Fund, and a new rapid housing stream to build deeply affordable homes. It's only because of the NDP that we are having a revitalization of affordable and accessible homes in this country. The NDP has also secured historic expansions to our universal healthcare system for persons with disabilities and all Canadians. A healthcare system that is under attack of privatization by Conservative premiers across this country. That cannot happen. Privatization of healthcare and long-term care is hurting Canadians, and the NDP won't stand for it. We will always push back on privatization of healthcare at the same time as we advance historic wins for Canadians like the universal single-payer pharmacare and the transformative dental care program that thousands of children in Port Moody Coquitlam have already benefited from. We stand against Conservative ideology that puts profits in the hands of CEOs off of the backs of people who are just trying to stay healthy. And I echo that statement, Madam Speaker, for the Liberals who are standing by and letting it happen. The NDP Pharmacare program will start with life-saving and free diabetic medication and devices and free birth control for millions of Canadians. These are equity measures that Canadians cannot risk losing to a Conservative government who courts incels for votes and disregards the voices of women. And for persons with disabilities, the Centre for Health Services and Policy Research at Queen's University wrote in an article in 2020 that Canadians with disabilities may skip doses of medication or neglect their prescriptions filled because of the cost of prescription drugs. Pharmacare will remove financial barriers for prescription drugs and overcome inequities among Canadians for this important aspect of healthcare. The Conservatives have already acted on trying to prevent pharmacare for Canadians, a program that will save $3.5 billion on Canadians' medications and billions more on preventing unnecessary trips to hospitals, doctors' offices, and ongoing care for preventative illness. Another important program the Conservatives do not support is the creation of a national school food program. It was in my riding when James Moore said, "Is it my job to feed my neighbor's child?" The Conservatives, James Moore, said, "I don't think so." Well, my NDP colleagues and I believe it is our job to make sure no child goes to school hungry. Madam Speaker, I'm going to close out by saying that women have been ignored in the economy for a long time, and I note that the Liberals put the support of a care economy, which I agree with 100%, and the launching of a national caregiver strategy, which is amazing work by James Gennaro and others in the caregiving realm, under lifting up generations rather than under economic growth.
The honourable member is over time. Questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do, or Madam Speaker, I do believe that it is important, and I do appreciate the support that New Democrats have provided on a number of what I would classify as progressive natures. I think Paul Martin and others, Jean Chrétien, might question some of the comments in regards to the child care. Ken Dryden did a phenomenal job on the child care program. Unfortunately, it never ultimately got passed through the House. I, for one, have been a very strong advocate for pharmacare for many years now, and I'm glad that it's incorporated into the budget. And my question to the member is this: we are, from my perspective, at a starting point for the pharmacare. One of the things that we have to look at is what do you add to it? And no doubt there will be a lot of discussion over the coming months and years in regards to how it is that we can make the pharmacare program a stronger, healthier program. And I'm wondering if she could add some thoughts. An example would be, for example, shingles as a vaccination, and just to get her thoughts on that issue.
Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll take this time to say that all drugs need to be available for Canadians, and that is the work of the NDP to make sure that all drugs will be covered in pharmacare. But I appreciate the member's comments on the importance of pharmacare and healthcare, and so I wanted to ask, Madam Speaker, unanimous consent to table in both official languages the report entitled British Columbian Priority Panel on Primary Care, New Perspectives and Possibilities for Primary Care in Canada. This is a report.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. I already have disagreement, so there's no unanimous consent. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to follow up on the member's comments on child care. We could have a debate about theoretically what would be a good child care system or not. But I think it's hard to deny that the current program from the government on child care is not delivering on the promise. Very clearly, we're hearing from child care providers across the country that the combination of price regulation with funding that doesn't match that price regulation is making it impossible for child care operators to maintain, meet the expectations. And so the result of this is government subsidies for some and less access for others. Does the member acknowledge those failures in terms of child care policy, and is she willing to hold the government accountable for them?
Honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm not surprised that the Conservatives will stand up and try to stop access to quality, affordable childcare for women. It doesn't surprise me at all. What I'm very disappointed on is that the Conservatives would stand up and say no to tabling information about British Columbia's priorities on primary care. These are Canadians across this country that want their voices heard in this House, and I'm very disappointed that their decision not to have a simple report accepted here is the way they want to act in this House.
Questions and comments, Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. Thank you. I have a question for my colleague. I'm not sure it's within her usual area of expertise, but we know that 90% of the Francophone minority in Canada lives in Quebec. Quebec is a minority, but the federal government It's funding for official languages. 96% of it supports English in Quebec for 2 years. We've heard the Liberals boast of establishing measures to protect French, but we don't see anything. There's nothing in the budget. No spending, no measures to protect French in Quebec. And there wasn't any in the official languages action plan either. What does my colleague think? Does she find that fair, that funding for official languages in Quebec is almost exclusively for supporting English?
Port Moody Coquitlam in 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And what I don't think is fair, my riding of Port Moody Coquitlam is the largest quartier of francophones in British Columbia, and the Executive Director of Société Francophone Mayaville, Joanne Duma, I want to raise my hands and thank her for all the work she's done. She's now retiring to try to get representation of Francophones in Mayaville, trying to get some physical space. This government has been very lax in being able to assist those that move outside of Quebec to keep their language and keep their culture and community. It's very disappointing, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to rise on behalf of the good people of Skeena-Buckley Valley and address the 2024 budget. I wanted to start, Madam Speaker, with a few words about the truly shameful display that we saw today during question period. And I was thinking back to my time just a few weeks ago on Haida Gwaii, where we celebrated the signing of an historic agreement. And the president of the Haida Nation spoke about the Haida concept called Yagudang, or respect, about a respectful way that we govern our communities, that we engage with our neighbors, and that we lead. And the Wet'suwet'en, whose land is part of the territory where I live, have a similar word, Wigoose. And I was thinking about those words and just how far from the spirit of those concepts this place was during question period today. And looking up in the gallery and seeing Canadian citizens looking at the governance of this country, embarrassed and ashamed of what this has become. And as a member of Parliament, I too was embarrassed. And I couldn't help but feel that the Conservative Party, and I don't speak to individual Conservative members because there are many good Conservative members whom I respect, some of whom are in the chamber right now. But the party and the leader are not only working to try to change policy in this country using the institution, but to erode public trust in the institution itself. And we've seen in other parts of the world and in other parts of North America when that has happened, and it is not a road that we want to go down as a country. So, Madam Speaker, turning to the budget before us, I wanted to start with the context. And the context, of course, as many Canadians know, is that we're in a very difficult time when people across the country are struggling with increased costs, with the cost of skyrocketing rent, with the cost of groceries, with the cost of home heat, with the cost of just about everything. And in these times, government has choices. We all have choices to make. And as New Democrats, our view, our vision, is that it's during difficult times that we must come together more than ever and lift each other up and bring in programs that support each other, support the people who are struggling. And so it's in that context, Madam Speaker, that we're very proud that there are things in this budget that we fought very hard for, that have long been a part of NDP policy, and we're finally seeing steps towards their implementation. And so I'll speak about a few of them, and they've been raised. I want to thank my wonderful colleague for her words just prior, but starting with pharmacare. This is obviously such an essential extension of universal health care in Canada. It's been 5 years since the Hoskins report laid out a very clear path for this government to take to implement universal single-payer pharmacare. And we're finally seeing steps toward that with the recent pharmacare legislation that's been tabled. And in this budget, a commitment of $1.5 billion over 5 years for the first phases of a national pharmacare program, starting with 2 essential classes of medication. diabetes medication, which of course affects thousands and thousands of Canadians. I was noticing statistics from Diabetes Canada that the out-of-pocket cost of type 1 diabetes is as high as $18,000 per year. Type 2 diabetes, people living with type 2 diabetes are paying as much as $10,000 a year. And this is precisely the kind of cost that the first tranche of a national pharmacare program will cover. And we're very proud to see that in the budget and to see the legislation that's before this House. National School Food Program. This is something that is going to lift up so many students across Canada who are going to school hungry. And the idea of having at least one meal per day of healthy food is going to help those students so much. I think it goes without saying, Madam Speaker, and I was thinking back to my experience in Terrace with the wonderful community volunteers like Gurjeet Parhar with the Kalem Community School Society, Alain Fleury at the group Groundbreakers in Smithers. These folks have been advocating for years for a national school food program. So to see $1 billion over 5 years in the budget is going to be a huge step forward, helping deliver meals to over 400,000 students across the country. Thirdly, the firefighter tax credit. And I want to give credit to my colleague from Courtney Alberni for his hard work ensuring that this is in the budget. This is going to double the tax credit for volunteer firefighters and search and rescue personnel in our communities from $3,000 per year to $6,000 per year. And certainly in the region I represent, Madam Speaker, which is a huge rural region, volunteer firefighters and search and rescue volunteers play such a critical role. I was in Houston the other day talking with their search and rescue team, and one of the figures that the individual shared with me was that in British Columbia, search and rescue teams provide $200 million per year of value. And if you think about all of the volunteer fire departments and add that to the search and rescue teams, the figure would be a staggering one. I think about folks in Bella Coola and Fort St. James, Bella Bella, Houston, Smithers, Telkwa, all the way up to Dease Lake, where these small volunteer fire departments made up of individuals who donate their time, contribute their personal time to keeping their neighbors safe. This is a way we can recognize that contribution. It's going to help with recruitment and retention, and I think it's a huge step forward for our country. Now, these Liberal budgets, Madam Speaker, are often a bit of a mixed bag. And there are things in this budget that are half measures and worse. There are policies that on the surface look like they're heading in the right direction. But when you look at the financial commitment in the budget, it's hard to see how we're going to make marked progress on critical issues. And one that has received some debate already today is the government's approach to the Canada Disability Benefit. We were very hopeful when we saw the legislation passed that created the foundation for this benefit. And yet people living with disabilities waited month after month, year after year, to find out what the amount was going to be, because the important thing here is the amount that is going to was going to supposedly lift people out of poverty. And what we saw in the budget, Madam Speaker, amounts to about $200 per month or $6 per day. That's a far cry from what's required to really improve people's lives in the way that's needed and to lift people out of poverty. And one of the most troubling aspects of that is that number was arrived at without consultation with the disability community, without talking to the people who need this benefit most. And it really contravenes the government's commitment to nothing about us without us, which is one of the promises that they made to people living with disabilities. I'll end on, I know I only have a couple more minutes. I did want to mention the red dress alert, which is something we've been pushing so hard for. I want to honor the work of my colleague from Winnipeg Centre, who's been a fierce advocate for that service. But $1.3 million over 3 years, it's hard to see how we're going to build an effective program and ensure that a red dress alert is available to families in Northwest BC and right across Canada with such a modest investment. Much more needs to be done, Madam Speaker, and we're going to keep pushing on that front. Now, I'll end with this concept of fairness, because this is how the government has framed this budget. The idea of working towards a more fair approach to the way that we govern this country. And while there are some very modest changes in this budget to address inequities in the tax code, I think it's clear that there's much more that needs to be done. TD just released a report that showed that the top third wealthiest Canadians in the country increased their wealth by 6% in the last year alone, while the rest of Canadians either saw their income stagnate or go down as a result of inflation when it comes to their real buying power. And so we need to do much more, Madam Speaker. I welcome the concept of fairness, which is something we have long spoken of, but this budget is only a very small step in that direction. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to get the members' thoughts in terms of the idea of cooperation and working together. We do have a national situation in terms of housing. I was very pleased to participate in a press conference, Madam Speaker, where we had the Prime Minister, the Premier of the province, and the Mayor of Winnipeg all together talking about how it is that we're going to be able to get more homes built in the city of Winnipeg. And the question I have for the member is that when we take a look at the national issue of housing, would he not agree that, yes, Ottawa plays a critical role, a role of leadership, but it's going to take the different levels of government coming together in order to be able to deal and get the optimum type of solutions on the housing situation?
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you to my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary. I suppose if he considers us dragging the Liberal Party kicking and screaming to be working together, then I'm all for it. His question was about housing, and of course we need to see jurisdictions working together. My concern, I represent a riding entirely made up of rural and remote communities. And the government's focus on housing has predominantly been in the larger urban centers where they can make commitments of tens of thousands of housing units. What communities in the region I represent need, they need infrastructure. They need a commitment to building drinking water systems, wastewater systems. That's what's going to enable housing development in small communities, and it's something that we see sorely lacking in this budget before us.
The Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen and Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to my fellow British Columbian, I wanted to ask him about the Canadian disability benefit that he talked about. First of all, in Bill C-22, which gave the enabling legislation, it simply delegated to the minister so that the minister could introduce regulations that would say, define who was considered disabled, who would be eligible, and for what amounts. And so here we are, where now the government is saying up to $200. It's not even a guarantee of $200. But so first question, Madam Speaker, is does he think that we as parliamentarians did our job in accepting basically a surface value that the government was going to help with persons with disabilities with this benefit? And second to that, Madam Speaker, on the question of people that are on the Canadian Pension Plan disability, oftentimes, Madam Speaker, they're actually at a lower rate on that particular program than they would be, for example, in British Columbia on social assistance. To me, it would make sense, Madam Speaker, to at least help those individuals first instead of telegraphing to everyone, whereas people had such high expectations only to find out that persons with disabilities feel left out completely by this particular budget.
Member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my friend from Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola. I had to write that down so I could rattle it off like that. he makes some good points. And his first question was, did we do our job in essentially giving the minister carte blanche to determine the amount? I think there are reasons that the amount of the benefit wasn't codified in the legislation. But where the government's let us down is that the minister did not consult with the disability groups who are so important in this whole equation. And if the government would have consulted on the actual amount, if they would have looked at what is required to lift people out of poverty, the benefit would have been a higher amount. Now, his second question is about prioritizing funding to those who need it most. And I think regardless of whether we're talking about CPP disability, people on social assistance, the reality is that folks need what they need to get by, to cover their basic costs. And we need to ensure that this benefit is raised for everyone who's living with a disability and needs it to a level where they're able to cover the basic cost of living. There are many details in ascertaining what those levels are, but the key thing is the outcome. Are people getting what's required to lead a decent life?
It being 5 o'clock, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the amendment now before the House. La question est la...
The question is the following one. Main motion, Ms. Freeland, seconded by Mr. Boisonneau, moved that this House approve in general the budgetary policy of the government. Amendment, Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Berthold, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that. May I dispense? And substituting the following.
Budget, since it fails to A, axe the tax on farmers and food by immediately passing Bill C-234 in its original form, B, build the homes, not bureaucracy, by requiring cities to permit 15% more home building each year as a condition for receiving federal infrastructure money, and C, de plafonner les dépenses.
Cap the spending with a dollar-for-dollar rule to bring down interest rates and inflation by requiring the government to find $1 in savings for every new dollar of spending.
Si un membre participant en personne désire...
If a member participating in person wishes that the amendment be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister, yes.
That's a recorded vote.
Call in the members.
Excusez. The question is on the amendment. The question is as follows. Ms. Freeland, seconded by Monsieur Boissonneau, move that this House approve in general the budgetary policy of the government. Amendment, Monsieur Poilievre.
Amendment. Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Berthold, move the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following.
No. La Chambre rejette
The House reject the government's budget since it fails to A. Axe the tax on farmers and food by immediately passing Bill C-234 in its original form.
Build the homes, not bureaucracy, by requiring cities to permit 15% more home building each year as a condition for receiving federal infrastructure money. And C, cap the spending with a dollar-for-dollar rule to bring down interest rates and inflation by requiring the government to find $1 in savings for every new dollar of spending. La période.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Bazin.
Mr. Bazin.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Miss Landsman.
Ms. Landsman.
Miss Lewis Alderman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Alderman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Abultaïf.
Mr. Abultaïf.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Dreeshin.
Mr. Dreeshin.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mrs. Fogg, Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Ellison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Miss Suggs.
Miss Suggs.
Miss Murray.
Miss Murray.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Miss Kara.
Miss Kara.
Miss Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Miss Jazek.
Miss Jacek.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamour.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Vancouverdin.
Mr. Vancouverdin.
Miss Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Miss Sidhu, Brampton South.
Miss Sidhu, Brampton South.
Miss Epner.
Miss Ethner.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Miss Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulaski.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Miss Taylor-Roy.
Miss Taylor-Roy.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Retour à Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Miss Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Miss McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Miss Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Descharlet.
Mr. Descharlet.
Miss Zarillo.
Ms. Cirillo.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function or rise in the House, and the chair will recognize them. The honourable member, l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Mr. Généreux. I'd just remind members online that I don't need to know if you had any difficulties. I just need to know how you intend to vote. Mr. Généreux.
Okay. Madame Roberts.
I vote yea.
Okay. Mr. Chung.
Madam Speaker, I'd like my vote recorded as for the motion.
Monsieur Robillard, vous avez déjà voté. C'est pour
Mr. Robillard, you already voted. It's just to confirm.
C'est ça qu'on a. Madame Normandin.
Je vote contre.
Mrs. Collins.
I vote no.
Okay. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 117, 117. Nays contre 206, 206.
I declare the amendment defeated.
Comme il est 18 heures.
It being 6:02, the House will now proceed to the study of private members' business.
Prise du débat en troisième lecture du projet de loi C-318.
Resuming debate on Bill C-318, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act and Canada Labour Code, adoptive and intended parents.
Remind members as they exit to please be quiet so that we can continue with our proceedings here in the House. Resuming debate. C'est bien ça? Resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader had 4 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, one of the things that I have witnessed over the years is a general attitude towards how it is that we can improve our EI system and how benefits could ultimately be paid out. And it was something in which we often talked about what's being proposed in this legislation to have that 15 weeks for adoptive parents, in particular, Madam Speaker, from my perspective, being allowed to have that time with the child, and I think that, or infant, and I think that's really important. In fact, members should be aware that, from my understanding, it was actually incorporated into the minister's mandate letter, Madam Speaker. So we know that the government was, in fact, taking action on the issue. That is something in which members opposite would have been aware of. So when I think of Bill C-318, one of the things that comes across my mind is the economic statement from last year, because it incorporates within that statement, within the budgetary legislation, the change that 318 is hoping to be able to achieve. So I question whether or not the legislation in itself is even required, and there's even been some issues brought forward in regards to whether or not it would require ministerial involvement because it would require additional funds, Madam Speaker. So, or a general rec. At the end of the day, the bottom line is that this government has recognized the need for looking at ways in which we can improve the EI system. And we have legislation that's there that we would like to see passed. And on the one hand, we have opposition saying, well, here's a bill, and this bill is going to do this, yet they sit and frustrate and filibuster government legislation that would ultimately do what it is that the private member is wanting to see take place, Madam Speaker. I think it's important to recognize that adoptive parents, Madam Speaker, in particular, the connection that is made is just as significant as those of a natural parent. And the love between a parent and a child is something in which I believe justifies us taking the type of action that we have. It's one of the reasons why it was incorporated, as I said, into the ministerial mandate letter. It's one of the reasons why we've incorporated it into budget legislation, implementation legislation, Madam Speaker. So I think that we are on the right track, moving forward on an important issue. I only wish that the Conservative Party would have recognized that and came forward and demonstrate a desire to, at the very least, allow the legislation that's already there, that's going to make a difference in a much quicker fashion, I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, take effect. In order for that to happen, at least in part, they have to stop the filibustering on all government pieces of legislation and government agenda items, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, and I want to remind members, no heckling. There's no opportunity for questions and comments during this period of time. And so if they have any thoughts or wish to talk to the individuals who are making speeches, they should go and approach them personally. Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. L'honorable député de Terre.
The honourable member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to speak again to this bill. I may not take my full 10 minutes, but I guess that's at my risk and peril, or yours. I can't remember the name of the member's riding, but this bill came to our committee, and it is a good bill because it's about bringing fairness to maternity leave or parental leave for adoptive parents, and in order for them to have the same options as biological parents. And so I had the opportunity to meet with a number of stakeholders, and I think it's been shown that in terms of the bond between parent and child, whether it's an adoptive parent or a biological parent, I think that the bonding is very important, and the children are entitled to have that type of bond, and the amount of time that is given to parents to ensure that children are received and welcomed into a family and nurtured, and to make sure that parents can give kids all the care they need. I think it's self-evident, and I agree with the parliamentary secretary that during the economic statement, there's reference to that willingness to add a few weeks. I would say even more. The former Minister of Employment, and it was in her mandate letter, to add 15 weeks to the amount of leave provided to adoptive parents. And I think all that's lacking now is we're at third reading here, the first hour, and the royal recommendation is all that's stopping this bill from moving forward and preventing quick passage of the bill, and in order to give full life to this bill. So I think that's what the government should do, and if I understood correctly, that's what the government intends to do, because I heard also that the government, through the parliamentary secretary, was saying that it was the government's desire to reform the EI system, and I have to pinch myself to believe it. Workers and the unemployed and the Bloc have been advocating an overhaul to the EI system for such a long time. It's hard to believe the government when they say they will. They made that commitment in 2015. The government took that commitment again in 2019. The government made the commitment once again in 2021. And if you read the minister's mandate letter, that reform was to have taken place in the summer of 2022. This is 2024, and nothing has happened. Nothing in the economic statement, nothing in the budget calls for an overhauling of the EI system or a strengthening of the EI system. But instead of acting piecemeal, the EI reform should be a complete overhaul, and it should already have included 15 more weeks for adoptive parents and 50 weeks of sick leave instead of whatever it is now. The government should have also explicitly corrected the situation for mothers on maternal leave who lose their jobs during their maternity leave. They should have had access to regular EI benefits. That discrimination should have been rectified. There should have been higher benefits, better benefits for seasonal workers. But all the Liberals have done is talk. It's all been lofty talk, rhetoric. There's been no real commitment to reform. And the current Minister of Employment has shamelessly said to the unemployed and to EI recipients that that's not on their agenda. So we can look at this government's record over the past 8 years, their record of broken promises, and that affects particularly workers and the unemployed. And yet this government did acknowledge that they had taken too long during the pandemic to reform the system, and that the system, they acknowledged that the system was full of holes and gaps. So in terms of bringing a bit of equity to adoptive parents, that's great, but it's just 15 weeks that's lacking to bring adoptive parents up to parity, and having these two different levels of benefits for situations that are very similar, it's an inequity. And in Quebec, we've already done it. In Quebec, that was done in 2021. The Quebec EI parental system is much broader and more generous than the federal system, and the Quebec system has adapted to allow adoptive parents equity as between themselves and biological parents or natural parents, whatever you want to call them. And now what's lacking is the government's follow through. The government needs to provide a royal recommendation so that this bill can go ahead. And speaking of adoptive parents, I had a meeting with some adoptive parents' children for them to explain what a difference it could make in their lives to have a certain number of weeks with their adoptive parents, an adequate number of weeks to spend with them. Adoption is a choice. It's a heartfelt choice. It's a choice that parents make because they believe in it, but they want to have everything they need to ensure that those children have the best parents in the world and to give them every chance of success in the world and in life. So sometimes things go very well with adoptions, but I think we should never, children should never have to be deprived of the right to have an equitable parental leave period with their adoptive parents. And that's what this bill would do, and I certainly hope that this bill will be passed as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nunavut.
I rise to speak to Bill C-13, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act and Canada Labour Code regarding adoptive and intended parents. To my colleague from Battleford's Lloydminster for this important piece of legislation, which will help bring equity to adoptive and intended parents. I thank my colleague from Winnipeg Centre for all her hard work on this file. I highlight that at committee, the NDP proposed several amendments that would have improved this bill significantly. Regrettably, these amendments were rejected. I am especially disappointed that the amendments to uphold Canadian law were rejected. Those amendments would have ensured that C-318 would be consistent with Bill C-15, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. Unfortunately, we've seen a pattern with this Liberal government when it comes to Indigenous peoples' rights, that they're going to go below what the expected standards are, including what we've seen, what they've tabled in the First Nations Water Act, as well as the amendments to amend the Indian Act. By failing to uphold Bill C-15, the current government is willfully disrespecting Articles 19, 21, and 22 of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. It is part of a disturbing pattern for this Liberal government, which consistently fails to follow its own laws, including obtaining the free, prior, and informed consent of Indigenous peoples. If this government is serious about reconciliation, a word they love to use, by the way, they must do better and commit to upholding UNDRIP. Overall, C-318 has merits, and New Democrats support this bill. It would create a 15-week attachment leave benefit for adoptive and intended parents through the employment insurance system. During my speech, I will describe the benefits for children, parents, and overall Canadian society. I will describe the troubling realities substantiating the need for Bill C-318 to be passed. It is unfortunate that this issue has reached this House through a private member's bill and not as a government bill, given that in 2019 and again in the last election, the Liberals promised to introduce legislation in this area. I note that this bill's introduction, the Liberals announced changes to the employment insurance program as part of the fall economic statement. These changes would create a new 15-week EI benefit that adoptive and intended parents will finally be eligible for. This is a step in the right direction. New Democrats will continue to hold the Liberal government accountable to its promises by passing C-318. The NDP is committed to ensuring that all parents and caregivers, whether biological, adoptive, intended, customary, or kinship, can spend time at home with their children in the critical first years. Research shows that the quality of a child's attachment impacts the overall health and development of the child. The benefits of passing this bill will be most prominent for children. Children with strong attachments are more likely to form strong relationships, be better able to regulate their emotions, and be less dependent on their caregivers. Parents adopting and those intending to be parents need to receive the same benefits as biological parents. Adoptive children must have the same sense of coping for their future. I have seen the benefits of ensuring those strong bonds early in life through watching my grandchildren bonding with their parents in the time spent together early in their lives. Adoption is an important practice in Nunavut, and providing this benefit will help many of my constituents. Unfortunately, Bill C-318 does not reflect our customary adoption practices. While the bill is an important step in the right direction, it does not include kinship and customary caregivers, which are particularly important for Métis, First Nations, and Inuit. Kinship and customary care reflect Indigenous culture and traditions. Respecting Indigenous people's practices could result in many more children not being forced into foster care or group home placements. We must ensure that an attachment leave benefit is extended to kinship and customary caregivers in a similar manner as adoptive and intended parents. I hope that this will be added sometime later. Providing parents or caregivers with an additional attachment leave benefit so that they can develop these strong attachments is crucial for children's well-being. This benefit would provide adoptive and intended parents with much-needed financial security and improve outcomes for children, many of whom are over the age of 10 at the time of placement and have a history of trauma and loss. Providing a 15-week paid attachment leave would ease the burden being placed on women who are adoptive or intended parents or kinship and customary caregivers. Providing them the financial support that they need would help ensure stronger attachments with their adoptive or intended children. The societal benefits would be seen with a healthier Canada, and children who are able to enter the school system prepared and ready to adjust to a world where they can learn to have friendships and learn to realize the importance of becoming contributing members of society. The need to pass Bill C-318 is evident in the disproportionate amount of unpaid caregiving work that takes place in this country, mostly on the part of women. Indeed, more than half of women in Canada give care to children and dependent adults, and almost one-third give unpaid care to children. I conclude by sharing what we as New Democrats have heard from important agencies across Canada. The Child and Youth Permanency Council and Adopt for Life are calling for the passage of this bill. I very much appreciate their Time to Attach campaign, which has been effective in building public support for this change. I thank my NDP colleague, the member for Winnipeg Centre, who had a petition on the 15-week attachment leave benefit, which garnered so much support by many. New Democrats support this bill. We will continue to hold the Liberals accountable to deliver on their promises. Bill C-318 will help many adoptive and intended parents across Canada. These are positive and necessary changes. Although it is not as comprehensive and does not recognize the important work of customary and kinship caregivers and Indigenous peoples. I hope this is not the end of these discussions and that more work will follow to provide financial attachments to more forms of caregiving. We owe it to our children and grandchildren to ensure that they have the care they need.
Resuming debate, the Honourable for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this private member's bill. My friend, the Member of Parliament for Battleford Lloydsminster, is an amazing person, and I have the opportunity to sit with her at our committee. And I must say, I never really imagined that I'd be having opportunities to speak about this kind of thing in the House of Commons, but here we are, talking about something that has the potential to have a profound impact, a profoundly positive impact in the lives of parents and children. And I guess I come back to this point that I've been thinking over and over again, and I know from my own personal experience in life, is that families are families, and they're created in many different ways. And how their government treats them should be the same. There should be fairness in how we treat families and how those families come to be. I speak of my own personal experience a little bit in that, I left home pretty young and was taken in by a family. I was never formally adopted or anything, but they're absolutely my family. They're my siblings, and all their kids call me Uncle Scott now for sure. But it took time for us to develop that bond, but it is a bond. It's as strong as any bond. They are my family, and I consider myself incredibly lucky to have that family. But I got to tell you, when we were at committee, we heard testimony from a number of families that came and spoke and shared their story, and it was among the most beautiful, heartwarming, compelling stuff I'd ever heard. Emotional, and when you hear the stories of adoptive parents and some of the circumstances around which an adoption occurs, and the life that sometimes adopted children have led until that point of adoption, there are some tragic stories, Madam Speaker, and I don't think it's hyperbole at all to describe the parents who make that choice to adopt kids that maybe have been in and out of foster care, have witnessed horrible, terrible circumstances in their short lives. It takes a long time to build trust. We heard about a number of young people who were adopted. It took them a long time to feel like they were safe, and that this wouldn't be just another place that they would be bounced through and on to the next place. And it took a long time to know that they were loved. I just think of that for a moment. I just find it so hard to imagine a kid existing in this world, not sure if they're loved. And so I don't think it's hyperbole to think of those parents that take that choice and to rescue young children out of horrible circumstances and make them part of their family. I don't think it's hyperbole to describe that as heroic. I think it's a word that gets bounced around a little bit too much, maybe. But in this circumstance, I think it's absolutely accurate that it is nothing short of heroic to take a life and to build that self-worth and that love and to create a family in a different way than maybe is traditionally done. And so, to me, this it's just a really common sense, simple change to our EI system that would offer a little more assistance and support to all families. And I think that we talk about the bill now. The Liberals are talking about having it in their own sort of adopted parts of it. I fear that it may not happen. There's an awful lot of talk all the time on that side, and not always the results are delivered. So I really wish we would just adopt this one. You've heard from other parties in the House that there's lots of support for it. There's lots of support, I think, in the country for this move. And I just think it makes common sense. And especially so, Madam Speaker, in a circumstance where, the cost of living is really, really hurting families, all families. We think about, the mortgage rates have doubled and, rents have doubled. Families are struggling to heat their homes and put food on the table. And this is an impact that it adds one more burden and one more stress onto families of all kinds. And however they are created, those families deserve the same level of support. And so I do genuinely believe that this is a disadvantage that's very easy for us to fix. I am really grateful to my colleague for coming forward with such a simple yet important bill that is, as you can see, easily supported by everyone. It's just a common sense thing that makes complete sense. And I think, if we were to adopt this would give this 15 weeks. Adoptive and surrogate parents are shorted 15 weeks of support when they start their families, and it's fundamentally unfair. And this is a very simple way to make sure that all those families are treated equally by their government. And so, Madam Speaker, I don't have a lot more to say. Just that I'm really touched by what this is. I'm touched by the parents and the families that came and talked to us and shared their stories, and how that can be difficult, but they did, and they're passionate, and their passion is infectious. And I think you've certainly maybe heard that in the House from other colleagues on all sides, and I could ramble on, but it seems unnecessary. I just think this makes complete sense. I remain grateful to my colleague for bringing it forward, and for the opportunity to speak briefly about it today. And I just say a salute to all those families out there across this country, however their families are started. Here on this side of the House, and in this House, I believe that we have to have your backs, and this is a great way to do it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Abitibi-Bay-James.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Bay James, Nunavik, EU. Madam Speaker, the goal of this Act is to modify the Employment Insurance Act to add a special benefit, an attachment leave benefit for 15 weeks for adoptive parents and parents whose child is carried by a surrogate mother. And parental leave would also be amended consequently. This Act would be a good first step in the right direction. The Bloc has been calling for reforming employment insurance for years to make it more accessible to more taxpayers. We've been calling for a review of admissibility, eligibility criteria, as well as funding and service delivery related to EI. Madam Speaker, the government has really lacked leadership in this file of EI. Greater leadership, more leadership is needed. In 2021, the Liberals campaigned on a promise to modernize EI. They committed to extending the program to cover freelance workers, independent workers, and to fix issues highlighted and showcased during the COVID-19 pandemic. The Minister of Employment and Labour Force Development and Persons with Disabilities was tasked with presenting a plan to modernize EI by the summer of 2022. I think we can say that they missed that deadline because now we're in 2024. The Liberal pattern seems to be all talk, no action. Since I last spoke to the bill at second reading, the bill has changed because 2 amendments were passed in committee. Madam Speaker, please note that the Bloc Québécois voted in favor of both amendments because they broaden the scope of the bill. These categories were not originally included in the first version of the bill. I think that this is a great way to support Indigenous knowledge and traditions and to work toward reconciliation. Madam Speaker, parenting is full of challenges, especially when it's an adopted child or a child from a surrogate mother. An important part of parenting is the bond that the parent creates with the child. But this can be sensitive and different when creating a bond with non-biological children. That's why this bill is so important. Around the world, there is less and less adoption, so children adopted by Canadian and Quebecois families are older than they were during adoptions in the past, and they may have unique needs. That's why this attachment benefit is so necessary. Another positive element of C318 is that it will be extended if a child is hospitalized, because hospitalization of a child is an emotionally trying experience. This seems necessary, especially when you keep in mind the additional challenges of having a non-biological child. This will increase the number of weeks based on how many weeks the child is in a care institution, healthcare institution. So, with this bill, it's very necessary to create this new benefit. John Bowlby's attachment theory highlights the fact that as of birth, a child turns toward an adult to guarantee their protection. If the adult does not meet the child's primary needs, then there will be troubles, psychological troubles for the child. Madam Speaker, I remember sharing my story during my speech at second reading, but I would like to remind the House that I was adopted at 2 months of age. For 7 years, my adoptive parents had tried to have a biological child, and they finally decided to adopt. They chose me, Madam Speaker, and how fortunate I was. I was comforted, loved, educated, and thanks to that bond and to my parents, I became who I am today. They took such great care of me, and I will always be grateful to them. Madam Speaker, as you know, in the current adoption process, waiting for an adopted child is a very emotional time for parents. Often there's a very long trip, some long travels involved. There can be huge time changes. Sometimes children come from another culture. Sometimes adopted children can cry and mourn the loss of familiar people and places. Sometimes their new parents do not speak their mother tongue. This can be a very emotional time. This process has a lot of challenges. As we know, in Canada, EI has a maternal leave for pregnant women starting 13 weeks before the expected delivery date and ending 17 weeks after the delivery date. Also, for parental leave for adoptive parents, it's a maximum of 63 weeks for parents, and parents working for federally related employers can share parental leaves, which adds a total of 8 weeks of parental leave. Parents who share parental leave have a total of 71 weeks, and they can take those 71 weeks starting the day the child is born or when they receive a child, but the code does not have anything about paid parental leave. In Quebec, however, parental leave can start the week of the child's birth. That is in addition to the 18-week maternal leave or the 5-week paternal leave. So there's always 65 weeks of parental leaves in Quebec. It can start when parents receive a child or when parents stop working in order to travel outside Quebec to meet and receive their new child. In same-sex couples, Madam Speaker, both parents have a right to parental leave if the link between parent and child is established in birth papers or adoption papers. And this leave can be extended if the child has special health needs. And if an employer agrees, the leave can be divided up in different weeks. Since 2020, Quebec's employment insurance treats people differently because before, adoptive parents had 18 weeks less than biological parents, but finally it was evened out. As of October 27th, 2020, Bill 51 gave equal treatment to adoptive parents through the creation of new benefits to support adoptive parents. Adoptive parents also have a right to the same level of income substitution or replacement as other parents. But in the Canadian Code, there is currently no benefit for attachment like what is suggested in this bill. So, Madam Speaker, it's important to pass C-318 to fix this gap in the EI and the Canada Labour Code. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Battleford Lloydminster has 5 minutes for right of reply.
Here, here.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As it's been said, Canada's current parental benefit system puts adoptive and intended parents at a disadvantage. With access to 15 weeks less leave through the Employment Insurance Program, our parental benefit system robs families formed through adoption and surrogacy from precious time together. Time that is needed to care for their child, to bond, and to form healthy attachments. And time that is critical in the first year of a child's life or placement with a family. Bill C-318's purpose has always been to fix that disparity in our system, to recognize the unique challenges faced by these families, and to ensure that they too have equal access to leave benefits. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, without having received royal recommendation from this Liberal government, this bill's journey is coming to an end today. This bill had cross-partisan support and should have been an opportunity for collaboration. But the Liberal government opposed this bill throughout the process. At second reading, the Liberal government voted against this bill. At committee stage, they fought against amendments that would have removed any ambiguity in the bill around customary care arrangement for Indigenous families. And these amendments were challenged again in this House by the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader. Madam Speaker, Canadians who are following this issue closely will know that after opposing C-318, the Liberals then introduced a benefit similar in principle. This provides cause for cautious optimism. The proposed benefit will help close the parental leave gap. That section of the bill received unanimous support in this House at second reading, but it is not across the finish line yet. The Liberal government has tied these changes to an omnibus bill, making it impossible to ensure its quick passage. The definition of placement in their bill is not entirely clear either, leaving it in parts to regulation. And with their fight against the inclusion of customary care arrangements in C-318, it raises more questions than answers. This Liberal government has given Canadians reason after reason to distrust them. The disability benefit is a stark example that is top of mind for so many Canadians across the country. The Liberal government refused to do the work at the front end to tell Parliament and Canadians what the benefit would look like. Their so-called framework legislation has no concrete dates, eligibility requirements, or benefit amounts. The then Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion repeatedly said that this new benefit would lift persons with disability out of poverty. We also heard that this benefit would roll out in about a year's time. Well, Madam Speaker, it has been just about a year since the bill received royal assent, and Canadians with disabilities who have been desperately waiting for the rollout of this benefit were hit with massive disappointment when the budget was announced. $6 a day won't pull anyone out of poverty, much less in this cost of living crisis. And to receive that benefit, they will have to wait until July 2025. It is very difficult to trust this Liberal government to deliver what it has promised to Canadians. The Liberals have refused to work collaboratively on this meaningful and straightforward policy change. But every day that passes without fixing this inequity in our parental leave system is another family that is left without the time that they need to attach. It is more parents who will have to return to work prematurely to make ends meet, or who are forced to take the extended parental leave at a significant financial disadvantage. Adoptive and intended parents deserve equal access to parental leave. And more importantly, their children need that additional time with their parents. Faced with unique challenges, that time to attach is truly crucial for these families. Madam Speaker, as the House ends its consideration of C-318, I'd like to express how truly grateful I am for all those who have supported this bill. Thank you to the thousands of Canadians who have signed petitions, written to their MPs and to the Minister, to all those who have shared their personal stories and advocated tirelessly for these changes. While the Liberal government has ensured that Bill C-318 won't cross the finish line, I remain deeply committed to ensuring that adoptive and intended parents get the time they need and deserve with their children. Thank you.
It's my duty to inform members that the notice requirement in respect to a royal recommendation has not been met pursuant to Standing Order 79-2. Consequently, the question will not be put on the motion for third reading of this bill.
Accordingly, the order for third reading is discharged and the item is dropped from the order paper.
I have a point of order. The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I had given notice to the table for this point of order. That follows what we saw this afternoon and the decision made, which was the right decision we saw from the Speaker.
By saying, Madam Speaker, that the rules have to apply to all in this House of Commons. And what we saw today was the Speaker enforcing the rules of the House of Commons. We have the standing orders, and we choose, together as members of Parliament, we choose a Speaker, and the Speaker's job is to ensure that the standing orders are respected. And I will quote a former Speaker, who is now the member from Regina Capel, is now the Conservative House Leader. He spoke to this issue that I'm going to raise on September 24th, 2014. I was in the House, Madam Speaker, so I remember this. He said, "Another of our time-honored traditions is that of respect for the office of Speaker. Reflections on the character or actions of the Speaker, an allegation of bias, for example, could be taken by the House as breaches of privilege and punished accordingly. I wish to conclude with an appeal to members on all sides. Needless to say, the kind of unsavory language or expression that we heard yesterday does little to assist the chair in managing question period proceedings, and I urge all members to be judicious in the expressions they choose to use." This is the former Speaker of the House of Commons, currently the member from Regina Capel, currently the Conservative House Leader, stating that reflections on the character or actions of the Speaker, for example, an allegation of bias, could be taken by the House as breaches of privilege and punished accordingly. I wanted to submit to your attention, Madam Speaker, two posts that have come out on social media. One is from the member from Carleton, where he says, "Today the Liberal Speaker censored me," and goes on to provide deliberately misleading information in this Twitter post. This is very clearly challenging that ruling from 2014 from former Speaker and current member of Regina Capel and the current Conservative House Leader. A second tweet, this from the member from Lethbridge, who also has shown a disregard, a wanton disregard for the rules of the House of Commons, stated, "How did partisan hack the Speaker respond?" These are unacceptable terms, Madam Speaker. These warrant a full apology from those members. And I want to read for the record, Madam Speaker, what we have in our House of Commons procedure and practice. This is, of course, the Bible, procedurally, of the House of Commons. These are the rules that Canadians expect us to live by. When they elect us in ridings across the country, they expect members of Parliament to abide by the rules, to ensure that there is decorum in the House and that we are doing the job that Canadians have sent us to do. What the Bible says, what the House of Commons procedure and practice says, is in terms of impartiality of the chair, the actions of the Speaker may not be criticized in debate or by any other means except by way of a substantive motion. Reflections on the character or actions of the Speaker, an allegation of bias, for example, could be taken by the House as breaches of privilege and punished accordingly. And, Madam Speaker, there are a number of examples where that rule has been breached. For example, in 1981, where there was clearly a question of privilege that was raised, the leader of the opposition at that time withdrew his remarks, and that settled the matter. In 1993, there was a similar attack on the dignity of the House, an attack on the Speaker, and again, the member rose in the House and withdrew the remarks. Alors, il faut nécessairement...
So, Madam Speaker, it's very clear that this went against the rules of the House that are put in place to ensure that our democracy can have deliberations and discussion in an orderly way. And it's very clear that those two interventions on social media do not respect those rules. And those two members should be required to apologize and to withdraw their comments before they return to the House, in my opinion. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Sorry, the honourable member, another point of order. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just briefly on the same point, the member knows very well that the comments he cited are outside the jurisdiction of the House. The precedents he cited are examples of statements that were made in the House and that have nothing to do with his apparent desire for the Speaker to go about policing what people say in conversations far beyond. But I do want to draw the attention as well of the House to something that occurred on June 13th, 2022. This was when the NDP House Leader was himself giving a speech in the House, and he said, quote, "We have had absolutely wacko claims by Conservatives." And we'll note that the NDP House Leader was not called to order at the time. So with false indignation, the NDP House Leader wishes to call on the carpet people who have said words that he himself has said in this chamber and been allowed to say. The point is that the Speaker did not call the NDP House Leader to order at the time, and a precedent was established. So I think if the NDP House Leader is outraged by what has gone on, he needs to reflect and consider the state of his own conscience and whether he has some words he needs to withdraw in the future.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader also has a point of order.
Yeah, to the same point of order, Madam Speaker. I think that most Canadians would be very much concerned in terms of what had taken place earlier today. It's the first time ever where I saw a leader of an opposition party literally being asked to leave the House, and then the entire caucus leaving the House. And it's in response to something the Speaker was saying. And it's interesting, Madam Speaker, that the Speaker was applauded for his actions, even from members of the Bloc Party, Madam Speaker. And what happened here, and I quickly looked up in the Twitter feed, I think it is exceptionally offensive. And, if I were to quote the member from Lethbridge in her Twitter feed, how did partisan hack Speaker, I can't say his name, Speaker, respond? He kicked the leader of the Conservative Party out of the chamber. Madam Speaker, I think it's a very serious issue when you start going out and tweeting that sort of a response when all members in the House are respectable, honorable members. And I think there is an obligation for not only the member from Lethbridge, but also the leader of the Conservative Party, when they do eventually return to the House, that they actually apologize to the Speaker for their efforts. Failing that, I would suggest that maybe it is something in which Procedures and House Affairs Committee should be looking into, Madam Speaker. So we'll wait and see what happens, and if it's not an apology given, I think then we would reserve the right to come back and revisit the entire issue as something that PROC might have to actually look into.
Again, so first of all, I want to thank everyone for their intervention here today. A couple of things that I'm going to speak on before I continue. The Honourable for New Westminster Burnaby, I just want to remind him that, yes, there are rules in the House, and I appreciate him bringing this matter to the attention. However, he did use the procedures book in his hand and pointed to it, which is a piece of document that the honourable member is using kind of as a prop, so I just want to remind him he's not to do that. And to the honourable member who spoke about the word that was used by the NDP leader, I just want to say that it wasn't a personal attack on someone in particular, and this is the difference as to what had happened today. As speakers, we are not here to win brownie points. We are here to ensure that the House is functioning and that members are respectful of the standing orders and the policies and procedures of the House. Having said that, I do want to remind members that and this was said before, that sometimes members can become impassionate when making remarks in the chamber, but the content of their comments and speeches must always conform to the standing orders and practices of the House. And Standing Order 18 states the following, and I quote, "No member shall use offensive words against either House or against any member thereof." And so the other entity that was brought to the attention of this speaker was the fact of statements that are being made outside of the House by one member, and the speaker has no authority to rule on that, as the honourable member has indicated. However, the respect for those who are chairing in the House should be first and foremost respected. And so I will take all of the information under advisement, and we'll come back to the House as need be. And on that, we will continue with the orders of the day. I wish again to thank everyone for their interventions.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, we have seen a consistent pattern from this government of corruption. That is, of trying to get contracts to well-connected government insiders. And they have quite the choice of friends, by the way, this government. At the Government Operations Committee, we've been studying the favoritism that they have shown towards McKinsey. The government's contracting watchdog has come up with a damning report about favoritism shown towards McKinsey, how rules were changed and structured to work to the advantage of McKinsey. And that's in a context where we know about the friendship between the Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, and Dominic Barton, who was the managing partner of McKinsey at the time. Now, to be fair, Dominic Barton came to committee and said, "I'm not a friend of the Prime Minister. I barely know that guy," right? So if Dominic Barton's testimony is to be believed, that then this government funnels contracts not only to their friends, but to people they wish were their friends. Because the Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, has talked a lot, in fact, made lots of claims about how there is a friendship. So rather than delve too far into the extent to which they're friends or not, we know that the government had this passionate, perhaps unrequited love for McKinsey and did everything they could to send contracts their way. And in particular, I'm following up on a question about the Arrive scam scandal, about how we know now that systems were created and designed to maximize the benefit for GC Strategies as well as Dalian, that contracts were sent their way. The Auditor General reported that that members of the government actually sat down with people at GC Strategies, and GC Strategies advised the government on what they should be asking for in a contracting request, and GC Strategies subsequently got that contract. So the government was fixing the process, was rigging the process with that bidder who eventually got the contract. So whether it's McKinsey, Dalian, the principal of which was a government employee at the same time as he was getting government contracts. You have these multiple instances of corruption of this NDP Liberal government working to get contracts to their well-connected insider friends. This is a government that is working for insiders and not for Canadians. And in that context, we've seen incredible growth in spending on contracting. While the public service is growing in size, they're also spending more than ever on outside contracting. And then when we talk about the problems with the budget deficit, they come back and say, well, where could you possibly cut? Where could you possibly find savings? Well, let's cut back on the spending on outside consultants. Let's stop shoveling money to McKinsey. Let's stop shoveling money to GC Strategies. Let's stop paying these useless insiders who simply receive contracts and pass on the work, or who are paid to provide advice that the public service is perfectly competent to provide. It is these well-connected NDP Liberal friends and consultants who have gotten incredibly rich under this government. GC Strategies become millionaires on Arrive scam alone. Let's cut out the spending on well-connected NDP Liberal insiders and provide those savings to the budget. Madam Speaker, this scheme to reward well-connected insiders, I asked it before, I'll ask it again. Is this incompetence on the part of the government or outright corruption?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire pour le ministre de l'Agriculture et de l'Agroalimentaire.
Speaker, it's always a pleasure to rise on a question of procurement, and I want to remind my honourable colleague that it wasn't a Liberal government who told Canadians and outright lied to Canadians, if I can say so, that the F-35 procurement project was going to cost $10 billion. It cost triple that. Who was that, Madam Speaker? That was Mr. Harper and the current leader of the official opposition, who told Canadians that in 2011, and I would argue that that's how they won the election. And Madam Speaker, it wasn't a Liberal government who lied to Canadians and told that a pay system would be working well and function well. It was a Conservative government. So let me set the record straight. Let me first say that I'm very proud of the public servant, and I'm a member of Parliament who represents a lot of public servants who worked so diligently to ensure that the government could deliver services and programs to Canadians during the pandemic. At the same time, it is clear that something went wrong with the procurement of professional services related to Arrive Can. Nobody's hiding that fact, Madam Speaker, and our government is extremely concerned about the issue that have come to light. I want the member to know that we have and are taking action to improve our procurement processes, and we are holding companies accountable for the misconduct while protecting federal expenditures. With regards to reports by the Auditor General and the Procurement Ombudsman, Public Services and Procurement Canada, or PSPC, as the central purchaser for the government, has already taken several steps to implement their recommendations and improve processes. For several years now, the department has been making progress in its plan to modernize procurement, which has long been a priority for our government. Madam Speaker, right now, the government is firmly focused on improving and further strengthening processes, especially when it comes to IT procurement. We've been working for months to do just that. This includes strengthening guidance and training for those involved in the procurement process. Public Services and Procurement Canada has also improved evaluation requirements to ensure resources are properly qualified and is requiring increased transparency for suppliers around their price and their use of subcontractors. In addition, they are improving documentation when awarding contracts and issuing tasks authorizations. They're also clarifying work requirements and activities and specifying which activities and which projects are worked on by contractors. In addition, PSPC is updating its guidance to help other departments and agencies in procuring responsibly when using our own procurement instruments under their own authorities. We know that fundamentally improving IT procurement requires us to ensure that those processes are clear and transparent, and that the roles and responsibility and rules are understood and respected and adhered to. To that end, the department is going to even further to strengthen integrity in procurement by creating a new Office of Supplier Integrity and Compliance, which we now know will help the government better respond to misconduct. We owe it to all Canadians to preserve the integrity of federal government procurement, and that's why we're taking action now to strengthen and improve procurement so that what happened in the case of Arrive Can never happens again. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I want to remind the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary that he can't say indirectly what he can't say directly. And so I do want to caution members again to make sure that they, whatever language that they are using is not impeding onto or moving in that direction. And that clearly did at some point. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, everything is broken, but they're refusing to take responsibility. It's somebody else's fault all the time. This is typical of the responses we get from this government. Emblematic of it was his reference to Phoenix at the beginning. He said, oh, yeah, the Conservatives and that pay system. Yeah, work on Phoenix pay system started under Conservatives. The Phoenix pay system was launched under the Liberals, and it has been 9 years, and the system is still failing our public servants. 9 years later, a system that work started on under the previous government, but which they launched, is still failing public servants, and of course it's Stephen Harper's fault. You know, there's endemic corruption within the procurement system, and it's somebody else's fault. Out of control inflation, broken economy, crime, drugs, disorder. But it's not the fault of the people who have been running the place for the last 9 years. Madam Speaker, when will they take responsibility for their many failures?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I can tell that member has no experience in procurement. I can tell by the language he's using he's got zero experience in procurement. And I've been on that Government and Ops Committee for 8 years of my life in this place. And by the way, I've worked in procurement before. I can tell he's just a junior in this place. I respect him, but he's a junior in this place. He's got zero credibility when it comes to advancing the issues of IT procurement. If politicians make decisions on IT procurement, there is something wrong. We're not. We obviously set the governance rules, but somebody broke the rules within that department, and we will hold them accountable. We've called them the RCMP, not their frantics on the other side. CBSA referred that matter to the RCMP, and those who will be held accountable will be held accountable. And if money was misused, we will recuperate that money.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. This adjournment debate stems from a question I asked earlier about how we deal with wildfires in Canada. The question being, when will the federal government create a national wildfire fighting force? And as we all know, last year was the worst year ever for wildfires in this country. And this year, all predictions point to an even more disastrous fire season. We've already had evacuation orders in British Columbia and Alberta in April. Last year, we had fires all across the country, from Halifax to Yellowknife to Vancouver Island. And I want to pause here to pay tribute to all the firefighters and other first responders who worked so hard to keep Canadians safe during last year's firestorms. 8 firefighters in the prime of life lost their lives in last year's battle against those fires, and I attended the memorial service of one of those young people in Penticton. It's clear that local and provincial wildfire fighting services were overwhelmed last summer. Even in British Columbia, where we unfortunately are very accustomed to catastrophic fires, the BC Wildfire Service, one of the best in the world, had to bring in crews from all over the world to help out. Indeed, thousands of firefighters from Mexico, Australia, New Zealand, South Korea, South Africa, Costa Rica, Chile, Spain, Portugal, France, Brazil, and the USA came to Canada last summer to help us deal with that crisis. We're grateful for that international help, but it comes at a cost, both in terms of paying the crews, the cost of bringing them to Canada, and perhaps most of all, the critical cost of time lost in making those arrangements. So provincial and municipal forces become overwhelmed. And costs are exploding. BC spent about $1 billion last summer fighting fires, last year alone. We need to have a homegrown response that is both timely and cost-effective. And in response to this accelerating crisis, experts have been calling for the formation of a national wildfire fighting service. Dr. Mike Flanagan from Thompson Rivers University in Kamloops, Canada's foremost expert on wildfire behavior. And while firefighting is normally a provincial area of authority, Flanagan points out that the last few years has put us in uncharted territory. He has suggested a national wildfire service of a few hundred well-trained members divided into teams that could be deployed to parts of the country that face clear and imminent fire threats. We have the modeling power and the expertise now to know where fires are likely to become problematic in the coming days and even weeks. We should have teams on the ground so that they are there when fires ignite and can be extinguished. Fires not caught in those first few hours can become the catastrophic firestorms that destroy huge areas of forests as well as homes and livelihoods. So getting those crews to fires quickly is essential. And we can do that with a national force. That force could work year-round. The fire season is growing longer and longer. It's already year-round in California. But we could put this force to work in the Canadian winter, working to thin forests and the interface with communities across the country, doing fire-smart inspections, or being mobilized to other countries that are facing the wildfire crisis. The government is proposing training local residents to fight interface fires. That's important and useful. We already rely on volunteer crews to cover structure protection. But a national force would really be a game changer, and we really need to change the game on wildfire fighting in this country.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Madam Speaker, this government stands with the hundreds of thousands of Canadians across the country who are affected by wildfires, floods, and other extreme weather events year after year. It is worrisome when we look at the science. Experts are clear. Climate change means wildfire, floods, and hurricanes, and will increase in numbers and intensity. Every month of the past 10 months has broken heat records. Many provinces are experiencing a period of drought. We are not even in May, and yet more than 100 fires are already burning in British Columbia and Alberta. It is paving the way what might be yet again a difficult summer for Canadians. But the member can rest assured we take climate change seriously and are working with our partners in provinces and territories to make sure that we are ready to face the challenges to come. We did the work and put in place the long-term funding they needed to procure firefighting material. That is $256 million in wildlife firefighting equipment to the provinces. We're also making sure our partners have the necessary human resources on the ground. We have funded the training of 600 wildfire fighters and 125 Indigenous fire guardians. These firefighters are ready to work now, and they will be on the ground this summer to protect our communities. The training program is still recruiting, and we are on pace to reach 1,000 new wildland firefighters before the end of the year. We're also making sure the current firefighters feel our support and appreciation. We're grateful for the work they do and the risks they take. This is why we announced that we will double the tax credit for volunteer firefighters in search and rescue. We're investing massively in civilian response capacity by investing $166.9 million in the Humanitarian Workforce Program. We have allowed them to develop capacity, mobilize more quickly, and deploy critical on-the-ground support to local governments. These organizations can leverage different capacities across jurisdictions and can provide the Canadian with the reliefs they need during the following large-scale emergencies. Our government is also determined to tackle the effects of climate change before they impact Canadians and pose a threat to their security. With the National Adaptation Strategy, we are addressing local vulnerabilities and investing proactively to increase resiliency. The strategy advanced significant investment in disaster-resilient infrastructure projects and in wildlife prevention. Our climate is changing in every passing year, but we will remain focused on keeping people safe while strengthening our capacity to support Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, Madam Speaker, I appreciate the funding put in to help volunteer firefighters, and I appreciate the training of firefighters, but the real point here is to create a deployable force that could go to where the firefighting is needed. And a recent Abacus data poll found that 70% of Canadians are in favor of a national wildfire fighting force. The public is ready for this. They know it would be a good investment. Not just a good investment to save money on fighting fires, but a good investment to stop fires before they become the catastrophic monsters that consume vast forests and communities, to save the human cost of evacuations and the loss of homes. Yes, having a national firefighting force would save money, save valuable time, save forests, save livelihoods, and save lives. And we need one in Canada as soon as possible.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his question. And I know that in his own province, he does have to go through a lot of communities that go through these fires, which in my neck of the woods, I don't have to go through that. But I want to ensure the honourable member, our government takes this issue seriously. We're working to build local capacity. What he is proposing, the government hasn't said necessarily no, but right now we're focused on building local capacity. And in the future, if a national firefighter force is necessary, then I'm sure we will get there. But right now, our government is focused on building local capacity, and we're providing that funding to do that.
The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And tonight, with my colleague across the way, which we've had a discussion before, I appreciate the opportunity to talk about carbon tax. Just a couple of definitions on rebate, just to get that one out of the way first. An amount of money that was returned to you, especially by the government. That's from Cambridge. From the Oxford Dictionary, a partial refund to someone who's paid too much money for tax. So there was a Hill Times, and we know the flavor of the Hill Times cartoon in it recently, where the Prime Minister was holding a wallet and handing some cash back to a citizen. And the citizen looked at it and said, "Well, that's my wallet you've got." Well, that cartoon spread out, and I've had a lot of reaction in my constituency saying, doesn't the government understand it's our money they're giving back and not all of it? They took the money from us to begin with. So if they didn't take it in the first place, it would be a benefit to us. So a rebate, the understanding is giving money back, which was theirs. Interesting concept. So one of the challenges with carbon tax is some of the issues that it's created. And people will talk about the amount of cost in agriculture, and we've talked about this before, is the huge part that ag producers face. And I have irrigation in my riding, which my colleague knows well about. But it's costing huge amounts in the ag sector, which there is no rebate back for large producers that I have in my riding, because we're talking a lot of money. So the other side of it, they talk about the different kinds of energy that we have. So Alberta wind farms operated, let's say, for example, I've got an article here that in November 24, 2023, Alberta's 44 wind farms operated 0.3% capacity on that specific day. So alternative energy, when we talk about wind and solar, is a little bit of a problem. But we still have the carbon tax moving from $65 a ton to $80 a ton, and then to $170 by 2023. So the Saskatchewan Farm Association producers figured out that's $7.42 per acre in 2023 and $17 per acre by 2030. That's a huge amount of money. The other thing that scientists are beginning to say is advances with technology are figuring out that the amount of carbon tax or carbon that's absorbed by agriculture is huge, to the point that they should be getting and selling those credits just like solar and wind does. So the technology is showing the amount of carbon that agriculture is absorbing is not recognized and is beyond being equal, but is above equal, and it should be even credited with the amount like wind and solar is. So it's a huge shift that needs to be made of what recognition of what agriculture is doing with carbon and how it's being absorbed, and even as much as to sell those credits. And scientists are now recognizing that. But the former Greenpeace founder, Patrick Moore, has made some interesting comments. The idea that wind and solar are going to replace fossil fuels or nuclear or hydroelectricity is absolutely insane. This is Patrick Moore from my generation. He said there's other things that we need to do and not depend on solar and wind. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Madam Speaker, I do have tremendous respect for my honourable colleague on the other side, and there are too few members of Parliament in this place that defend farmers, and I do want to say thank you to him. He is somebody that defends farmers, but so am I, and there are others on this side of the House, not tonight, but there are others on this side of the House that do defend farmers, and I do want to correct the record when the honourable members say that farmers get absolutely nothing back on a carbon rebate. And this is something I fought very hard along with my colleagues from King's Hants and PEI, others members from PEI. We, in Ontario, we certainly recognize that there's an issue with regards to natural gas and propane. But farmers are already exempt for upwards of 90% of carbon pricing on their farm, so they don't pay dollars for diesel use on the farm, but they do get a rebate for natural gas and propane. And this year, I think it'd be useful for the honourable member to know, because I'm sure he wants to share the good news that farmers are eligible for a rebate of $1.86 per $1,000 of expenses on farms, and that equals to, I will recognize, not 100% of a rebate. The problem is the government is not aware who is using propane or natural gas, but 100% of carbon pricing that is collected by the federal government in that particular province is returned to farmers. All of it is returned to farmers through a rebate to farmers, and that equals out to $1.86 this year. As carbon pricing moves up, that amount will also increase to ensure that farmers do get a fair share. The other issues that he has recognized is we recognize that input costs have gone up on farms. The Government of Canada does not control that, and what we did is we've said that we will increase the from $100,000, which I'll remind my honourable colleague, when the leader of the official opposition was in government and sitting at the cabinet table, none of that was increased under his watch, and I didn't hear a single word. I remember I wasn't on the Hill, but I was close to the Hill and watching very closely. I don't remember them advocating for an increased amount on the advanced payment program interest-free portion when costs went up, and I'll remind him they did go up in 2008. So what we've decided to do is we recognized during the pandemic we've increased that. We went from $250,000 to from $100,000 to $350,000, and now we've moved to $250,000. And I hope my honourable colleague will support that because he knows it's important for farmers. And secondly, he recognizes and he understands that technology and farmers are good stewards of the land. They are capturing carbon. We're working through with farmers. We recognize that they're doing that. Universities are working with farmers to find a proper measurement. And the methane protocol that Environment Canada is working, I believe, will provide an opportunity for farmers to participate in the carbon economy, which the entire world wants to have access to. And then lastly, we believe in SMR technology, which my honourable colleague knows. We don't just believe in wind and solar, but we also believe in SMR. And finally, they want to axe a tax, but they will impose a tariff because other countries are talking about a carbon import tariff. If we don't have a carbon price on pollution, they will impose a tariff. So I don't want to leave our farmers out. We need to act right now.
The honourable for Bow River.
Thank you, and to my colleague for the information he has shared, and I always do appreciate it. And there are those programs that we work at together, provincially and federally. We look at different things that happen in our climate and different things that happen in our economy. But the challenge in the sense of irrigation, we've talked about this a number of times, it's the electricity that's used, not the diesel, not the natural gas. Irrigation is huge with electricity, huge. I've got one farmer operation, and he showed me the bills. He's up to $100,000 in carbon tax. But I've got a small rink in a rural area that supports kids' programs, and these people are keeping that rink alive. and it's costing them $700 a month in carbon tax, and they're fundraising with bake sales and hamburger sales to try to keep that rink in a rural area alive, but the $700 a month is killing them. And this is an important thing in our rural communities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I agree with the honourable member. We should have a regional approach to carbon pricing, and I would hope that this particular member would advocate with his own provincial government to acknowledge that there are regional differences amongst jurisdictions. So all we're asking for, and I think the Prime Minister wrote a letter a few weeks ago, about a month ago, if I should say, to ask provinces to come up with their own plans, but a plan that respects our Paris Accord and a plan that will ensure that our farmers don't get slapped with a carbon import tariff.
Alors, la motion portant que la Chambre...
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1. Have a good night, everyone.